All right, everybody. Wanted to welcome you to the call today. So glad to have you on. I'm just setting myself here. My name is Michael Silvers. I'm Executive Vice President of Powerteam. It's great to have you on. We have gone live. As all of you climb on the lines, it's really about participation. This is a participation call. We'll talk about that. And as you're listening to this, and as you're feeding into what we're about to teach, if you'd like to actually just type where you're from, who you are and where you're from, that's great. It's always good to know who you are and what part of the country, what part of the world. It was great. We had it on the call last week. We had people typing in from London, people typing in from, they were in Dubai. We had people typing in. We had somebody, we actually had a virtual mastermind the other day. We had people from Australia on that. It was really awesome. So I wanted to thank all of you for getting on. And I know it will take a couple minutes for people to pile on as they see the stream, they see it go live, they decide to really take a look at what this is. And I'm going to talk about sharing it a little bit too, and sharing it, start a watch party. As more of you get on, we'll talk about that. And also how to prepare and set for the day and what it's going to look like and how the day is going to move through and how you're going to get absolutely the information you need while you're sitting at home. You might be in your car, you might be an essential worker, and thank you so much, who's just maybe on a lunch break. Because I know people, a lot of people who are still working, and they actually listen to these because it helps them through the day. And we're also going to be starting the Success Club. That is going to get going in less than 2 weeks. We have it ready to go. And that's going to be a place where you can watch all these again and you can be part of a success movement to create more in your life. So I'm going to let a couple other people bounce on. I know people, somebody just texted me and they're about to get on, and just give you a little bit of time to get that rolling. My name is Michael Silvers again. I'll tell you a little more about that. Make sure you also have something to write on. What I want you to do is really take notes today. Now, maybe it's an iPad, maybe it's a iPad Pro, maybe it's a PC, and take notes through the day because you can use that in your own business. By the way, we haven't officially started, everyone. Isn't that exciting? The information is, this is just to prep you for the day, to get you ready to go, to make sure that you are powerfully locked into where you need to be, and that today is the day you're going to make a difference in your own life, let alone other people's lives. So be planned. Here we go. I'll kick off the show officially. Welcome, everybody, to Powerteam Success Summit. My name is Michael Silvers. I'm Executive Vice President of Powerteam. I'm head of global training. What does that mean? That I have a great time, that we learn a lot, that we train thousands of people around the world. It means that we do over 300 events. It means that we have virtual events, we have live events, and we really bring education and knowledge to you. Today, we actually are very excited because we have John Asseroff will be on later. It's created many, many, many multi-million dollar businesses. You're going to want to hear that. We have Mr. Bill Walshon, who's, it's really exciting because you're going to hear how this juggernaut of a live event company really within a day has now become a juggernaut also of a virtual training company. And you want to hear how that happened, and you want to hear about how you create success. We're also going to have Bernardo Moyo on. That he's an event promoter. He runs big events, and they're in Europe and they're around the world, and how that actually all came about and how that happens. If you want to be a speaker, coach, or trainer, this is the right place to be. A business entrepreneur, whatever it is, you might be just saying, I want to make a change, and I'm not sure how to make the change yet. This is your place to be because we'll take you. There's this, see, that's our power team, right? That's Rainmaker over there. Rainmaker is a 2.5-day business summit boot camp. It's got everything you would need to take your business from zero to multi-million dollars. If you're ready in business, it will give you those critical ideas to move you forward. And Rainmaker, for those of you who don't know what you want to do, is the place you need to be, because it will take your ideas, it will build in your why, it will build in where your specialty is, what you're good at, how you niche, how you talk to a billionaire if you met them for the first time, your daily activities you need to do for business when you launch your business. It will give you all the structure that you need. And that's a critical piece. So we're very excited to have you all on the line. We're very excited as the lines build. I'm just getting notifications. I'm trying not to turn away. I'm getting notifications on my phone, making sure it's not the team. Uh, and the thing is, too, that I want to let you all know this is a great day. This is a great day for education and learning. So hold on one second. So, first of all, grab a piece of paper. Everybody grab some paper, grab a pen, grab an iPad, whatever that is for you. And I want you to take a look at how you're going to structure your day. So if today is all about education and learning, do a couple things. Get some water, get something to drink. I usually have iced tea going, something near you to keep yourself hydrated through the day. Secondly, potty breaks are okay. You'll know when the next speaker's on. You need to hear all the information from all of them. You can run to the restroom, come on back, right? I talked to a lady the other day. She has her kids watching this too. We're talking young entrepreneurs. I love it. And we'll have something to write on because there's going to be a lot of notes to take and a lot of information. I take a lot of notes, and I heard Bill just say this the other day, which is so true. He takes a ton of notes, and then we had Brian Tracy on last week, and that man. The reason Brian is who he is because everywhere he goes, it's about learning and education. And Bill Walsh does the same thing, who's our CEO. And that's your job today, is to really educate yourself. Take those notes, take the information. So first of all, have a drink, have something near you that you can keep yourself hydrated. Water's great, iced tea's great, whatever that is for you. Have something to take notes on. Okay, I always take notes all the time because you're going to use them in your business immediately. If you're just starting a business or you're figuring out how to start a business, that's a hey, everybody. It's great to do. The other thing is take a look at this. It's a funnel. Okay. So see the way it drops down. This has been weeks of education to do this, but see how it drops down? Write out a funnel. And this is your business, whether you have a multi-million dollar business, a brick and mortar, whatever it is, create a funnel. If you have never had a business, today play as if you just started a business. You're going to learn today how to put people into the business. These are businesses or people coming into your business. This is the path of your business. Okay. It's not getting smaller. It's just the path you're going to take your clients, your B2B, your other business people, your employees, your nonprofit, whatever that is. You take them down the education. And in here is going to be layering. So the first layer is how you contact them. Maybe the second layer, very simply, is what you're going to do to maybe what you first sell them. Maybe they're trickling into your virtual online funnel, which trickles them into a membership, which trickles them into a coaching program, which trickles them down into a one-day mastermind for 25 grand, whatever that is. That's the place to start. Everything you learn today, use that. And you want to share this. The word is share. So if we're educating you today, you want those around you also to be able to be educated. So take your Facebook stream and create watch parties. Everybody right now, I do. I do that with my friends. If I'm going to learn and educate, I want them to learn and educate too, right? Be on the same page. So start a watch party. Start a watch party. Share the link. You can use powerteamlive.com. That will take you to the different streams. For those of you who are on our YouTube channel, thank you so much. And actually make comments through the day so we know that you're on there. It'd be great if you want to actually just tell us who you are and where you're from. That's fantastic. And Twitch, let's not leave out Twitch. Love Twitch. We want to thank you so much for being on the Twitch feed. But comment through the day and share it. Start share parties, watch parties, bring people on, do it together. I treat this as like a course. And if I wasn't emceeing this, I would have probably not friends over, but I would have us linked up and we'd all be watching it together so we could discuss our businesses and talk about it and talk about how that looks. That's a really critical piece as you do this. The other thing too, before we get going, we haven't officially started, even though we officially started, is you want to, as you create these watch parties and these share parties, really take care of yourself through the day. Again, water, something to write with. Add in through the day how it looks for your business, because I'll be on at different times and you can ask questions. You can always ask business questions. That's what I've done for 20 years. I've been on most of the major stages in my life. I've spoken around the world. I've traveled with most of the major top business and personal development gurus. I've helped them build courses and had tremendous success. And I love what I do. I just love what I do. So that's the education and training we're going to bring out to you. But I take as many notes as you do. The other thing, too, that's really critical, and please know as we move forward, is that as you do this today, you take those notes, share it, you take care of yourself, you really think of what did I learn? If you've been on the streams previously, go ahead and type maybe some things that you've put in your business already or what you've learned. We love those kind of comments because we actually, it also, we're very much into what you need, not what we need. So we have over 300 events a year live, plus now our virtual juggernaut. We have speakers and speakers and speakers, and we need more speakers. We need a lot more in the big industry, women speakers. And so let us know. I want to know your thoughts. I watch the stream. If somebody has some great thoughts, that's somebody I might want to talk to. But if you want to talk to me, so do this right now because I don't have much time to do it through the day. For those of you on, this is like the first bonus. Um, I am head of global training for Powerteam. We have over 300 events a year all over the world. The great thing about that is that we have a ton of connections. We know everybody. We are looking for more coaches, speakers, trainers, and people to work in our virtual mastermind world. It's incredibly lucrative. It's a great way to spread the information or just join our virtual mastermind. We had the first kickoff. We've had it around, we have the local ones. We've had that for 6 to 8 months in 35 cities. But now we're doing a virtual. So we had people from Australia, from London, from India, from America, from Canada, South America. So join the virtual mastermind. I will send you an invitation. And so you're going to text SBA to 26786. Text SBA, that's Small Business Advisor, to 26786. I will get that through the call today. I'm going to text you back with my schedule so you can schedule a call with me. They're 15 minutes to get ready to rock on those calls. And I'm going to give you the link to get onto the virtual mastermind. Mastermind with people means we're going to take a look at your business and their businesses and create more from nothing. And you want to be part of that. So make sure you text SBA right now. Don't wait to 26786. We're looking for powerful speakers, trainers. We're looking for coaches. I'm looking for people who would like to learn how to facilitate a mastermind, use it within those own business. But I'll tell you what's critical. I want to know that you are you're serious. You're not just texting because you got nothing else to do. You're serious about work and being part of this juggernaut that's moving forward virtually and already has over 300 events live. The other thing coming up that I want you to know is that we have Platinum Speaker Camp coming up. We actually, I think we only have one spot left, and that's in Las Vegas the end of May. And we have our Win Global Mastermind, which we'll talk more about later. But we have our own big Powerteam Mastermind event, which I'm happy to talk to you if you text SBA to 26786. So right now, if you're serious and you're looking for the change, the move, add to your business, coach, trainer, whatever that is, maybe you're starting a new brick and mortar, you just need some suggestions, but you are serious that you are building a business, text SBA to 26786. You will get a text from me. In that text, it's going to have my name, so you know it's me, Michael Silvers, Vice President of Powerteam. You also know it's going to have a link to my calendar, and I'm ready to take those calls. And you also know that you're going to get a link to our mastermind. When you show up for that mastermind May 5th, you're going to show up 100%. It's 2 hours. You don't leave before it's over because you work with partners and we work with breakout rooms and teams, and that you're ready to get it done. Who's it for? Anybody who's ready to start a business, thinking about a business, been involved in a business, already has a business going. We work together as a team. So your day is planned out today, and we're here for you today. We have speakers all day long, like I talked about, so get ready for a powerful day today. You're going to start those, please, watch parties, because we talked about how important that is and really what those are about and what those will create as you create the watch parties. We thanked Twitch for being on here because you guys are just awesome. And our YouTube channel. So remember, a couple things. Make comments, take notes, let us know what you've learned already while you've been part of these streams for the last couple weeks. We are going to do this forever. We are with you in your computer, on your phone, on stage at live events. We're there as a team side by side you, and we're looking for more. We are looking for more because you can never have enough when it comes to speakers and trainers and coaches, great speakers and trainers and coaches, or those who are ready to just take their life to the next level. And it's so happy to have all of you. So again, I'm going to go through this one more time, which I think is critical because a whole bunch of people just got on, and so give my permission to do this, and I give yours, and we're good. Okay, so this is your funnel for the day. Okay, again, this is where business comes in. So you're going to learn today how to get more business. You're going to learn how to work with the business. You're going to learn where in the funnel that system takes place, whether it's when you have first contact, is it a lost leader? Is it a way that you put them in your database? There's an amazing system you're going to learn about later, how to seamlessly put people into your database. You're going to learn really about money and what that means. You're going to learn the mindset that keeps you away from where you need to go. You're going to learn the steps it takes to put it into the business, and whether you're at 0 to 1 million to 10 million, what that next step is, and how to create that mastermind at the bottom. That's why you text me, because our virtual mastermind is worldwide, and that's called being part of a group that is bigger than you are, bigger than I am. I love running the mastermind. Why? Because I'm meeting people from all over the world. And it really makes a difference. I have people searching me all the time, and I'm emceeing this. And that's why you work side by side with a team. So right now, it's the last time I'm going to say this. Text SBA to 26786. Text SBA to 26786. All right, fantastic. We are ready for the day. Yes, we are. It is a great day. And it's the kind of thing that it's really about education today. And, and we also, by the way, say hello to our team. We have a great team that's typing, Cheryl and Michelle, and it's just awesome to have them all done. Hey, John, how you doing? And it's really about creating space for yourself. So everybody right now, take a moment. Everybody take a moment, take a breath. Take a sip of a fluid. Fluids are good. I'm actually going to text the team. It's great to thank your team. It's something that we don't do enough of, and I'm just thanking them, saying they're awesome, and life is good. Life is good. There we go. I'm doing this right now because I believe this is what we should do. Okay, great. So as we get rolling, this is through the day. So abundance mentality, love it. It really is. That's an interesting concept because I've trained probably about 10,000 coaches. We've had hundreds of thousands of clients in my career, a ton of work in Australia and Asia and Europe, South Africa. And it really is about abundance mindset and keeping that. I know some people are having trouble with that right now, which is understandable. You have to know where people are, but it's about that, keeping that abundance mindset. So thank you, John. That's always the way, is to keep the abundance mindset. Let's see. Hold on one second. Let me just text the team again. So it really is about that abundance mindset. The other thing too is to really keep yourself locked into, if I'm creating a business and I'm going to create a funnel and how people are going to move through my business, who do I need to JV and partner with? That's something else that I really want you to think of through the day. So as you guys are texting me to SBA to 26786, the other thing you're going to look at is we're going to give you ways to get connected with our speakers so they can help you power through. And that really makes a difference as we're all doing this together. We want to do this together. So as we do this together, the great thing is, hey, Christine, LA is in the house. We want to do this together. It's really about building that abundance together. So open for questions. Life is really good, and it really makes a difference. By the way, I've had a ton of opt-ins already. So keep doing it. I can take more. I'll do it later. And the biggest thing too is know you're going to see a 425 number texting you. Don't Somebody once said, "Who is that?" It's me. Okay. So I'm not spamming you. My name is right there as I do it, and I'm getting you into the virtual mastermind. I'm also getting you on my calendar for those who want to do that and really move forward. But be serious, because I'll know in 2 minutes. And I lay it out what it is. I don't hesitate. I've been in this business way too long. We're moving way too fast. We have too many events online already. And you'll see by the power of the speakers. We had Mark Victor Hansen right off the bat. The minute we launched, 800 million books. We had Sharon Lecter right off the bat. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It just keeps going on. And that is really the way this thing becomes the power. So, it's amazing that you can drive the power. All right, everybody, take a moment, take a breath, start writing out one thing that you want to learn today. And I'm going to give you all a moment. You're not supposed to do silence on radio, but this is not radio. So take a moment and type out one thing you'd like to learn today. One thing you'd like to learn today, and then we're going to move on. One thing you'd like to learn today would be fantastic. I'm going to give you all a moment to do that. And again, if you want to reach me, I've had a bunch of texts already. There we go. And there's Michelle. It's awesome. And I'm typing to the team. I'm telling them thank you. Okay, so start typing one thing you'd like to learn. Building abundance together. That's great. And we'll be talking a lot about abundance, attracting quality leads. There's a system you're going to learn about a little bit later that is hot. That system is hot, and it's going to just change everything you do, and it will make a big difference. Okay, good. All right, attracting quality leads, and leads also. There's a system to a quality lead, so make sure that you have a system. A system is pretty incredible, and it will be amazing. All right, here we go. I see our next speaker down there. Let me see her smile that she's ready to go and can hear me. There we go. All right. Yep. It's funny. I'm watching the team text themselves. We got a great team. So let's just give a round of applause for our team. All right, start sharing. All right, here we go. All right. Wanted to welcome everybody to the stream again. We are officially kicking off now, right? That was a preamble. My name is Michael Silvers, Executive Vice President of Powerteam, Head of Global Training. Just excited to have you all on. When I bring somebody up, it's like bringing them on stage. Bringing them on stage is what's critical about here. So what makes a difference is, and we'll eventually have a round of applause. Bill came up with a great thing. We'll have a soundbite on that, but you can type in applause and really think of lifting them up as they get on. Because literally, I put them on, I say you're on, and I fade off. They know that they've got 17 minutes of the best content that they're going to hit you with. They know I'll pop back on, and life is good. So everybody, get ready for the big applause. And know once in a while the speaker's name. If I somehow do something strange to it, they'll always correct me. So don't worry about that. They'll let us know. No ego. We're here for each other. We're all at home anyway, so let's have fun while we are. Natalie Susi is a teacher by heart, a writer by trade, and an entrepreneur by choice. A former English and writing teacher, Natalie Susi founded Bare Organic Mixers, after which she was laid off in California. Budget cuts. We've all gone through that. And her position as a teacher at the San Diego State University. Oh, I know a lot of people. We got to talk one day who went there. In 2009, Natalie decided, they don't remember all of it, but it's really good. Just kidding. In 2009, Natalie decided to explore the world of entrepreneurialism when she recognized a large gap in the marketplace for low-calorie, all-natural cocktails. In 2014, Bare was acquired by a leading natural foods company. Natalie and Bare were featured in some notable press outlets to include Forbes, Top 10 Female Entrepreneurs to Watch in San Diego, Pacific Magazine, E! Online, People Magazine, Bravo, and The Millionaire Matchmaker. In 2015, Natalie exited the company so she could go back to doing what she loves. Do what you love, everybody. Learn from that. But at this time, she was content. She wanted to teach was much more than English literature. She returned to education and a unique experience of how to build a business with limited resources. Everybody say limited resources. Don't limit yourself. She spent 8 years learning life lessons the hard way, had failures and mistakes. Failures are good. Write this down. Every time you fail, it precedes the learning every single time. She learned how to recognize those really deep dark spots and the blind spots that we all have, how to overcome limiting beliefs. And she currently combines her educational background as a teacher and her experience as an entrepreneur to provide personal development, coaching, consulting to individuals, creative entertainment, and businesses. Entrepreneurs, everybody say, I am an entrepreneur. Natalie's ultimate goal is to help create a world where everyone has access to the principles and tools that will guide them in engaging in conscious reflections, conscious communication, conscious creation, so they can learn, grow, and transform and create a ripple effect of positive impact for themselves, their loved ones, and the world. Without any further ado, let's give a big thunderous round of applause for Natalie Susie.
Hi, everybody. Beautiful introduction.
You're welcome, and have a great time.
Thanks, guys. So thank you all for being here. Thank you to Bill Walsh and the whole team for creating a space for us like this. And thank you guys for listening. It's beautiful that you're present and consciously looking to learn and grow. And I'm happy to be here with you all today. As you just heard, I'm a teacher at UCSD. I teach a communications course called The Pursuit of Happiness. And I also do coaching in this space for people one-on-one and in the corporate space. And what I love to do is help people create genuine, authentic, win-win connections in all the areas of your life so you can create more happiness, more connection, and more abundance. And so my goal for the next 15 minutes here is to teach you a simple 6-step process that I take people through to help you create authentic, genuine, win-win situations in all of the areas of your life. So before we begin, I want to give you a little bit of the how and the why of how I got here and how I became healthfully obsessed with learning and teaching this content. So as you just sort of heard there, I started a company in the food and beverage industry. I was I'm a teacher by trade, and as cliche as this sounds, I'm a teacher by heart. This is what I love to do on the planet. And in 2009, I was laid off in the budget cuts, and there were no jobs anywhere to be found for teaching. And I had always had this sense that I wanted to understand what it was to be an entrepreneur and run my own life. And I was totally randomly, I was drinking a margarita one day and I thought I could make this better. And I launched a product called Bare Organic Mixers, which was an all-natural, low-calorie cocktail mixer, the same time that Skinny Girl Margarita popped up. So it was the same time that skinny cocktails became a thing. And I did this company and I built it the hard way and I learned all the lessons the hard way, and I had no money and no time and no team and really no know-how of what I was doing. The only thing that I really did have was these incredible connections and bonds that I had created with my mentors and people that saw the mission and the vision and wanted to help me succeed because they understood my mission and vision for this particular brand. And I ended up selling the company in 2014 to a leading health foods company, which has also just been sold. And in that whole process, I ended up waking up one day after I sold the company and I wasn't happy anymore. I was not feeling purposeful. I wasn't feeling in alignment. And it was a really challenging moment in time. And I left the company and sat and tried to figure out what it was that I was going to do. And I knew that a part of me, I knew that I needed to be back into the classroom and I needed to be back with students. And I read this book called The Success Principles by Jack Canfield. And I started doing some of the happiness and the meditation and the visualization exercises that were in that book. And I did one of his goal cards that basically says, by this particular date, I will do this thing that I love to do every day, and I will feel happy and purposeful. And I went back to what I knew I was good at, and I reached out to some of my beautiful connections that I had created conscious conversations with, which is what I'm about to teach you guys. And one of my teachers and mentors helped me find a position. And the position that he helped me find was teaching a class called The Pursuit of Happiness, which is a communications course, and it's where all my content comes from. And so that's the sort of how I got here. Now, as it pertains to the why does this content matter so much? Why do I care about it so much? Why am I so excited to share it with you? And I'll tell you why. So people come to me all the time and they say, how do I feel happier? How do I be happy? What is your thing that you teach all the time? And so I'll share with you kind of what I share with them, which is to develop happiness. Our level of happiness is determined by the quality of our relationships that we have with ourselves and with others. And the quality of our relationships is determined by the quality of our communication. Okay, so communication is the root, it's the foundation, it's the key, whatever term lands on you, of everything we do. Communication is the root of your happiness. It is the root of every relationship that you care about. It is the reason that every unhappy moment happens in your life and every happy moment happens in your life. And we're inside of communication situations 24/7. So a communication situation is talking to somebody on the phone, talking to somebody in person, being on the other line with a text message, anytime you're on social media. So you are in a communication situation 24/7, unless you are in a room with four white walls, and no phone. So wouldn't it be amazing if you could actually know how to consciously, step by step, navigate some kind of a situation that you're dealing with 24/7 anyway? So we all sort of run around, we're inside of these situations and we're unconsciously dealing with them. We're just unconsciously navigating them the way we would normally navigate them. So what I want to provide with you today is this simple process that you can implement in any one of these situations that can help you consciously navigate it so that you can ultimately create authentic, genuine win-win situations with everyone all the time, so that you get what you want and you're giving the other person what they want as well. And it is also about communicating with yourself too. Okay, so the relationship we have with ourselves, developing from the inside out, is really where it all starts. Okay, so as we're moving here, I just want to kind of get you guys into the world of what I'm about to teach you. And I would love it if you could just write down, you can do this on your own, one person or situation that really frustrates you. Or like when you think about this person, you're like, oh, like you can feel it in your body, or you feel stressed, or you feel irritated, you feel frustrated, you feel anxious, you feel some kind of negative fear-based emotion, when you think about this person, or you think about communicating with this person. Okay. And if you want, you could also just think about one situation where you're like, oh my gosh, you've overanalyzed it, you've turned it over, you looked at it from 10 different perspectives, and you kind of feel like saying, if I just coulda, woulda, shoulda done something differently, or if I coulda, woulda just said something differently, it would have turned out differently. Or one of those situations where you're thinking like, what if? Like, right? So you're stuck in the what if world, or the coulda, woulda, shoulda land around some communication with a person or some situation. Okay. And just think about it, hold that for a moment, write that down, whatever's best for you. And just kind of navigate that as I'm giving you this framework, because it's going to show you, what I'd love to do here is to just show you how to navigate this process, and then give you an opportunity in your real life to actually implement it instantly and see if you can shift anything there, or just shift the way you feel about it. Okay. All right. So without further ado, I'm just going to get to the process now. I hope you guys are all situated into a space where it feels good to learn it. So let me get in there. Okay. So here's the first step of how you create genuine, authentic, win-win connections with everybody in any area of your life. Okay. It's very simple. It's very powerful, and it could transform all of your communication situations. Okay. The thing to really get here is that you're trying to create a win for everyone. It's a win-win situation for everyone, and it's coming from an authentic place. Okay, and I'll talk more about that as we go. Step 1 is to think about what your message is. Okay, so step 1, 2, and 3, you're assessing things. And step 4, 5, and 6, you're making decisions. Okay, so in your first step, you're saying, what is my message, my mission, or my goal in this communication situation? Okay, and what you really want to understand about that is that your message, your mission, and your goal is all coming through the lens that you look at life through. So your message, mission, or goal is shaped by the lens that you uniquely look at life through. And how do we get to that lens? So our lens, the life lens that we look at life through, is created based on our experiences, our family, our past, our triggers, our stuck points, our patterns, our habits, our genes, our DNA. So all these things create the lens that we look at life through. Okay, so the way that we craft this message is based on all that stuff. Okay, and this is the kind of stuff I help people uncover and get more clear on when we have more time in a call or a session. Step 2 is assessing what their message is. So what's the person across the table, on the other side of the phone, in the other side of the social media, on WhatsApp, Facebook, whatever the communication channel is you're working on, what is their message? So it's about stepping into their shoes and trying to see life through their lens, because they have a unique and particular way of looking at life too, right? Based on their experiences, their habits, triggers, patterns, stuck points, their family, okay? And inside of step 2, which again is something I can talk more about if you're interested on a call, but step 2 is broken down into how do they feel most loved and appreciated, okay? How do they learn best? And what triggers them? Okay, so step 1 is what's my message, mission, or goal. Step 2 is what's their message, mission, or goal. And then in assessing that, it's like, how do they learn best? How do they feel most valued, seen, heard, appreciated, most loved? And how do they feel most triggered? Okay, and again, we're assessing all of this from the most genuine, authentic place in order to create the most genuine and authentic connection. Okay, changes everything. You have to come from a place of love and abundance and gratitude and all the good energy place to navigate this in the most efficient and effective way with authenticity. Okay. Step 3, the last step where you assess, is what's the context and setting of the situation. Okay. Context and setting counts so much because you want to think, is this an academic setting? Is it a professional setting? Is it a personal setting, right? Is it, if it's professional, is it corporate professional or is it entrepreneurial? If it's entrepreneurial, is it startup or is it a company that's already, seasoned, that's been doing things for a while? So that context and setting and being aware of that and what's appropriate and what's most going to land on people best in that setting is really important. Okay, so I'll just review. Step 1, what's your message, mission, or goal? Step 2, what's their message, mission, or goal? Step 3, what's the context and setting? So you're assessing all those things, and now you can start to make decisions. Okay. And again, step 1, 2, and 3, it's a lot. There's a ton of stuff involved in those steps. And I love going through those with people because there's so much good stuff in there. You can figure out what your own, what I call like a life rule is, like the record that's playing in the back of your head. What's a blind spot that's shaping the way that you see things and the messages that you want to send. And then assessing what other people's messages are and how they got there and how you can kind of navigate that to make everybody feel safe and loved and valued and heard. Just like really brilliant, fun stuff to get into. Once you've assessed all those, then you come to the decisions, okay? So step 4, now you say, based on all the assessments I've made in step 1, 2, and 3, what is the best communication strategy to go through? What is the best distribution channel for this communication? Is it a text? Is it an in-person? Is it an over the phone? Is it a voice message? Is it WhatsApp voice message? Or is it a Facebook message, voice message? Like, what is the best communication channel to in the most efficient way, effective way, produce the results I'm looking for to create the most authentic, genuine win-win situation for both of people here, for all the people here in the communication situation? Step 5 is what's the best tone. Okay, so deciding on the communication channel in step 4, and then the best tone in step 5. So what that looks like, is it funny and lighthearted? Is it more formal? Is it academic formal? Is it business formal? Is it entrepreneurial speak? Like, what is the tone of the content? And then last step is, what is the best strategy? And does it come from a heart-centered place? Is it a heart-centered strategy, or is it a head-centered strategy, or a mix of both, right? And there's so much more to describe most of this stuff. This is just the basic framework and the step-by-step approach. And so the thing to really get in all of this, when you're coming to all of the trying to navigate this framework, the most important thing to really understand in all of that is, am I coming from a place of love or fear here? Okay. If this language works better for you, you could ask yourself, am I coming from a place of chaos or clarity? Or am I coming from a place of lack or abundance? All of those things kind of mean the same thing, but you want to really ask yourself that really big question before you do anything. Because when you're communicating and you want to create authentic, genuine win-win connections with everybody in all the areas, you have to be coming from an active place. It is most beneficial to be coming from an active place, from a love-based place, where you really want to create those situations where it's really real for you. If you're coming from a fear-based place, you're saying things like, I just need them to understand, or I just need them to just get it, or I need to have the last word, or you're feeling it in your body where you're stressed, you're angry, you're frustrated. You're coming from a place of reaction, and you're reacting, and it's not going to produce most of the time the result that you're looking for. So before you step into a communication situation, and before you start to put these 6 steps in place, you want to come from a place of love and an active place, not a reactive place. And again, this is all stuff that I can help you work through and talk about on our call. I love teaching this stuff. I'm super passionate about it. I think it can transform your life and your relationships and increase your level of happiness. And I am blessed and honored to teach this content, and so happy to share it. And that's really where it's at for me.
Awesome. Fantastic. And I know people would want to work with you today. And so, you're taking a look at Natalie, and for wherever your business is, she's done it. She's built it. She's sold it. She's been part of it, ups and downs, right and left, which is what we've all done. And you want to be part of really that education and learning. So to get a session with Natalie, really that coaching session, that power coaching session, go to www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. You'll see Natalie's name in the drop down. Click on that, put in the information. Natalie will get right back to you and take you to wherever that next level is. Natalie, thank you so much for being with us. Give yourself a round of applause for being on.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Natalie.
Bye.
So don't hesitate. This is the type where we always said, I don't want to, just go to ipowerteam.com/freedom, put in her name, and she is right there for you. You will schedule a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to pull my banner down, by the way. There we go. You will be able to schedule that amazing time with her. All right, here we go. We have moved in. We are headed on a rocket heading down to the, I'll do a Les Brownism later, but we're headed out to outer space. We are moving forward. We are ready to go. The day has begun. Don't forget, if you've just jumped on, to really create how these ideas and concepts can work within your own business immediately. After the call today, figure that out, how you can put them in, how you can create them. And you're here for a day of training. So we are going to go to 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You are going to see some of the best speakers on the planet. Mr. John Assaraf, who's created multi-million-dollar businesses. Mr. Bill Walsh, who has created this juggernaut, plus our live event teams with over 300 events plus. It's a great day. We're excited by that, and we're ready for more. So it's a perfect day. Take care of yourself today. Drink lots of fluids. Use the restroom when you need. Get right back on. Share it with everybody you know. Send it out to your Twitch. I actually just started a party on Twitch. Set those, share those parties. Have people watch with you and educate at the same time. And here we go. I can see our next speaker down there. She's ready to go. She's smiling. Life is good. Our next amazing speaker, uh, Gina St. George's studied chemical engineering and got an MBA in finance. The education served her for 17 years in an industry and gave her the skills she uses as a consultant: business processes, systems, financial analysis, and management. But she was a slave to her employer. Anybody else ever feel that way? A road warrior managing operations and working on mergers and acquisitions. After getting a divorce, she wanted to find a way to enjoy life before it passed her by, while also having a growing and thriving business. Everyone thought she was crazy. Has anybody else ever felt that as an entrepreneur? Like, people look at you like you joined a cult. It's just the best cult I've ever been part of. When she exited her great career joining two small businesses, she systematized them so that they didn't need her. Sold one to a multinational corporation using her M&A skills. Today, Gina enables small business owners, professionals, and independent agents to create a growing, thriving business to sell for maximum value or keep and enjoy. Without any further ado, let's give a thunderous round of applause to Gina St. George. Gina, how are you?
Hello, hello. So great to be here with you.
All right, have a great time.
Thank you. So thank you for that introduction. For those of you who've never seen me before, I wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. Back in 2001, my husband and I were ready to start our family. I worked as a chemical engineer. He was an airline pilot. And when we made that decision, we said, let's take a trip to Italy. And if we conceive a child on this trip, we can name our kid after a Renaissance artist. Wouldn't that be cool? And so we embarked on that trip because he got free travel. We left on a Tuesday, and that Tuesday ended up being 9/11. So not only did we not get to Italy, everything changed for us. And I knew that day that I'd be our only breadwinner, and I was terrified that we were going to lose everything. So instead of going down the path of scaling down and starting a family, I got an even better job. He did lose his job, but I earned more than we'd earned together. And because of my experience, I became the VP of operations for a Fortune 500 company. And I worked like a crazy person. I traveled everywhere. I had 8 factories. I had 26 contract suppliers. And I did evaluations of other companies that we were interested in buying. I worked a lot. I was away a lot. And it took a major toll on our marriage. So in 2006, he got the call to come back to work. And I thought, wow, I've worked like a dog all this time. And, now we can work on our relationship and start over from here. But he said it was too late and he was through. So I bought a condo and I moved out of the house. So the first night I was there, I grabbed a sandwich at Subway on my way home from work. And I had no furniture, and I sat and I ate my sandwich on the floor all by myself. It was an Italian BMT, toasted. Now, I wasn't totally alone. I had 3 cats, and I thought, how did I get here? A short month ago, I was proud of being an executive. I was flying on the corporate jet. I was the only woman in the building with a door, mahogany furniture, and a brass nameplate. But now here I am. I'm alone, and I'm a crazy cat lady. So the cats and I had a discussion that night, and we decided to learn from this and do something new. So I left my job, and I became a partner in 2 small businesses. You heard Michael talk about that. And I discovered that few businesses have good systems and structure in place, and the chaos of that makes business owners overworked. So I said, my God, the pain is here too. So I became my first consulting client, and I used my skills and experience to install processes so these businesses didn't need me every day. So I did systems and automation, the whole 9 yards, so that I could have a growing, thriving business and a life at the same time. And one of them now operates without me involved in daily operations. The other was sold to a multinational company. And while I did this, I had a life, and I found love again, and I got a built-in family with 4 kids. So that's what I do today. I help business owners grow a thriving and growing business while having a life, and they can either keep it and automate it or sell it for maximum value. And when I tell that story, people say, how do I do that? So today I'm going to tell you 3 secrets about how that is done. So the first thing, you need to make sure that you get rid of the chaos. And we're going to get rid of the chaos with systems. And step 1 is to get off the hamster wheel of constantly needing new business. And the way you do that is you build authority and the business comes to you. So secret number 1, authority has no recipe and you already have all of the ingredients. That is step 1. So when I was a kid, I ate lots of really great food, and my mother is Italian, and while we had she made really good food. My favorite memories are my dad making food, and he made the greatest concoctions with whatever was in the refrigerator. And so I learned that you can work with what you have. And the best thing that I learned is that you can repurpose the things that you make from what you have. And so years later, I'm a really good cook. I make the best lasagna ever. And the way I make lasagna is using one of my dad's recipes for sausage delight. And so what I do is I start by making sauce with sausage in it, and it cooks all day. And then when the sauce is done, then I take that sauce and I take all the other lasagna ingredients and I assemble my lasagna. But what's left over is the sausage delight that I loved that my dad used to make. It is a byproduct of one effort, and it is actually the best part. My favorite part of making lasagna is having sausage delight. So you and your business, you have all the ingredients. You have a lot of ingredients already that are necessary, and you can take them and repurpose them in many different ways. So the people who work with me discover, as they dig deep in their expertise, how they can build authority and use that so that they are constantly getting leads. And they can create content that they repurpose and use in lots of different ways. So you can make one effort and you can explode the amount of content that you have, which puts you out there with a lot more authority. So the second is you need to have authority to get cleared to land. That is the second secret. So when you do these things that I talked about in secret number 1, you gain credibility. And when you gain credibility, you gain access. So years ago, I learned how to fly an airplane. And I remember I learned at an airport that was away from a big airport. But I learned how to talk to the tower, and it was only small airplanes going in there. Well, I was working out in Idaho, and I had some time off, and I said, you know what? I'm going to go rent an airplane and fly up to Jackson. I'm going to fly through the Tetons. It's really scenic there, and I'm going to enjoy the flight, and that's going to be really great. So I went and I rented an airplane, and I flew through that mountain pass. And when I came out on the other side of the mountain pass, I saw the Jackson airport. And I called the tower, and the tower replied to me and said, he did not say, you're too small to come here. He did not say you need to find a different airport. He said, join the traffic. You're going to be following the American Airlines 757. And I said, wow, as I watched that unfold in the pattern, and I followed him in to land, and he went to where the passenger terminal is, and I went to where the little airplanes go, I realized I'm a pilot too. And that gives me access. So when you create authority, you gain access. And when you're able to get access, you're able to get publicity, and you're able to scale your business, because now your lead machine is going to be even better. So the clients that I work with learn how to create that credibility through authority, and authority means you're creating courses and you're creating content in various different forms. So my clients learn how to create that access because you're a pilot too, or fill in the blank on whatever that is. And so whatever you are, that you also are that, you have that credibility and it will get you access. So secret number 3 is this: create sustainable business. Create a sustainable business. And the way you create a sustainable business is through process and systems. So the way you do this is you have to design your process. A lot of people think that your silver bullet to all of this is that you buy a really good piece of software. Well, a piece of software is an empty framework, and you bring it to life by designing your business processes that go inside that piece of software. You have to think about, what am I actually doing and why am I doing it? What would I have done 100 years ago before we had computers, before we had the internet? How would I interact with people? How would I serve my customers? How would I communicate with them? And when you design that, then your software will actually serve you. People who don't do this are the same as people who have a super awesome kitchen in their house, but they don't know how to cook. So when you walk into your kitchen, if you have a super awesome deluxe kitchen in your house, it does not make you a master chef automatically. You cannot just raise your hands and say, give me dinner. The kitchen does not do that for you. You need to know the recipes. You need to know the methods. And the people who work with me learn their processes, they learn their methods. And then once they've done that, then they can bring their software to life in a way that actually serves them. So this is what I do with my clients. Depending on what they need, I will work with them. If they already have digital content, if they already have courses, then I work with them to create the marketing that will enable them to sell it. And all of that can be automated so that you have digital content that you sell. Now, for some people, you may be an expert and you don't have any digital content. So maybe what you need then is to build a digital course. So you can take your expertise that you use as a consultant or a coach, and you can turn that into something that is delivered automatically. And when that's delivered automatically, it doesn't require you to be present, and you can scale your business infinitely. So, but you need to learn all of the processes. So what I've been asked to do today is have you sign up for a free consultation at ipowerteam.com/freedom. This is me right here. And if you choose Gina St. George, I will give you a complimentary 20-minute consultation that I will learn all about your business, and I will learn what it is that you need to grow your thriving business that you can enjoy and have a life at the same time.
Gina, you're amazing. Oh, thank you so much. That critical piece of having those systems within your business. How many businesses do you see constantly that's that one tweak that will take them to that next level?
Oh, it's always. And what's amazing is that when I've looked at even bigger businesses, there are ones that could explode beyond what they've done. And it's amazing that they've gotten as big as they have without them. And that once you put those systems in place, then they're able to do an infinite amount of stuff. And
how do you also, just quickly, will you help them get through the fear of systems, right? It's almost like that other word, tax. Seriously.
That's funny because, when people buy a piece of software, they look at that piece of software and go, oh my God, this is so difficult. I don't know what to do. You know what? The real problem with not knowing what to do is that when you log into that piece of software the first time, it has so many features and there are so many different things to do. You don't know why you're doing any of them. And that's what makes it overwhelming. When you design the process first and you understand what you're actually doing, what your recipe is, what your method is, then that kitchen works for you because you've designed that. And then you go, oh, now, okay, I understand what the method is. Now I know I need to pick up this spoon and this mixer and turn the oven to 375. So your piece of software is the same way. When you understand what you're actually doing, what you're actually accomplishing, and what you would have done if it were 100 years ago before we even had the internet, then the systems part actually, believe it or not, becomes easy. That's actually the easiest part.
You know, it's great that you said that so they can all take a breath.
Yes.
I mean, seriously, right?
Yes, and you know what? If you're a terrible technophobe and you say no, I'm just never going to get past that. Well, I work with customers that I work with some clients where I'll do some of that for them.
That's it. I love it. All right, Gina, let's give you everybody give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much. If you want to work with Gina, you're welcome. Go to www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. You'll see Gina's name in the drop down. She will coach you, help you towards success. But remember, you have to do all the work. But Gina will go side by side with you to make sure that happens. Gina, have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
All right. Bye, Gina. All right. You guys, is everybody ready for more? Okay. Take a little bit of a move. All right. We've just started rocking and rolling, and put everything that you're learning into your business right now. Make sure that it really sits in your business and that you're using these ideas and concepts now. Don't forget to share this with other people. Those of you on Twitch, start a party right now, right? I just hosted one. Facebook, have other people start that watch party with you. Let them enjoy the education with you now and get it what you need. And that's the critical piece. Because next, you're about to hear how to build lists from on stage and how to truly build a list. And remember, there's that thought of on stages, we'll have to be on a stage in a hotel. We're on stage right now. So the education and everything you learn is right now, is for you right now, and for your education right now. So get ready. We're about to have more education. It's constant training, and have fun. Let's have fun today. Okay, everybody smile out there. It's good. I see Jeff smiling down there. So everybody smile. Get ready for a great day. It's a ton of information. You can use it for your business. Why not help yourself and those around you really make more money, help more people, educate, train. This is for use now. And thank you for those of you who already texted in. I'm going to be shooting back text to you right now. And to work with us, to coach entrepreneur, SBA to 26786. Make sure you text SBA to 26786. I will get right back to you. I'm going to put you into our virtual mastermind so you can see what we do internationally. And I'm also going to have a meeting with you to see where your business at, what you need, and how you potentially could fit for us and how we fit for you. My name is Michael Silvers again. I'm head of global training, and I love what I do. Here we go. Our next entrepreneur speaker, Mr. Jeff Cohen. Jeff is a serial entrepreneur. That means many time people. He's created a financial services and software company serving the membership space and grew it to 11 million in annual sales before selling it and starting MindMe. He is passionate about sales, marketing, technology, and is excited to share about his latest venture, MindMe. All-in-one mobile marketing solution for small businesses. Learn how to build your list from on stage and virtually. Let's give it up for Mr. Jeff Cohen.
Hey, how are you, Michael? Good to see you again.
Good. How are you doing?
Doing great. I mean, given what we're all living through right now.
Hey, I see you. You're alive. We're all getting haircuts. Oh, wait. Well, we're all letting it grow. Well, you know what I'm saying. Trimmers, All right, Jeff, have a great time.
I've never been so jealous of my hairless friends. I know. I actually had a dream the other day with for the gentleman who cuts my hair. I texted him. I said, Bill, I had a dream. This is not good when when we're dreaming about the dude cutting your hair. That's how bad it's become. So well, welcome everyone. I've been on these calls for the last I guess the last month or so. So some of you guys may have seen this. A lot of this may be new to you. We are going to hit some new kind of a new topic today, and really how to build your list. Use some of this technology. There are other platforms and tools out there that you can leverage for this. Of course, we offer something that I think is pretty special, and we're going to get into that today. So I will stop my cam here so you guys can see everything. Actually, it seems pretty small, so it seems pretty good. Okay, so I'll keep myself up here for you. So we're going to get into mobile marketing. And what does that mean, and how can you use that in your business, in your consulting company, when you're speaking, whatever it might be. A lot of the technology today, when you see people texting, that's all our platform. Mind Me, we Powerteam SMS, work exclusively, really extensively rather, with Powerteam, and really help empower a lot of the marketing that they do, especially in the tech side. So first of all, you've got a business, right? Or you've got clients that have businesses. And it's all about, building, creating that sales funnel and building, taking those lists, creating lists, and engaging those customers all the way through the sales cycle, whether it be capturing those contacts, converting them into, customers, keeping them organized and targeted, and then really engaged to become your best customers. And so really every sales funnel or flow kind of hits on these 4 key areas. I believe ultimately you'd like to get them all the way into that engagement area, and be communicating with them, having them buy more frequently, increase sales, upgrades, subscriptions. If you have a subscription, revenue model, that's obviously ideal. I used to own a billing company, and we did, I guess when I sold it, we were doing about 120 million in receivables for fitness and all membership, martial arts schools, all membership businesses. And so we understood that subscription model in a big way. And of course, everything, now we started that business in 1993. So you could imagine back in the day, really subscriptions weren't so much there in the fitness space, but not in other businesses. And that obviously has been transformed over the last, 10, 15 years. And so everyone wants some type of subscription model. And, it may work for your business, it may not, but regardless of the business, there's really a constant flow in creating that funnel. And it starts, we're going to focus on this today in the demo, and I'll show you how it works, and how you can leverage this. But there are lots of different ways to, that you may be marketing now. A lot of us are on social media. You may be creating video content, which it really, helps sell whatever you're doing. You may have a brick and mortar business, or work with, consulting for a restaurant or a salon or whatever it might be. Someplace I could use at the moment. And basically you've got, there's signage, or there's direct mail. Direct mail has made a resurgence, actually. It's not inexpensive, but all the spam nowadays is through email, right? So, print is actually made a bit of a resurgence, can be very effective. Or on-premise signage, or table tents, whatever it might be. These are all different ways, your website, of course, all different ways that you can capture a lead and then engage it. We're going to get into that a little bit on stage and so forth. Once you capture that lead, you want to organize it. You want to learn about that contact. What do they want? What kind of business, challenges are they having? If you're a consulting company, if you're a marketing company, if you're selling a book and your topic is about empowering people, well, where have they been, not empowered in their life, right? So the more you can learn about that contact and use tools that can help you gather that information, the more you could target them later in your communication and hopefully turn them into customers, and eventually highly engaged customers. One way to do that, business is it's tough to be constantly communicating on, manually doing this, right? So you want to create some automation flows. Part of that, you can call a funnel. Part of it you can call an automation sequence. Lots of different words for this, but a bit in its, essentially in its most basic form, it is just a series of communication over time. Right now, the more capable the system and the more targeted your customer is in your database of contacts, sometimes called a CRM, customer relationship management, or contact manager. The more you can keep things organized, the more you can deliver the exact content, the offer, the marketing content, the video training, whatever it is you're selling or offering as a service, or your customers are selling or offering. All those things can be targeted, and it's critical to deliver that content. It'd be nice to be able to do it in an automated way, so you don't have to be involved directly. Lots of different ways. Think about that. A straight series of communication, logic-based. If they answer a question one way or the other, you could send different information, and doing things other than communication, maybe doing actions, sending something off to Zapier, or which is a tool that you can use to get data in and out of almost 2,000 different programs out there, or exporting a contact, or tagging a contact, whatever it might be. And then once you organize those people, then you can put them into a contact list. There's lots of great programs out there. MyMe has a tool built into the product. Makes it really easy to use. A lot of our clients really like that. And what the screenshots you're seeing now is actually of our new upcoming product, which is launching very, very soon, and we're really excited about. So once you have those contacts, again, we're talking about organizing them and targeting them. Well, using things like types or lists or interest or tags, their birthday, for example, sending something on a birthday, whatever it might be. A lot of times you can create a static list. So if you create a list of something, it doesn't change, but you can also create something called, in our system, called a smart list, or sometimes people call it a view. And then that way things change. So if I had people that were interested in yoga and I add people to that list, that's going to automatically change over time. And then storing your own custom information, that's critical too. So you can capture your own information, keep track of it, because every business is different and unique. And then ultimately engaging those people. We're one of the only platforms out there that does text and email, our new system that we're rolling out. We're going to be adding other things like print, like social media posting and other things as we grow here, voice, as well. So a true multi-channel communication platform. Today we do email and text in our new system, text in our current platform, which many of you or some of you on the call may be using us through powerteamsms.com. And then mobile landing pages. It's great to be able to send out a text message, but it's nice to be able to deliver more content. So, folks like Powerteam, well, they can create landing pages all day long, and they've got a big team and a big staff. If a lot of folks are solo entrepreneurs, and it's very hard to, you're not going to call up your web guy every time you have some idea and you want to do a promotion. It's got to be easy. It's got to be fast, right? You got to be able to, and low or no cost. So the ability to create a mobile landing page is great, because you can create we call it a mobile page, but it's just a landing page. It's a web page optimized for mobile device, since most people look at things on mobile device, especially a text message or even email. And so you can actually ask questions on that. And so you can engage people and say, hey, how can I help you? Well, I'm interested in social media, or I'm interested in branding services or email marketing, as you could see in the example here. And our system will capture that response. So instead of other email programs where you just measure a click, which is pretty much meaningless, here you can actually capture that information. We can tag that contact. We can start an automation flow, start sending stuff. So for example, someone says they're interested in social media, you might have a series of 3 videos that go out, 1 a week, automatically about social media, right? And then at the end of that, maybe that person's really learned a lot from you, and now you can sell them some consulting program, or sell them a package, or whatever it might be. And then we also allow you to send promotions too, which is really great. So you can send a digital offer out to people with different types of redemption rules and all kinds of cool stuff. Very easy to do and very powerful. And then basically, and here's some examples of some landing pages, where you can have, for example, a countdown element to create some urgency, or videos, or an offer, whatever it might be, right? So the key really is, and what we've put together here is there's one solution that does everything. No one wants to have 20 different products even if they talk to some extent together. It's really tough. It's just really tough. It's tough for a bigger company to do, a bigger business with resources. So our approach has been, well, let's create everything a small business needs, right? Or a solo entrepreneur might need in one tool, right? And our current system combined a bunch of these things. The new system that you're going to see in a second, it just blows it out of the water. It's really cutting edge, the latest stuff out there, and we're really excited to show it. So I will just get into this one little thing, and then I'll change that. So basically, by having all those tools in one place, it's easier to learn, it's faster to get started and use. Everything works together flawlessly, and it's cost effective, right? It doesn't take thousands and thousands of dollars to put that together. So I'm going to stop this for a second. Let me stop my screen share, and let me share a different screen here, and I will show you guys what we've put together. All right, and I will stop my cam here, and let's see what we can do. All right, and let me share that again. This always takes a couple times. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. You can see me, but you can't see what I'm sharing here, which is always a challenge. Okay, let me see if I can just share my entire screen here. All right, let's see if I can get that. All right, wow, this is exciting, huh? This is technology at work here. All right, well, I don't know if you guys can see this. I don't think you can. Wait, let's see. Okay, there we go. It's the craziest thing. Okay, all right, so everyone can see my screen now. All right, so let me just bring this, let me just widen this up and bring this out. Okay, all right. So basically, this is our system. Sorry for the delay there. So this is our system, essentially, and this is a demo account, what you're looking at right now. In this particular example, we're in contacts. We also have a dashboard here, so you can see different things. You can see contact breakdown, or if there's a last campaign that there might be, or a mobile page. This is a little demo, so you're not going to see a ton of data here. But I'll just show you contacts, and I'll show you how to build your list, right? And there's different ways to drive that and do that. I'm going to show you some, and then we'll summarize that in a minute. So basically, in this particular example, we're going to go in and we're going to create something with lead capture called a keyword. Now, a keyword is something that you can use. It's really exclusive to text marketing, and it's a great way to tie this in and combine this with other tools when you're doing, whether you're doing, speaking, in front of an audience. Michael's been, saying, hey, text, SBA to 26786. Well, that's an example of that, right? And it could be used in a webinar. It could be used, on video. It could be used in a lot of different places. And in this particular example, we're going to text a keyword. We're going to opt in. All right. And then we're going to find one. So we have to kind of choose our keyword. So let's just say, I had SBA here I wanted to find. Okay. And we use a number on this. Our short code that you're used to texting for Powerteam is coming over into our new system here shortly. In this case, as long as the word's unique to the number, then you can grab it. So I'm going to grab this, and that's there, and then I'm going to hit continue. And in this system, you can decide what to do with this. So let's say I want to create a list called SBA, right? And I want to dump those leads right into that list. And then I can decide what to do. Even if people opt in a second time, you could send the same message back or a different message. That's useful if you were opting into a, kind of some offer like for a restaurant. You may not want to send them the same free pizza offer every time they opt in, and they'll get one every day. So you could do a different message or no message based on that. So I'm going to hit continue. And then in our system, this is an example for, keywords are text-based. So where landing pages are web-based. So with the text-based, you can actually do whatever you want here. I can have a link to an image if I want to, or a video that I had. Right, there's different images in here. Probably doesn't make sense to do an image in this particular case, but I could. There's our friend Bill here. Or I could just do a video too. So I could go drag a video, and if I had a video on empowerment, let's just go to YouTube real quick, and we'll just type empowerment if we wanted to, right? And here we go. And we're just going to grab this link at the top. That's all you have to do. And this works the same for all these tools: Vimeo, Wistio, YouTube, Facebook. any type of video that you might have, video content you have. And then what'll happen is then this link gets distributed to folks. And of course, I might want to say something first. I might want to say, hi, everyone, hi, everyone, thanks for opting in today. Check out this great video. Okay. And probably don't need the hi, everyone. So we'll just do something like this. Here's my little Grammarly there. So we'll do something like this and we'll say, thanks for opting in today. Check out this great video. Boom. Okay. And it's the second this happens, that phone number gets captured, right? And then people can market to that over time, right? You want to be judicious about that. You don't want to send them a million texts, but you want to send them content that they're looking for. And then at this point, you can send yourself a test if you want to see what it looks like. I can save this. That's going to save that keyword. And now if you guys did text SBA to that number, you're going to get that keyword reply. Okay. And then the opt-in would be seen here. Now, what's really cool is now you could say, okay, once they come in, you might want to send them an automation sequence over time, right? You might want to do that. So I'm going to come in here in automation and we're going to create something real quick. So we're going to start something. Well, when are we going to start it? Well, let's start it when someone gets into my SBA list, right? So we're going to say, okay, if a list equals, includes SBA, then we're going to start it. And let's say we want to wait, you could even wait to a certain date. We just added that actually today with a release. So you could say, this is really great for events. So you could say, if you had a few reminders coming up to an event, you could do that. But now I'm going to say, let's wait 2 days and we're going to send out an email. Okay. And I can go to my library and I could see emails that exist. This is the one with my dog who is not practicing social distancing, right? But I could send out that email and then I can go in here and I could wait another, 2 days if I wanted to, and then I could send out a text message if I wanted to. I could go create one here, or I could, pop it in. So you could do some really cool stuff. And then we have some really advanced things, which we don't really have to get into now, but I can even split the traffic here and say, hey, half of it do this, half of the people go down this route. I could do some A/B testing, it's called. So you could, see which, maybe one email is more effective, one subject line is more effective, one text is better than the other, right? So you can do some really cool stuff, as far as that goes. So those are the different things that you can do as far as that. Right, as far as an opt-in. The other thing you can do, let's just see how we are on time here. Okay, so we've got a few more minutes. So the other thing you can do is you can create a landing page in our system, or a web form, which you can even add to your website. And a landing page I'm going to create, and I can do the same kind of thing, right? I'm just creating, just like you created the text where we drag the video over. I can do the same thing here, and I can go to YouTube and I can paste the same embed link in. And there we go. There's our video. And maybe we have some other images, or we have a title. You can see it's just so easy. It's just drag and drop, Power your life, let's say, right? Let's say we like something like that. And we want to make it bold, and we want to change the color. And maybe we want to change the background color of this, right? So you could do whatever you want, right? It's all just point and click. It's super, super easy. But what's really cool is, when we get a text opt-in or a link from a mobile, from a social media page, you might want to capture more information. So there's lots of ways to do that. So we can drag over a poll, and you could ask, basically you could ask a question, and based on the question, you can do certain actions. So if someone answers this, whatever this poll option, this first option would be, then you can send them to an automation sequence, or you can notify yourself for a lead, lead just came in. Maybe you should call them, right? Where they want more info, whatever it is. Or I can come in here and I can add a form. And that's where you can ask other custom questions, right? So I can add other fields to this and ask for more information, and just say, this will be a yes or no. In this case, I could say, would you like, more info, right? Or would you like to be contacted? So I could say, would you, like to be contacted, right? And then contact that person. Okay, so really cool stuff. And you can add whatever fields you want. I have one for pizza toppings in here. So you can ask, what's your favorite topping? And then choose the answer, right? You can capture interests. So we might have interests here for, if I had a dog daycare business, what kind of interest do I have, right? So all these different tools, they're great ways to capture a lead by text, by web. These pages, you get links on these pages, basically is how this works. Okay, so if I come in here and say test page, or let's call it empowerment, right? and I can hit save on here, that's going to save that page. And then you get a link for that page, right? And that link you can post on social media. You can even customize this link with your own domain, which is really, really cool. So some people will use this technology for just to create a simple website with your own domain on here, your own, URL, whatever you want. So there's some great tools there as far as that goes. I'm going to go back to our little slide here in the last few minutes we have, and we're just going to play from the current slide. All right. And I'm just going to increase this so everyone sees it. And basically, like we said, we already did this one. So this was building your list. So I just showed you an example where you could create a keyword. In this case, we did SBA, right? Here's an example. VIP goes to a pizza. And then that lead gets created in the system. The second someone texts that, it gets created. And here's some examples of that, right? You can see down here for a doctor's office, PCG to 26786 to learn more. Or if you're on stage, when Bill goes out on stage and he says, hey, everyone, text Powerteam to 26786. This is the technology that powers all that. Or a deli, if you had a table tent that's sitting there, or sign on the window, text deli to a number. Or here's an example for video. Everyone uses video, but how do you capture the lead through video? You can use YouTube iCard. And there's a couple different things. Vimeo and Wistia have some tools, but wouldn't it be great if you just had your own videos and you upload them and you just add in a keyword opt-in? Text TWC for Tomorrow's Wellness Center to 26786 for a free consultation. It's a perfect use case to capture leads and build your list. Right? And here's an example of a landing page. So like we just did, you had a form and it's going to create a contact. It's going to go in there into the system. And you can use this from pay-per-click ads, right? You create a pay-per-click ad, instead of taking your website, take them to a landing page that is the payoff for the ad. Maybe it has a discount or an offer or something special. Here's a photographer. You could do the same type of thing. And here's our Tomorrow's Wellness Center. If they hit learn more, you could actually take them to a landing page and ask them specific things about, in this case, reducing cellulite. If that's someone's interested in that. So lots of great things. So in the final minute or two here, we've got some great offers here. So if you text Powerteam SMS today to 26786, all right, you're going to get a $10 for the first 60 days for our system, free upgrade into the new platform when it comes available, what I just showed you. Okay, which we're looking at May, hopefully, or the very beginning of June at this point. We'll see. But it looks like by the end of May, we should be ready to roll this out. And then we also have, this is optional, and we've had a lot of people that have taken advantage of it. We actually had to reduce the number of spots that we had for this week because we actually are slammed right now. We've got a lot of people going through coaching. And this is where we'll work with you and show you how to build your business. We'll it's private one-on-one coaching. Right? It's $497. It's about half off what we would normally charge for this. We're doing this through Powerteam. For them, they said put an unbelievable package together for our folks. So we said, okay. And what it is 3 sessions per week. We're going to, set up your account. You're going to get a new version. The new version I just showed you, you're going to get that system turned on now. You're not going to have to wait. And you're going to get a business needs overview. We're going to give you general system training. We're going to map your marketing communication process out. We're going to help you build out your flow on the second call. And that includes setting up your keywords like we just did in your landing pages, automation sequences. We're going to complete that out and we're going to test it and get it going. So even if your business, you're building it now and you think in a month you'll be ready, now's the time to get started on something like this. Our team can help you, save you a lot of time and money to get it right from the beginning. If you're adventuresome, right, or you have some experience using some other tools, then by all means, you can just get an account now and, for $10 for 60 days, you're all set and you can do that too. So either way, whatever you want to do, very much look forward to working with everyone. This is a revolutionary system out there. Nothing is like it on the market. And we can't wait to, launch the new product. And, we've got hundreds of people in beta just using this new product alone that we've kept limited. So this is really kind of a special thing. We'll get you guys on board and get you going. Thank you very much, Michael.
Hey, Jeff, I just got a couple of questions for you, don't mind. I've got you. So
sure,
here,
of course. Yeah, sure.
Let me turn your stream back on. So just turn your stream back on.
Sure. Let me stop sharing here. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I just want to tell everyone that I've been a customer for now 5 or 6 years with this service. I don't think you'll find a better deal anywhere. I get people pitching me every day on. First of all, thanks for being on today. This is Bill Walsh. We're obviously changing our business model and elevating to a lot of digital stuff. And this is just the beginning of it. This is only our fourth week of going digital, so it's pretty exciting. We've created more than 100 hours of content now that we're going to give away for free. For everyone that's here, you'll get access to this pretty soon. We'll give you a month at our new Success Club and let you check it all out again. But one of the questions, Jeff, is that can every business use this, big or small?
Definitely. I mean, we've got very, very large financial, groups using this, and we've got solo entrepreneurs, people doing multi-level marketing that use this. Or network sales. Absolutely. Goes from the tiniest, solo entrepreneur all the way up to retail businesses, online businesses, big consumers, big Fortune 500.
The other question I get all the time as well, how much does it cost me monthly? And I always tell people, I said, don't look at the cost. I want you to look at how many clients does it take to generate, how much are you spending to generate one client, right?
Sure.
So, but it is a good question that if they enroll today, do I got to spend another $5,000 next month? Or is it, you're going to give this special that's a couple thousand in value, $500? What is the ongoing monthly cost that a small business could put aside to budget in terms of, getting this thing going? I know you also give them a couple months of special pricing on top of that, right?
Our average customer pays $80 a month. That's the average.
So I just want you to, as you're hearing this, everybody, just think about this, right? We probably, and we're at the farthest end of the curve of users, but think about this, is that if you could spend $80 a month and it brought you just five customers a month from digital marketing, how about if it just kept a couple of your customers? Let's say you already have a business, but what if text message marketing could help you keep? And we'll talk about this next week about acquisition and retention of customers. I see the nicest hotels I stay at now will always text message me as soon as I walk in. Definitely. And it goes right to the person at the front desk or someone that's helping out. And they just want to make sure that, is the experience okay? What can we do to make it better? They don't call me because they feel like that's intruding now, but they can shoot me a quick text. And I just want you to think about, if you could do all this for under $100 a month for everything, you're talking about hiring literally three employees to do what this system does for less than $100 a month. I want you to think about how much it costs to hire 3 employees. So if you're thinking about
right,
find out about this system, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. If you want more customers, if you want to retain more customers, if you want to get into the future of marketing, you need to have a good mobile platform to run it from. It has generated us hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue by being a part of the platform. So you've just got to think about this. If what Bill's talking about makes sense, just ask yourself the question, how many people do you know that have a cell phone? Do you have a cell phone? Okay, so emails are open at about 25%, text message marketing about 90%. If you can
more,
open to 90% and your click through to 30%, it just might help your business. Listen, buddy, I love you, man.
Love you, Bill. Thank you.
I want to say thanks for being on. You're always, and thanks for sponsoring these, right? You were the first one to sponsor and say, Bill, whatever it takes. I'm a big fan of your work and keep up the great work. And I just want to say thanks for being a part of this. So everybody,
thank you.
Do it right now. Even if you're not even sure, just text Powerteam SMS to 26786. Our team will set up a call and we'll go from there.
Totally. And that $10. Yeah, I was just going to say that $10 for 60 days.
What's that?
That $10 for the first 60 days. After that, it's $49 a month, and it's month to month. Wow. There's no contract. You can upgrade, downgrade, cancel. You can do whatever you want. So, and the coaching option is really great. We've gotten a bunch of people, like I said, since the last month, and these people are loving it. They're loving it.
It's absolutely priceless. Well, listen, I've got a very special guest. I'm going to let you run because I got to bring on this guest speaker. Hard to get this next guy. You want to listen. He's really, really good. So let me bring you off the screen. I'll bring him on in a second. So if you're just plugging in or you've been on for a while, I do want to tell you about our next speaker. And he's someone that I had a chance to meet through an organization that we both received awards through called the Global Gurus Group. And I'll tell you what, he's a best-selling author, wrote a book called Made for Amazing. He is primarily a national leader and keynote speaker for many, many Fortune 500 companies. He literally gets out there and talks about unlocking the leadership skills, unlocking your leadership skills to win big in any area of your life. And I will tell you this, that He's a gentleman. He's considered one of the most recognized management experts in the country and more around the world. And I'll tell you this, that his field is that he's taken all the stuff that he's learned and he shows companies how to implement this stuff. Not just, here's the book, go get it. He literally walks them through the process. And we won't hold it against him. He's probably a Vols fan if he's from Tennessee. That's okay. I actually, when I was in Tennessee many, many years ago, one of the first websites we created, believe it or not, crazy as this might sound, was with an organization that did give back right there in Tennessee. And that's how I got to meet Bobby Bowden, and I got to meet Philip Fulmer, and a whole bunch of amazing other entrepreneurs that are from the Tennessee marketplace. So a little Tennessee story there for you. But let's do this. I'm gonna bring this guy online right away. I'm gonna have him share with you some great stuff, interview him, and we'll give you some links to get more information about his stuff. But Mark Nation, I think we've got you there somewhere. Let's bring Mark Nation onto the live stream. And Mark, how are you?
Hey, Bill, how are you?
I just want to say thanks so much for taking the time. I know your schedule's pretty crazy and you got a lot going on, but we've been going back and forth via text, and I just want to say that we're honored to have you here today. So maybe if you could just take a few minutes and just share with everybody a little bit of your story and your background and why everybody needs to learn some of the things that are definitely in your head, no doubt. So with that, I'll give it over to you, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, happy to do so. Thanks, Bill, and thanks, Michael, for the opportunity. And it's great to be with all of you today. So I have done so many amazing things in my life, and I've been really, really blessed beyond all measure. Had a chance to work all over the world with incredible people of all ages, nationalities, races, religions, 5 different industries, and all sorts of products across 5 or 6 different continents. And I think there's so much experience that I gained, both good and bad, that I sort of just try to bring together and make use of it in a way that brings some wisdom, some integrity, a values-based approach, and a sharper sense of purpose for not just myself, but all those with whom I work and consult and direct. So that's a little bit about me. I usually talk to people about things like values-driven decision-making, teamwork, organizational behavior, executive coaching, and a lot more recently around purpose and how we make a better sense of what our individual leadership purpose is and how we can use that to make life better for all those around us.
It'd really be great today if you could talk about those two. I think those last 2 comments or sections are really powerful for this group. If you could talk about virtual teamwork, number 1, but also about having a purpose-driven business, right? And what that looks like differently than anybody else has ever thought about this, right? And I've had some friends that have written books on this subject too, but we do a really deep dive with entrepreneurs that we focus on why you in that business, right? And what's the purpose, right? Because I believe if you're on path and purpose with a clear vision, you build unstoppable entrepreneurs. Path and purpose with a clear vision, unstoppable entrepreneurs. So maybe just take some time, and you got plenty of time. So just kind of go through those 2 things would be great. The power of purpose in your business, then of course, how we can move it through what's called virtual teamwork. So with that, I'll get right back to you.
Yeah, happy to address it. So, I mean, we all know purpose drives everything in life. And so, Simon Sinek talks about what is your why, and you need to have a why. And whether we state it explicitly or not, our own why of our life, our careers, our relationships, our existence, our destiny, if you will, it has to drive everything that is who we are. And so first, it starts with us individually. And so the most important thing I suggest to people first and work with people on is sort of, what is your individual purpose? What brings you to life? What is that song that you're meant to sing in the world? That's your unique voice in a way that you can put something beautiful out into our world. And so the book I wrote was actually a parable about a musician, and it was fun to think about music as a metaphor for life, and businesses are musical in their own way. And it's a really, really simple, easy metaphor, but so fun to play around with. The idea that each of us does have a song that we're meant to sing, and it's the essence of who we really are. But many times life and busyness and competing objectives and noise, they get in the way, and they sort of dampen who we're meant to be and how we can bring our best to life in our businesses and locally in the community. And so isn't there some way where we can tap into sort of that wellspring of the soul that drives us, and then bring it out in a way that's meaningful, and that, you know, promotes integrity and harmony and sort of beautiful teamwork into the world? That, I think, is it's the work of a lifetime, but it's invaluable in terms of what we can do with it. So I start with the individual, and then we talk about, you know, teams, and then if we go from the top down and we're working with organizations, it's really about, well, what's the purpose that drives not just our leadership, but what drives our business? What's the heart of the business? What's the fundamental problem set that we want to solve in a way that can really, really help bring value to our clients and our prospects? And I think you have to take a step farther than just thinking about your customer, and you think about, well, what's the purpose of our customers serving their own customers? And so it's the customer's customer that drives that business. And your goal is to serve people so well that it enables them to serve their clients better than ever and in unique ways. And so really the concept of purpose, though it's widely thrown around and overused, it's more valuable now than ever before, I think. So in terms of working remotely, Bill, since you asked the question, you know, we've all been thrown into a really, really strange and interesting world recently, and it brings out a lot of nuances and subtleties that are good, and a lot of things that are kind of challenging. So our businesses that I've worked with are 100% virtual, and in some sense have been for a month or two now. And so you know, you get to see things like cats walking across computer screens, and children in the background, and a partner or a spouse cooking breakfast while we're on Zoom calls. And I think it's kind of nice and refreshing that, you know, there's not such a veneer over the world of business and work, that we can see people as they are. And it gives us, I think, if we let it, a greater appreciation for the things we share in common, not so much our differences. And above all, I think, you know, there's so much debate and in some cases division in our world, that it gives us a chance to extend a little bit of extra grace toward each other, because we're all trying to do our best and make the most of a really, really strange situation. So it's been a lot of fun, but I think it's great that many or most of us in business are able to use tools like Zoom and others, so that we can stay connected virtually, but also visually.
So a quick question I got. How did you get started in all this? What's kind of your story? You know, how did you go from, where did you go from, and how did you become a best-selling global author and speaker and trainer and coach?
Yeah. I mean, I sort of stumbled into it. It was, you know, I always try to be introspective and contemplative to figure out what is life trying to teach me, good, bad, and indifferent, successes and failures. What does each experience sort of do to shape me, the person, in a way that can help others? And that's ultimately the goal, because if we're only in business and life for ourselves, it's not going to be very fun, even if it's profitable. And so I just always go through life, and have for probably 20 plus years, saying, you know, what can I bring to life, and what is life bringing to me, and how can I use it and metabolize it in a way that can be valuable? And collected so many great experiences across industries and companies, and working with all sorts of different people. I think that a certain theme started to pop out, which was this. I think everything in business ultimately is distilled down to people. And the heart of the business is the heart of the people who run the business, and same with customers. And so if you can train technically on skills like finance and supply chain and customer management, and those are great and very necessary, but if you don't get to the matter of the heart, which is the heart of the people that run the businesses, then you're missing something huge. So what I did was, I often was asked for advice and opinions on how to develop people, how to develop teams, how to shape people's careers or succession plans and things like that inside the companies that I was with. And then also a lot of my friends just started calling or coming to me for advice, all of it free, just to ask about ideas that I might have that they could move their career forward or get out of a challenge or a struggle or a rut that they were having. And so that's why I say I sort of stumbled into it, where it was a passion of mine that comes naturally, and it just happened to be a little bit of a career eventually.
Could you also share a few of the stories, maybe some fun stories of clients you've served? When they brought you in, what they hired you to do, and then what actually happened? It's always fun because you might be hired for one thing, but wind up doing 10 different things for the business. But I'd love to hear a couple of the stories of some of the clients you've served, some of the ones that were fun for you, where you actually came in, made a massive impact, and then it's fun to watch what I call the ripple effect of work, how they actually turned out.
Yeah. So one's on a corporate level and one's on the individual level. On the individual level, it was a person I was working with who was a female executive, incredibly talented, and worked in sort of technology and supply chain and automotive and other groups. And she had built what most would consider a really incredible career, and was involved with a services firm, sort of a national practice leader, and really synthesizing the strengths that she had as a person and as a leader in this role. But she had received a couple of offers from other firms, and she was frankly a little bit miserable in this role, though it paid so much money and it had such a high profile, and working with so many other great executives. She felt flat, like something was missing, and she wanted some advice and some help on how to pivot and how to find a way out of the rut that she had found herself in, and move on to the next stage in her career. And so what we did was we did some purpose work to help her realize, what's the core of driving her as a person. And it wound up being that it wasn't so much about people, but it was about the platform, and the platform of sort of automotive meets high tech meets innovation. And so some of that was missing when she just only started working with people. And so we were able to sort of synthesize all the things that really drove her as a person, and help to sort of, I wouldn't say course correct, but I guess just tweak and optimize her career in a way that gave her more satisfaction going forward. So what she eventually did was took on a role leading the automotive practice for Google, and then more recently just became a CEO of another firm. And so she used the trials and tribulations of what feels like and looks like success to the rest of the world, but really was sort of a crucible moment of disappointment and dejection, and use it as a springboard to really find her purpose in the next stage of her life. So that's on an individual level. On the corporate level, I was really fortunate enough to be able to spend some time living and working in Asia. And it was working primarily with a technology firm that was successful in Europe and the Americas, and kind of just getting started in Asia. So a lot of it was trying to figure out, how do we syndicate and replicate and bring some of the best practices from other part of the world into what many cases were emerging markets, with talent that was a lot younger, and we had to sort of teach and train and develop people in a lot of the technical areas, but also sort of the people areas of this organization. And so it was so fun to work and contrast, Japan versus China versus Singapore and Australia and Thailand and so on. It was really neat to be able to sort of work across cultures, across countries, and across people to sort of bring technology and an opportunity for improvement to other people's lives in emerging markets.
What are you most excited about now? I mean, obviously all this time in quarantine, hard to travel. You're not doing a whole lot of travel into Asia right now. What are you most excited? What projects are you working on right now that you're most excited about?
Yeah. I'd say it's some of the projects that are related to my book around purpose work. That's sort of with smaller teams and with individuals, which is always fun. And then some sort of values-based work. So we have some assessments and software.
See a copy of your book?
What's that?
You got a copy of your book there somewhere?
I do. Yep.
Can you hold it up for everybody?
Yep.
Nice. Look at that. See? Awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun to write. More fun to talk about. But So we also have some values-based assessments and things that help people understand that sort of it's our value system that drives every decision we make at work, whether you're in sales, service, leadership, and so on. And so all of us are different. We value different things, and the lens by which we view the world are different. And we all have strengths that build on and help each other. So if we understood each other better, then we could optimize how we interact with each other and also optimize our teams. So that's a lot of some of the work I've been doing more recently.
And I guess, as things are certainly changing and the model's changing, what are a few tips you'd give entrepreneurs? Let's say they're 1 to 10 employees or less. What advice would you give entrepreneurs to be able to stay on purpose during some of these difficult times?
Yeah. I really think you have to triple down on empathy and understanding. And I mean, it's a great, invaluable human skill for all relationships, but you have to always remember that, everyone's facing challenges and we all have our difficulties and sort of the dragons that we're working with and trying to slay each and every day. Many of them are business wise and some of them are personal, and everyone sort of brings their own challenges to the world each day. And so I think you can never be empathetic enough to try and first understand the situation and the lives of the people with whom you work, your clients, your prospects. And, through real human conversations, maybe opportunities come up that are a little bit different than what you're doing now and gives you a chance to either pivot or course correct or add some products and services to your portfolio. And so, every crisis brings with it opportunity. And, I'm an eternal optimist, and I believe that no matter how difficult situations we face, we have nuggets of great goodness that come out of it. And so even the failures sometimes become the greatest gifts we have. And I would just encourage more than anything for businesses to hang on, to have hope, and to, take a positive outlook on what we can do in this time of great uncertainty.
How about also, I always like to ask individuals that are successful like yourself doing some really epic work, but what would you say are some books people need to read right now? I see your library behind you, so you probably got some choice ones there, right? But what are some books you recommend that everyone listening today should read today?
Yeah, great question. So I'm one of the books
today. What are you tuned in? That's always good too, right?
Yeah, great question. So one of the books I'm reading today is Leading with Gratitude by our mutual friends, Adrian Gostick. And it's a great book. It's a beautiful book if you hadn't gotten it. I think it's up here somewhere. It's a beautiful book. And Chester Elton is the other author, and New York Times bestselling authors, global gurus themselves, and amazing individuals. And it's all about bringing appreciation and gratitude into not just your life, but also into work. That's one. Another one is called The Hope Quotient. It's by a pastor named Ray Johnston of a large church in California. And it really is about, giving people the realization that if you just have a little bit of hope, even in the midst of great difficulty, it's enough to get you through. I heard it said once that, we've heard it said that, one door closes and another one opens, and it's true. But what people don't usually tell you is it's often hell in the hallway. And so I think in that hallway for all of us as leaders and entrepreneurs, that it can be lonely, it can be dark, it can be really long. And a lot of people don't realize all the challenges that we face. And so in that hallway, hope is the handrail. So sometimes hope is all we need to hold on to get us through to the next chapter of our lives and our businesses. And so on the subject of hope, I guess another book that I would recommend, it's timeless, but it's Man's Search for Meaning. Also great for women, but it's by Viktor Frankl. And many of you probably know Frankl from being a prisoner of war in Nazi concentration camps. And he was surrounded by so many people bigger and stronger than him who ultimately would pass away. But, he realized that the first thing to die before people would sort of pass on would be their hope. And so what really got him through was the concept of hanging on to hope as his handrail. And it's an amazing story. None of us have experienced, hopefully, the level of difficulty and suffering that Frankel went through. But I think it's a good reminder of all of us, for all of us, that, you know, if we just hang on to the good in life, that, you know, life and goodness comes back. And, you know, I've heard it said that life is kind of like a wheel, and it runs in cycles. And, you know, no matter how dark it gets at night, morning always comes. And no matter how cold it gets during the winter, spring always comes. And so if we're facing difficulty or confusion or dejection or even failures in a certain sense, then we just have to have confidence knowing that the wheel is always turning and joy will come again.
It's pretty powerful, brother. And I love some of the stuff. I've taken a lot of notes in the last 20 minutes. I think too that, you know, as you're going through these difficult times, right? People are saying pivot. I think it's more about not pivoting, but innovating. You know, innovate. Yeah. I teach a lot right now that innovate to elevate. Yeah. You know, and that's the thing too, is that you've got to look and figure out what are your greatest strengths. Where is your perfect customer at today? And how can you add even more value? Because you've got to add way more value now than ever, just because you're not there physically. You're delivering over digital, which, believe it or not, I was never a fan of it until about a month ago, you know, when I started to use it. But I found that we had an 8-hour class one day. In the 8-hour class, people were tuned in like I've never seen before. There was really nowhere to go. You know what I mean? I mean, they were literally totally 100% tuned in, other than our breaks. But during the breaks, they went and did their own thing. It wasn't like they were, you know, in class kibitzing. But I think this is the thing too, is it's a paradigm shift in terms of how you see the economy, see the world, and really begin to see your business. You know, I think those are some really big things that people are going to have to certainly tune into as we go forward. What are some other, I guess, wisdom tips you would like to share with small business America that would help them during this time to not just survive, but to thrive? You know,
yeah.
Are there tips you'd like to share with small business owners? And when I say small business, I know the government says under 250 million, but I mean a small business that's maybe, let's say, a couple $100,000 to, let's say, $10 million in revenue.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of counterintuitive and probably not the most popular topic, but I think it's important, even in smaller businesses, to have a really strong opinion about failure and what that means and how that contributes to your innovation and ultimately your success. And so, you know, I failed in every area of my work in my life, and in many cases, it was those crucible moments that actually helped propel me to new levels that I never would have expected and places that I never would have imagined. And so, for businesses, large or small, I think if you can continue to sort of build on this concept of failing upward, I mean, we're used to succeeding and we think it's a step up. But if you continue to keep a progressive idea and attitude toward failure and failing upward, then every step leads you toward growth and learning and adaptation and improvement and innovation and serving your customers better. And so if you think about the way we metabolize food, you know, we take the vitamins and the nutrients and we take everything that gives us life and health and energy, and then we flush out some of the other waste. And so just as we metabolize food, I talk about metabolizing difficulties and defeats in a way that you wring out all the learning and all the opportunities and all the growth and all the feedback that you get. And so you metabolize that defeat quickly and you flush out the other stuff that does you no good, like blame and shame and finger pointing and regret and being down on yourself. So if we can look at sort of not just failing fast or failing forward, which lots of innovators talk about today, all good stuff, I don't disagree. But, you know, ultimately, some of the biggest growth comes from those crucible moments and defeats that if we can metabolize it well and release the waste that does us no good, then every step is failing upward and leads ultimately to our success. And I know, Bill, you've probably experienced some of the same things in your own businesses before.
I obviously share with people that I've failed my way to success. You know, I've failed so many times. I've been broke. I've been wealthy. I've been told you can't do this, you can't do that, it's not going to work. You know, people don't go to live events. I was told years ago, people don't go to live events in December, so don't ever have an event in December. Some of our biggest months of the year were in December. You know, when everybody else said we're not going to have an event, I said we're going to have an event and let's combine it with a party. And anytime you combine a great event with a party, I'm not sure if they come for the party or the great event, but it doesn't matter. You know, they're there. And Mark, I just want to say thanks for plugging in. I think your message is right on point today that people need to hear. You know, so if you're listening today, please go to Amazon, support his book. Could you show the book again a couple more times there so people can see the book? It's on Amazon, correct?
Yeah. Amazon, Barnes & Noble. Our books are sold.
Move the book over a little bit more so they can see the whole book.
Here, I'll cover my face with it.
Perfect. There you go. Yeah, that's all. You're good there. But yeah, I think once again, you know, I love your work, and I want to say a big thanks for being on today. And I look forward to seeing you at the next Guru event. And keep up the great work. You're much appreciated. We'll talk.
Thank you so much, Bill. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Don't forget, everybody, text NATION to 26786. We got a gift for you. Text NATION right now. Don't wait. Text NATION to 26786. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks again. Cheers.
So everybody, I hope you got a lot of great notes from that. I don't know about you, but that was like, he was right on the spot. I mean, this content was solid. And here's a guy that does not need to be here. He gets to lecture and work with Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies. But I think his message was so powerful for entrepreneurs today. And I know that class, that master class there will be watched over and over and over again just because he dropped so many nuggets in 30 minutes. Well, I want to tell you that we're very honored today. I've got a very special guest coming on that we've teamed up on a really amazing project that will really, it's a paradigm shift for the real estate business. It will literally change the way you think about buying houses, buying commercial properties. It'll change the way from no longer going out there to look for a property, but how about just team up with the perfect agent? You know, team up with the perfect person, the first-class agent, to make your life and certainly your purchase decision a whole lot easier. Well, more than that, she spent 30 plus years in building a wildly successful real estate business. She's already served and generated hundreds of millions of dollars in sales of properties. So she certainly knows her space. And she'll be speaking on a national tour in less than a month. So I can tell you that she owns her content. She's always about giving back. She's the first one to step up and say, how else can I help? What else can I do? But I asked her to come on today and just share a bit of her story. And we're going to give you the opportunity to team up early with the group, even though you won't have all the details. We'll get you the details in the future. But I just want you to write down this one word called PRO, because I want you to text the word PRO to 26786 to get all the preliminary information about a world-class service that will be coming online in the very near future that will literally change the way you think about investing in properties, buying properties, from buying a property to really partnering with a first-class agent, and make it all simple and real seamless for that. So and it's pretty exciting that we're going to look for some partners that want to go market this service all over the country with a beta group this summer, and then, of course, all over the world in years to come. But let me actually take the broadcast today down to Florida, where I'm sure she's enjoying some of the nice warm weather. But let me see if we got Carrie Jackson. Is Carrie there? Let me see if we can bring her on.
Yes,
Carrie,
I'm here. Hey, Bill, and by the way, we're in the middle of a tornado watch right now, so the sun is not shining. So if you see me go like this or like that, it's because the windows are blowing in, but that's okay.
Our prayers are with you. But maybe
Thank you.
A few minutes and share a bit of your story and a bit of your background.
Okay, so I have my background has actually been in sales, and as an entrepreneur, I mean, if you want to go way back, I've been an entrepreneur my entire life. When I wasn't being an entrepreneur, I've worked for 3 companies in my entire life. I'm 60 years old now. And so, but other than that, I've been totally in sales and then in real estate. And when I got into real estate, I thought this was like the reason I got into the business itself was I had an agent, but I was doing all the work. And the agent said to me, "You're doing all the work. I just made $33,000 this year off of you. Why don't you just get your license?" And I said, "Okay." But I was, at the time I was making a good 6 figures working for a telecommunications company. And that company was good for me, but I decided I was going to go ahead and get my real estate license. And I had to make a choice because I knew you have to be really, really good at one thing. And I've learned that over the years, that stick with that one thing you were really, really good at. And I made the switch from telecommunications, working for someone else, to work for myself in real estate. And that first year I just about bombed. I couldn't figure it out. And then I finally did figure it out. I didn't know enough. And I really needed to start paying attention to what other realtors, successful ones, were doing. And since then, as you're right, I've made millions of dollars, and I've been very successful, always in the top 10 in my area. I've recently was the second for the women while I was building what I'm building now, which you're going to be a part of. So that's sort of part of my story as far as that goes. If you want to know how I got into Market Pros.
No,
I mean, how I got into the idea
I really want you to share a little bit about the idea of moving from going to find a piece of property to having access to the best of the best first-class agents in the marketplace, all through an automated process. And I know the website and the stuff are up yet. That's all coming soon, and we'll give you, if you just text into Pro, I'm going to put this on the screen for you guys so you can see this, right? If you'll just, not Mark, but if you'll just text in real quick, I'm going to get you guys some really fun information. They're going to send some information out to you in the next 48 hours that explains some of the details of this. But where did the idea come from to shift from, let's just go find a piece of property and try to find the property, to, why don't I just go find a great agent and let them do all the work for me? Where did this idea come from?
The idea came from, it came from experience. It came from experience from having clients that would come to me in tears, literally, and they know who they are out there too. They would come to me in tears from bad experiences with another agent, and a lot of it, it's just that they don't know, and that was my problem in the beginning as well. And I think the reason that I actually came up with this idea was it's such a low entry rate into the industry right now. You can get your license, you can take a course and in 7 days take the test to go get your license. And there is no other training other than what you get from the broker if they do train you. And there's a lot more involved. There's learning things that they don't teach you in real estate school. And in real estate school, and National Association of Realtors has a great place for what they do. But I believe that this is the type of place for the all-stars. Like, that in sports, they have all-star games and Pro Bowls and things like that. And I'm relating to sports so a lot of people can understand it. And the players who are really experienced and really good get chosen, are asked to come together to be a part of like this all-star team or Pro Bowl. And they're the favorites. They're the ones that with great reputations in the industry and sports. And so in real estate, I thought there needed to be the same thing, because right now in real estate, there is no place where, like, I'll give you an example. A military couple, which I deal with a lot of military couples here where I live, they show up into town from first time ever in my area, never been here. And there's, 2,000 agents. And it's, how do I know who to trust? Where is that person? And with the internet now, it is so easy, like simple to lie. And there's nobody policing the internet. I mean, I want to pull back the curtains basically of the real estate industry to let people know what is, how do you find this trusted agent? Even, the sites, the Zillow sites, the Realtor.coms, all of those 150 sites that are out there that bring you properties. They also try to help you find agents, but everybody's in the agent business now. Lenders are telling agents, if you give us 30% or 25% of your commission, I'll give you a hands down lead, because these people want to get a loan to buy a house. I'll let you be their agent. Now that agent could be a brand new agent, and you might get stuck. I've got an example here. I got this, there's a HUD that somebody gave me, and it was a closing statement, and they said, is this normal? And I go, no, this is not normal. This lender was looking for, on the HUD, it actually says donation to their fund. And I'm like, why did you pay that? And they said that was this lender. And I'm sure that helped cover, I don't know, whatever. But as I said, it's just real frustrating. And I'm really passionate about having a place for agents to be showcased, where they've actually earned the right to work with people and provide people the proper, you know, way to hold their hand, to walk them through, to be fair, to be honest, to be ethical, and just do the right thing. And when you know your stuff, and there's a lot of agents who know their stuff out there, and I know there are, and those are the ones that I think are the all-stars that need to be put on this new platform that we're working on, because they are the all-stars in the real estate industry. Does that answer your question?
That's perfect. But don't you think it's been time for this for a while? I mean, don't you think that, you know, I mean, what I love about what you're doing is that for the first time, you're making it easier for a customer to find the perfect property by only working with first-class agents that really have owned their space in their market. So I know you've selected like 52 markets in the U.S. to start, open up with up to 10 top leaders per market. I just think it's a really genius idea. And now for the first time, it allows for an opportunity for someone that might be connected to those industries, where maybe you like real estate, you got a background in real estate, that you can then go out and help these agents become members of this organization. And now you're making it where they can actually make some money from it. I think that's really just a brilliant idea. And not to mention the fact you give them education, you'll give the homeowner, the end customer, ways to partner with other vendors you might have. I think these are all just really exciting times for what you've created, and certainly for what you bring to the marketplace. I think it's important too that if anybody has ever thought about making money in real estate, what are some books that you like, that you think this is a must read for someone that has an interest in making money in the real estate industry? And also I want to talk to you about where the trends are going. So let's talk about that in a second, but what are some must read books you think are good books? But also we'll talk about where do you see the trends with all these challenges going on today?
Well, I actually write books, and so I haven't been reading a lot of books, but I do watch a lot of YouTube videos, and I've been growing on myself, because the actual products itself, as I said, I've been in the industry a long time. So what I've been doing is I research in my area that I work in. So I will read our local magazine. I will go to our county website and I will read what the newest things are going on there. I will go to the DOT, the FDOT website. I will look at the new highways, new roads coming in here. I will look at things that will improve my knowledge of the area, and building codes that are changing, and rules that are changing, and what they're doing with the beaches and things like that, because those are the things that I need to be savvy on to be successful in real estate. And everybody in the industry that is good in real estate knows that, and they know that the more you know, I've always said that when you have knowledge, you become you have confidence, and when you have confidence, you become competent as well, and then that leads to authority. And when you become the authority figure, and I think it was one of the earlier speakers that was talking about this, Gina, that when you become the authority in any industry or in any area, people come to you. You don't have to go chasing leads. You don't have to go, marketing, spending like $10,000 or $3,000 a month on marketing, or relying on lenders, or relying on other companies that will charge you or take 25 or 40% of your commission, or charge you $1,000 a month. People start coming to you, and it's like a faucet. I mean, all you have to do is offer value to these people, and the value you get is because of what you know. And the only way you're going to know is to find out and ask lots of good questions and connect with the people in your community that are sort of higher up, that know what's going on. So if you are attending council meetings, or you read up on the minutes of the meetings, or like if you're in vacation rental condos, I have been to, I don't know how many, I've actually been on the board for 2 different condominiums, but going to annual meetings for condominiums, I've learned so much about that particular condominium that next time I show a unit there, I can give them so much information. They're like, wow, nobody else is. I just talked to another agent, yesterday on the phone, and they knew nothing about this building. And so, with those things in mind, that's honestly, I mean, I love to read. I read self-help, and I read autobiographies. I love reading about Richard Branson and that kind of stuff. But, other than that, that's what I do.
How about, and listen, those are insider secrets. That's what you do to generate millions of dollars in real estate sales on a regular basis. But the other thing is that, where do you see the market trending? Where do you see the market going over the next even 6 months to 9 months? Because once again, you've been in this a long time. You've seen a lot of ups and downs, right? Do you think this is a time to buy real estate? Do you think it's time to hold real estate? Do you think
I have mixed feelings, but I'll tell you, I have a lot of investor clients, and some of them are holding their money very close to their heart, and some of them are saying, let's start making some lowball offers, because nobody knows what is going to be the outcome of all this. I personally think we're going to come out of this and the economy is going to be great again, and we're going to be, we're going to thrive again, because we were at like one of the strongest points in history as far as the economy in my boat. I mean, for what I do and for what a lot of my friends in their businesses do. So I find that I think that we have the strength still. There's still some strength in the bottom of that cup or bottle that is going to reignite again. And I think we just needed to we need to get past this. That's all.
I think so too. I think it's going to be interesting times. I think that, you're going to see more virtual business. I mean, if you look at a company like Zoom, they went from literally 10 million streams to 200 million streams, right? Numbers went off the charts. But another question I want to kind of go back to, this new business model you're creating and really this paradigm shift, is that what's the benefit for an agent? Someone that is they're an agent in Chicago, Illinois, or New York City, and they want to team up with your group. They want to become a member of your group, where now you can actually send them some leads. What are some of the big reasons that they would like to become a member? And then, of course, who are really the people you're looking for? Who really is a good fit to be a member of this first-class group, that's part of your new membership program?
Right. So, and Bill, we're going to be very selective. We want people that have heart. And I know that a lot of people talk about, pouring their heart into it, coming from the heart. I had come up with an acronym for what we're looking for. We're looking for agents that are living from the inside out on a regular basis. These are people who come from a place of serving. They are aligned with their habits, ethics, attitude, resilience to gain trust most of the time. They do their best. And when they get out of alignment, they get adjusted and they step back into their heart mode, whatever. But they also have to have been in the industry full time for 5 years. That's 5 years. And then they have to have lived in the same area that they operate in for a minimum of 3 years. That means we are pretty certain that they know the area. They've done their homework. They know exactly what's going on in their area. The other thing is they have to do a minimum of 12 transactions a year, which is average of 1 a month. And of course, there might be circumstances that I'd be willing to look at if there was some event that happened in the world that they couldn't get to that. But if you're going to meet the criteria of the 5 years, the 3 and the 12 transactions, but the biggest thing is allowing us as an organization, as a new platform, we want the right to do random screenings or like vetting process similar to like a random drug test, but it's not really a random drug test. It's a random screening. So we don't reach out to just your buyer or seller. We'll reach out to a sale, and we might talk to the other agent and ask how they treated you. Did you treat them with respect as well? There's all kinds of questions. It's a random question thing that will be asked. And then we might ask the person at the title company that you closed that particular sale with, or that transaction with, and ask them some questions on what they thought about you and your thing.
Just so we're clear, so what you're telling me is that you're going to vet these members, correct?
Absolutely, yes. These are all stars, Bill. These are like the top performers in the industry.
As you shared the model, and I've heard it over and over, I just began to really get excited about it more and more. So, last quick question: any last wisdom tips you'd want to share with the groups? And the last thing is that, who do you think quickly would be a great fit to become part of the ambassadors to share this program nationwide?
Okay, so yeah, the ambassador program is what we're coming up with for this new platform for real estate agents, and this is a person that will help us find these all-star agents, and they'll be rewarded for it. And it's not like a Zillow Realtor. This is a membership. That's all it is a membership, a one-time membership fee. But even though in the beginning we're looking for agents for our beta test right now, and if you do want to do that, still text in. But what we're also looking for, more importantly right now, is people that'll stick with us for the long haul, ambassadors who will represent our brand and this whole idea. And they will be good connectors in their area. They will have obviously some kind of a business background. They belong to an organization, membership. They're familiar with the real estate industry, they know what it takes to be a good real estate agent. So they know what to look for, and they will help sell these memberships. But we're only going to have, I think, Bill, we discussed, we weren't going to have a bunch of them. There was only going to be so many, because we will keep these people on forever and ever and ever to be helping us grow this, first in US, then in Canada, then across Europe and around, everywhere. So
well, don't let all the secrets out just yet, but this has been great. Once again, if you've got text the word pro to 26786. Get connected with Carrie. This is going to be an exciting project. Carrie, love you. Thanks for all your input.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill, for all your help. Honestly, this has been great. Okay.
Michael back on the stream here for a second. Carrie, thanks again. We'll let you go. Michael, how are you, buddy?
I'm really good. How are you?
Did you enjoy your break?
I did. I did. It's awesome.
Start going live with your streams, because this next speaker, she is brilliant. She will help you understand the power to negotiate anything and everything to win super big. And more importantly, she'll be speaking on national stages very soon too, with helping people elevate the power of their communications. I'm a firm believer that the quality of your communications will dictate the quality of your life and your bank account and all your relationships. So with Michael, I'm going to turn it back over to you. And don't forget, everybody, John Asaraf's coming up in the next hour. So get your watch parties going. Start sharing this right now. You will not get this chance to see him interviewed anywhere like this for 30 minutes, to grill him on a new program he's launching called 100 Days to Financial Freedom. So very, very cool stuff, and you'll get the first look at it before anybody. So with that, Michael, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, fantastic. Everybody, just, welcome to the stream again. This is great to have you on. I know new people have joined us. I was over on the Twitch feed, just sharing it, hosting it. And great to have you on from YouTube watching us, and Twitch and our Facebook channels. Make sure that you're sharing it out there. It's about communication, and it's driving your life forward and having people really be there with you. We've had a great day so far. Many of you have texted me already, so thank you for that. SBA to 26786. If you're a powerful speaker, coach, trainer, if you really want to run a virtual mastermind, you want to be part of an international mastermind, or you want to go to 35 local masterminds, we're looking now. So don't hesitate. Keep those texting up. I've got back to everybody so far. It's great to have you on. Text SBA to 26786. You'll get my calendar. I'm head of global training, and we will take care of you. We will see what's up for you, get into the mastermind, and drive you to the next level. Well, we have more ready. This just goes on and on and on. We are literally now almost halfway, and we still have John Asaraf coming up. You talk about learning how to make multi millions of dollars, and concepts that you can understand from day one to building $100 million business. Mr. Bill Walsh will be coming up and really teaching you the strategy, the structure, and the systems. We've just begun. So first of all, everybody, go ahead, raise your arms in the air. Say, I will. Be ready for more. Awesome. Go ahead and move around a little bit. My voice is going to probably rock a little because I didn't put the other mic on. I just felt like moving a little. It's good. Make sure you've got your drinks. You're ready to go. You are writing notes. I won't turn away from the screen, I promise. Make sure that you've created the funnel for your business. There we go. The funnel for your business. Again, how are all this information, how is it bringing leads in? How is it going to drop down into your system? This is a system. I'll talk about that more. Get on a phone with me. We'll build out your business in 1 minute. Actually, it takes about 10, but that's okay. I'm fast. And be ready for more. Be ready for more. Be ready for more. Be ready for more. Here we go. Our next global negotiation strategist, Mrs. Christine McKay. I'm just getting too excited. I don't even know. All right, I've seen you a lot recently. Is a global negotiation strategist, mergers acquisition expert, international speaker, successful entrepreneur, and published author. Do I need to say more? Born and raised in a rural farming community. You know, I almost read that you actually had 20 kids. You see, read copy, right? Isn't that great? I'm going to expand your whole. So she's married to the love of her life for almost 30 years. Extremely proud mom of 3 daughters. Awesome. Give that a round of applause. Why we do what we do. My why is being a grandparent. So again, remember what your why is. It locks you in no matter what the day looks like. She's earned a Harvard MBA and is the CEO founder of Venn Negotiation, helping small businesses more effectively and profitably negotiate. She's worked with Fortune 500 companies. She's spoken on most of the major stages around the world. She's also spoken at Harvard, Cornell, UC Irvine, and more. Get ready to take your business to the next level. Christine, I don't need to say anymore. You're awesome. Let's bring up to the stage with a huge thunderous round of applause, Christine McKay.
Thank you. Thank you. How are you doing, Michael?
Really good. It's a great day. It's sunny in Seattle, as they say. Christine, have a great time.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for that great introduction. I appreciate it. Bill Walsh, I really appreciate all your support and everything. You're great. Cheryl and Jen, I also want to give a shout out to you guys for keeping us all together. And I also just want to thank my team, Melanie McSally, for Hannah Cannon, and Angel Tussey for helping me build my new business the way that I am. And I'm very, very excited about it. So it's a real honor to be here, and thank you, all of you who are online. So just a little bit more around my story, if it's okay that I share. So as Michael said, I grew up in rural Montana. The claim to fame for my hometown is that the bass guitarist and co-founder of Pearl Jam is from my hometown, which is pretty darn cool, to be honest. And so we had a really idyllic kind of lifestyle growing up, riding horses and farming and ranching, and just kind of had our lives to ourselves. And my brother and I would go and do our things and all day, and my parents never worried about us. And I had built a pretty successful life for myself in high school. I was an honor student. I was a beauty queen. I was voted most likely to succeed in my class. But then I graduated and things didn't quite play out the way that I had planned. And I ended up on a very different path. So as Michael said, I had 3 daughters, but I had them all by the time I was 22. And my first daughter I had when I was not married. And shortly after I found out that I was pregnant with her, I lost my job. I got evicted, and I ended up living in the back of my 1972 Chrysler Newport with my awesome cat, Athena. And I met this guy, and he needed to rescue somebody, and I needed to be rescued. So I decided to acquiesce the decision-making of my life over to him, because I didn't feel that I was able to make good decisions for myself. And he ended up not being a terribly nice guy, and didn't really believe that women should be educated. And I'd always wanted to go to school. I'd always had big dreams of being in corporate America or in politics. But instead, I was home looking like June Cleaver, always trying to make sure the house was clean and food was on the table, and that my daughters were clean and bathed before dinner and all that good stuff. And I hit a point where I decided I wanted a different life for myself. And so I decided to go to college. And when I was right before I was about to register for college, my husband at the time got very, very angry about that. And I called a girlfriend of mine who to this day is one of the most abused women I know. And I told her that he was not going to let me go to school. And she said, well, how important is it? And I said, it's really important. And her response was, well, then what's the worst thing that he's going to do if you go anyway? I said, I don't know. What do you mean? And she asked, because this was a legitimate question that she had to ask in her life, was, well, will he kill you? And I said, no, I don't think so. And she said, well, then how important is it? So I said, to heck with it, and I went to college. I could only study from 3 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the morning, and wasn't allowed to study when my kids were awake or anything like that, or when he was home. But I ended up going to my local community college in Western Massachusetts, Berkshire Community College. And I graduated with a 4.0 GPA and got a full scholarship to Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in upstate New York. I went onto campus before I was supposed to start, and I looked around and I said, this is going to be easier on my own than with my husband. And I went home and I took my daughters and our things, and I moved us to New York and left him in Massachusetts. And I became the first woman to graduate from RPI who was both a full-time student and a single mom. And boy, did I have to negotiate my life and renegotiate over and over and over again. And the amount of help that I got was just unbelievable. I went from there to Bell Atlantic International, which is now part of Verizon. And I was put in this amazing position where I started traveling all over the world, doing international mergers and acquisitions work, and then decided to apply for business school. And Harvard was the only school that I decided to apply to, because I was living in DC, and I was going to, if I was going to move my kids for any program, because they were all in elementary school at that point, then it was only going to be Harvard, because that was the school everybody I met in the world knew. And I got in. And so my husband, had remarried, and my husband and my daughters and I moved to Boston so that I could get my MBA from Harvard. And I'm the only woman to go from homeless to Harvard with 3 kids in tow. And I'm incredibly proud of that accomplishment. And after that, I ended up working in consulting, and I started rediscovering, well, I had discovered when I was doing international mergers and acquisitions, how much I love negotiation. And I just kept finding ways to bring that into my career, up to the point when we had the .com bubble burst, and I started my own company at the time, helping companies renegotiate contracts and renegotiate and restructure their accounts payables. And so everything I've done has been around negotiation, and I love it. I love the communication aspect of it. And so I always like to ask the question, because I love negotiation so much. If you like negotiating, type a 1 in the chat box. If you don't like it, type a 2 in the chat box. I'm always curious to see how this ends up, because some people, it's funny, because sometimes we have an audience where it's like 50-50. Then we get sometimes it's a lot heavier entrepreneurs, and they love to negotiate. So I'm always really curious. So just type a 1 if you like negotiating, and type a 2 if you don't like to negotiate. All right. So we're kind of at that same point. So the thing that's really interesting is that negotiation falls into the same fear category as public speaking. The difference is that with public speaking, where you're standing on a stage, not everybody has the opportunity to stand on stage to speak publicly. But with negotiation, not only do we negotiate every day of our life, we have been negotiating pretty much every day of our life. Now, the thing is that people are afraid of retribution and retaliation, or they are afraid of being rejected. They're afraid that they're unworthy of the ask that they want to make. But at the end of the day, all social phobias really come down to a fear of judgment, of being judged. But from the time that we're born, we start learning how to negotiate with other people. And we start by crying and screaming and yelling, and then we get stuff we want. So then we hit that age, that 2 to 3 age, we start throwing some temper tantrums to see what it gets us. We start being told to ask nicely for things. And then we start to hear this word that's really tiny, but really powerful: no. And as we get older, we start focusing more on the no's that we've heard in our life versus the yeses that we've heard in our life. And it clouds our willingness and our comfort level. It impedes us in asking for what we want. So I've learned a lot in the time that I've been negotiating over the last 27 years. And really, I'm not going to say exactly how old I am, but I've been negotiating for a lot longer than that. But some of the lessons that I've learned kind of on my road from being homeless to Harvard to where I am at today, one of the big things I've learned that's helped me kind of overcome my own fears of asking what I want for what I want is learning that negotiation is more about relationships than it is about being a point in time. So a lot of times when people are negotiating, they think of, I've got a meeting, I'm buying a car, I'm buying a house, I'm talking to an attorney. So they kind of put this box around it. But when we take that box and we pull it away and we look at it as a relationship overall, it makes a huge difference. I always chuckle because I knew my husband, and I met my husband, Keith, and I fell in love with him within the first 5 minutes I met him. But it took me 6 years of negotiating my life before he and I finally got together. But that to me is kind of something that shows that relationship aspect is so much important. Is so important, and it was more than just that point in time. It was everything that spanned the whole relationship. The other thing that really matters, the second thing, is really style. The way we ask for things and our negotiation style matters immensely. So I've done a lot of research over time on tons of different personality tests, the TKI, the MBTI, the DISC, the this, the that, the other thing. And so I've kind of break things down into 4 main negotiation types. People are champions, where they're championing themselves. They're mavericks, where they're focused on their own self-interest. They're ambassadors, trying to build bigger pies to give more to each side. Or they're benefactors, focusing on deep relationships. And they may communicate in more of a modern style, where they're really fast and to the point. They like bullets. They want things done quickly. Or they may be more methodical and structured and structured in their communication styles. Knowing your own style and then how to communicate with the other styles is really important, but it's even more important to know your style, learn the other styles, because we have all of them in us, and then start to be able to be strategic about when to use and apply one style over another. The third lesson I've learned is really how important it is to define your real needs versus your wants, and not how you feel. Like, I was on the phone just yesterday with somebody, and they wanted to put forward a proposal, and I said, well, why is that the proposal that you want to put forward? Well, because. I'm like, no, that does not work. Because is not a rationale that you can defend. And so if somebody pushes back on that and your only argument is, well, I want to do that just because it feels right, that's not sufficient justification to the other side to actually make that concession. So really understanding your needs and your wants. And I think about this sometimes in terms of jobs. When you're looking for a job, when you get the salary, it's not just about the salary, it's about the whole compensation package. Bonus, commissions, benefits, etc., retirement, everything, matching, 401k matching, all that. So really understanding your needs and your wants makes a massive difference in helping you be more successful in negotiating. The fourth lesson is to prepare. I won't go into as much detail as I sometimes do, but my husband and I walked into a car dealership once, and we bought 2 cars for the price of one plus $5,000. And the way that we did that was to be incredibly prepared. I knew everything I could know about how the business of selling cars, how they sold it, what their styles were. I estimated their inventory costs. I knew what the market was for the car that we were looking for, who their competition was, and how many buyers like my husband and I were actually in the market. And knowing that and being able to engage in a conversation with the dealer about getting a car for 2 cars for the price of one was the original conversation. And then after he calmed down a little bit, and I told him, I said, look, these are all my assumptions. This is how I got to these numbers. And he said, you're wrong on how much it cost me to hold inventory. I said, all right, then what's that number? And that number was $5,000. So prepare, prepare, prepare. The 4th lesson, or the 5th lesson, is really power is something that you voluntarily choose to give up. You have power in every negotiation you enter into, and that power is to walk away. And so if you have defined your needs and wants, if you are prepared and you've understood your style and their style, and you're working on a relationship and the deal in front of you isn't working, walk away, because a refusal, or as soon as you say to yourself, I have to do this deal, then you will not be able to get the deal that is most optimal for that situation, because you stop looking at options and you stop looking to discover kind of unspoken incentives that can actually work across both sides of the deal. And the 6th major lesson is to renegotiate. And right now this is huge. Renegotiation comprises the majority of what kind of people think of as negotiation. The difference is that there's deep history, or there is history of some sort in the relationship that drives your ability to negotiate. You may have entered into an agreement last year, last month, last week, or yesterday, and today things have changed. And as a result of those changes, you may need to renegotiate. You will never get what you don't ask for. And so now is the time to ask, to see what you can do to change the nature of some of your relationships, and use this as an opportunity to renegotiate that. I would love to sit and talk to anybody. If anybody has any questions and would like to have an initial consultation, just go to ipowerteam.com/coaching, look for Christine McKay, and just set some time with me. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Freedom, Christine.
What's that? Oh, freedom. Freedom. ipowerteam.com/freedom. Damn, I wrote it wrong.
Because you're ready to coach them. You're ready to dive in, make a difference, and coach them. And I love it. Yeah. So everybody, first of all, give Christine a big round of applause.
Thank you, Michael.
You are so welcome. You know, the brilliance negotiation is such a huge part in everything that we do, every business that we do, every deal that we do. Cutting a virtual online deal to knowing how to sell better. It's all part of that enrollment negotiation skill. So
absolutely.
You want to work with Christine. Team, if you can post that up right now, the freedom.com, that would be great.
Michelle got it.
Yeah. What was that?
Michelle got it. She's on top of it.
All right. Because it's really critical, again, for you to want to work with these people. I mean, Christine's there for you. She's saying, hey, I'll work with you. I'm here. Let's get it going. So it's ipowerteam.com/freedom. We're very excited to have you here today, Christine. Thank you so much, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
All right, so here we go. You know, it's taking notes all day and using those notes. You know, it'd be great to see for those of you that have been on the streams before, and even if you post something you've learned before, I think that's a critical piece. So please go ahead and post something you learned maybe last week, or look at your notes, or how you've already applied it. That's really critical. And I also want you to give this information to everybody that you know. So make sure that you post, right? Draw it out, sit people next to you, send them the feed, share it, have a watch party. Again, I'm hosting one on Twitch. Do whatever it takes to really make a difference in other people's lives. And it's really exciting. All right, everybody take a breath. Now I'm going to bring on Mr. Bill Walsh.
What's up, brother, man? Good job. You know, Christine always knocks it out of the park. And she never misses, you know. Every time I've watched her speak, she keeps getting better and better. Well, we're gonna turn the tables a bit to talk about fun, because I think, you know, in these times of crisis, we need to have more fun. And then after this speaker, we're inviting a very special guest on. His name is John Asseroff. So if you guys are, if you're doing a watch party now, I would just keep tagging friends in the post. Tag whoever you want to tag inside the post to get online. But our next speaker is someone that really is all heart. She is someone that always brightens the room. She is someone that is an innovator, very, very talented and quite gifted at helping take an idea and bring it to market. She's actually part of the founder team for that game I talk about all the time called House Guests from Hell. And of course, we still have the special. A lot of people have taken advantage already, but get your game today. Go to houseguestsfromhell.com. The game is 50% off during the COVID challenge, and so I highly recommend you get a copy of the game because you will laugh until you cry. For the business people, you'll learn about team building, communication, and really elevate some of your skill sets in terms of really high-level sales process because you got to sell your ideas within the game to win the game. It's really quite fun. So let me take the call out to Chicago. I believe we've got Elizabeth Pritchett on there, and I'm going to actually bring her on the screen. Elizabeth, how are you?
Hi, Bill. I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
You know, thanks for taking the time. I know it's always fun to hear from you and Shelly and Peter and Catherine and the whole Rockstar team from House Guests from Hell. But would you mind just sharing a little bit of your story? Because we've heard a lot of other stories of how did the game actually, a bit of your personal story first, but how did the game actually come together? That's a great question to start with.
Well,
a bit of your background and of course, a bit of why, you know, how the game came to fruition through your eyes.
okay. Well, all of us are dyslexic. So we, you know, all had challenges growing up. So my biggest challenge was going through grade school, being dyslexic. But in addition to that, I was actually like an extreme introvert and really, really shy. So I struggled with communicating and having confidence with just being around people. So as I was getting older, I, you know, started gaining a little bit more confidence, and I finally made some progress with catching up with reading and you know, I could read a little bit, but I was, you know, significantly delayed. And once I reached like 7th grade, then I really started like reading and making progress, and actually graduated high school, because when I was younger, I didn't think I would graduate high school. I was, you know, so delayed. And then once I actually graduated, then I actually went on to college, which was a miracle. So very happy I did that. But it certainly gave me confidence. So, and then after that, me and my family, we were taking care of some individuals that were like autistic and legally blind, and they had like other motor skill difficulties. And they were, to me, they were kind of like my uncles. So they started dying, and as we were caring for them, it was pretty hard. And we started actually creating this board game when we were taking care of them with hospice. So that's really how it started, I guess.
And when you think about the game, what was really the part that what part of the game did you lend some of your, what I would call your expertise, right? What was the part of the game that you were most excited about helping with the creation of?
Well, I ended up actually doing like a lot of the writing of the rules. So, I mean, for a long time when we were playing it, you know, we didn't have it written down. It was just all in our head of how it worked. And then, you know, we would explain, you know, to other people how it worked. But then the process of actually putting it down on paper and making it make sense was a challenge. And there were many different versions of writing that and editing it. But I also did, I came up with a lot of the dilemma cards. And then me and my brother, like, we took it out and test played it, and we would see where the game would like get stuck, and figure out what needed to be done to help make the game, you know, flow easier while playing, and make it more fun for people and not, you know, stressful. So.
Can you actually lift up a picture of do you have one of the games there by any chance?
Yes, I do.
Games. There you go. Yeah. So move it a little bit. There you go. Just like that. You know, and everybody, once again, if you haven't purchased one of these, I know a lot of our folks have, this is a perfect time to get this game. So Elizabeth, one of the questions I always like to ask is that, for you, tell us in a little overview, is that how does somebody play the game? How does somebody win the game?
So in this game, every player has a house guest. And so the object is to get rid of them. But in order to do that, you have to take them to these 3 entertainment destinations. So this is Riku, and he is a sushi chef who is extremely tidy, and he takes over your kitchen and yells at you in Japanese. So he has to go to the Redwood Music Festival, Fish Wrangler Island, and Gold Panning. So those are destinations on the board. And so that's where you're actually moving your pawn to, and that's where you have to take him. So when you reach all 3 of those entertainment destinations, then you can actually get rid of them. But, it is a challenge to get there. But during every turn, you get a dilemma and 2 solutions. So like this one, you might draw this one. It says, your guest has locked you out of the house and is now running around naked. So, that's a problem because, someone running around naked in your house is not something that anyone would want. So you might have a paper clip, and you could say, okay, I have a paper clip. I'm going to pick the lock, and the other players would vote on it. Or maybe you don't have that, and maybe they say, no, that's, you need something better. Home warranty. So that would be like ADT, right? So you can call them and say, okay, I'm locked out of my house. Unlock my house now so I can get inside. Or you might have like a chocolate cake. And then you could say, okay, I'm going to bribe them and say, knock, knock, knock. Hey, look, I have a chocolate cake. Now you can open the door and let me in. So, but whatever situation you're presenting to the other players, you have to make it convincing enough with the card that you have that it's going to actually work and solve that problem.
And of course, how many people can play the game at one time? And can you also have teams when you play the game? So one of the questions, how many people can play? Can you play a 2-player, 4-player, 6-player? And can you have teams?
It can be as few as 2. And then if you play in teams, then it can be up to 12. So that would be 2 people per pawn. So if you're not playing in teams, then it would just be 6 for as many as, because there's 6 pawns. So, but in teams, it is a lot of fun. In some cases, I think that some people have more fun actually playing in teams than they do individually, because then they're looking at, all of the dilemmas that they have in front of them, and then looking at their assortment of solutions, and then figuring out, together, okay, well, which one do we want to use for this? Let's try this one. No, I think let's do this one. We'll say this. And they're like, oh yeah, it's a really good idea. So there's like, a little bit more strategizing between the 2 of them as a team before actually presenting it to the other players, which is nice.
And what ages are great for the game? What ages are great to play the game?
All ages. There are actually kids who do play it and who really like it, and who have a lot of fun. Now on our box, it does say 14 and up, because we didn't want to pay for like all the child safety testing, to be safe, for like infants. But I mean, we didn't actually make it for kids, but kids actually are fairly bright and do get the game and like it and have a lot of fun.
And which one, this is always a question, which are 2 of your favorite like dilemma cards? I mean, that sounded like a pretty good one earlier, but what are some of your favorite dilemma cards that people would face when they're playing the game, and why?
Well, I have this one. This in that case, your guest has stopped taking their psychiatric medicine, so that obviously is a problem. So I like it because there's, obviously a bunch of different solutions you can use. So if your group is okay with violence, you happen to have a fly swatter, you can say, okay, I have this fly swatter, and I'm just going to take them and beat my guest with this fly swatter until they start taking their medicine again. Or if your players that you're playing with do not, like violence or something, or they just vote you down no, you may be lucky enough to have like a milkshake, and you can say, okay, I have a milkshake, and I'm going to put their medicine in the milkshake, and then just give it to them. They won't even know that they're actually taking their medicine and then they're fixed. Or you might have money, and then you can just fix that by going out and buying, maybe something else if you don't actually have a milkshake, where you could put the medicine in it and then also put it on the flesh. So.
And it's always fun is, I know that a lot of companies are starting to play this game. Is it something that a small business could use to build morale, work on team building skills? Is that something that, and I know you guys were just on WLS radio last week promoting this, which is pretty cool. So if anyone's listening today, there's always an ask. I always tell people that if you don't ask for something, the answer is always no. But we're looking for other media outlets that might have a database or a list or someone we could share the game, and get this out to every house in America. So if you know anybody in media that would like to pick up a bit of this story, we can send you a clip from WLS, and it's something you could certainly share with some of your folks that because we need some more positive stuff on TV starting today. So if you got some ideas for that, but maybe you could talk about how the game could really work when we're sharing this with small business owners or big business owners.
So it works well for a business setting, especially if you have like your employees sitting down and playing it together, because this game is really about communication. So, and I think most people would agree that if your employees have better communication skills, then it correlates to them, talking better and treating customers and clientele better, and then it generally leads to increased sales skills. So with the gameplay that we have of presenting the dilemma and then your solution and then the other players voting, you're always working on your sales pitch or persuasion. And when you get voted no, I see a lot of people that are deflated a little bit, or they might be like disappointed because a lot of people think, oh, this will be great, this will work. And then when other people don't see this, agree with their vision that they had in mind for fixing that, and then when they come along and have something else, and they're like, oh, maybe this might work, and then being voted yes, and then I think that they start to have a little bit of a new perspective on problem solving that this game quite cleverly brings about. But another big feature is listening. You really are listening to the other players when they are presenting their cards, because you have to vote on it. So it's really great for that.
I guess one of the questions is that, what is one of the most fun experiences you've had while you played the game or you've watched other people play the game? Hey, Mark, thanks for all those nice comments there. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. What is some of the things that have brought you the most laughter watching others play the game?
Well, one of my funniest overhearing scenarios that a couple of guys were presenting, and it wasn't a team. They had a guest that was farting excessively, and it smelled terrible. And what they came up with, they had a vacuum, and they're saying, okay, I have this vacuum, but this is not just any normal vacuum. It is a vacuum that not only am I going to vacuum up the smell from my guest, but it's going to emit spa quality lavender fragrance. So while I'm vacuuming up the smell, I'm also going to be, aerating the room with beautiful lavender, fragrance. And that was pretty funny. So quite clever.
It's really funny because as I've watched people play this game, I've watched them literally just, break down in tears and laughter. And I think we need more of that today, right?
Yeah.
More of people having more fun, laughing more. And I think as you go through this, I know that you're always working on more games, right? But I think this, and I thanks Michelle for sharing Play the Game. Yeah, can you guys put up the link where they can buy? I mean, let me just type the link in real quick so that people can actually see the link to purchase. Game, visit www. And do it today, everybody. This special is not going to run forever, but take advantage of it while you can, right? This is a great offer. And you're supporting an amazing entrepreneurial family that has built something quite unique, and you're getting it today at 50% off for only $29.95 plus shipping, right? So you really can't beat it. But I think once again is that if you know someone you could share the game with, right? Share it today. Don't wait, right? I think so often we're always, we get so caught up in being busy that we don't take the time to realize that just a little bit of gratitude. It was great. He talked earlier about, gratitude and making a difference. But I think now is the perfect time to get the game in front of more people and start sharing the story. So what are some other last things or tips you would give on playing the game to help them win?
Help them win.
Help somebody win that wants to play the game.
Yes. Well, certainly if you can learn to roll lucky and get higher numbers, that certainly helps. But also just working on being actually sort of like a better storyteller with your solution to fix that dilemma. Generally, even if it seems rather far-fetched, the people that are better at storytelling seem to get a higher percentage of accepted, yeses for their scenarios, and it brings a lot of laughter and joy to the players. So
I can tell everyone
they're like flat. Okay, I'm just going to use this. People are like, oh, okay.
I can tell you that we played this game at a number of events, everybody, and people loved it. So if you need more laughter in your house, if you want to bring the family together with a board game, skip Scrabble and Monopoly and these other games and get the House Guests from Hell game today and start laughing like crazy. Well, Elizabeth, it's always awesome to have you on. And actually, I've got a great friend of mine that markets products all over the world. He's a 5-time New York Times bestseller. He's a celebrity from a movie called The Secret. More important than all of that stuff and all of his success, he's a fabulous dad. He is an amazing father and husband and someone that I've had the honor for more than 15 years to call a great friend. So I wanted to introduce you to him real quick because I think your story is something that I always I would love for John to hear about. So let me actually bring John into the mix for a second here.
Okay.
Hey, John, ask where
the party's at.
Hello.
Say hello to my friend Elizabeth. Her and her family created the most amazing board game ever called House Guests from Hell. And it's really neat how this is just changing lives all over. You might have your Facebook feed running at the same time, John. So I think you might be getting some double feedback.
Let me just let me quit.
Oh, you just kicked yourself off the stream. Yeah, that's right. He'll come back on in a second. But Elizabeth, I want to say thank you so much. I'll let you go. Everybody, it's right there on the screen. Take a picture of it. Share it. Please share this post. We'd like to serve 100 families today with the game. So if you can help us do that, that'd be most appreciated. Buy some for your friends. Buy some extras. But don't wait. So I'll let you go. Thanks for being on. You're the best.
Thank you for having me.
You got to talk to you real soon. Hang on. Let me bring John back on. Hey, John, there you go, buddy.
Hey.
Oh, that sounds really good. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Well, first of all, I want to say just thanks for being the person you are. Love you, brother, and miss you, buddy.
Miss you.
Look forward to seeing you real soon.
Crazy times, huh? Crazy times.
We are absolutely living in some of the craziest times ever.
Yeah.
And if you haven't realized that digital's here to stay, you're in fantasy land.
Listen, you're preaching to the converted. I got on this bandwagon 8 years ago.
I know.
99% of what I do is right there.
It's right here. Yeah. Well, I've learned a lot in 3 weeks. I've taken the absolute crash course on understanding the power of digital marketing, and certainly through all this social media stuff. So let me just kind of kick this off and let you kind of share a bit of your story. And how did you get to where you're at today? I know people would love to hear this message.
The story, listen, I'm just probably like everybody else. Came from a dysfunctional family, which I consider as normal. Functional is not normal. And just like everybody else, I wanted to achieve some success in my life. Initially, how do I get out of the scarcity that my family lived in and that I lived in as a kid? My father was a cab driver, mom worked at a local department store, and there was always too much month left at the end of the money. And as a kid, I felt less than the other kids. I didn't feel smart enough. I left school grade 11. Well, I didn't really leave school. They kicked me out. But I wanted to achieve, initially some security so I could have a car and a home and enough money to buy food and some wine and have some fun. And then I was looking at how do I become more successful. So I've just gone through stages from scarcity to some security with getting into sales when I was 19 years old. I got into real estate sales of all things, and that was because that was the easiest license to get in Toronto, Canada. And then I just learned how to sell, how to help people. One of my first mentors taught me that selling is helping people. It's doing something for somebody, not to somebody. And so I was naturally good at just talking to people. I didn't have any skill, but I was good at talking to people. And even though I had fear of failure and fear of being rejected initially, I learned how to overcome those things with some good training in human psychology, but in my own psychology. And I got into real estate when I was 19 and sold real estate for about 5-6 years. And then I ended up buying Remax of Indiana when I was 26. And I ended up opening up 85 offices and building it to 1,200 sales associates. And we were doing about $4.5 billion a year in sales. And I kept that for about 20 years and then did another deal on the using the internet. If you've ever seen a home using your mouse, which is being used a lot right now, when you look up, down, and all around a room, that was our technology, bamboo.com, and then iPix. And so I got involved in business. And then once I retired, I wrote my first New York Times best-selling book, Having It All. And I wrote my second best-selling book called The Answer for Business Owners. Then I wrote my latest best-selling book called Inner Side, the New Science to Unlock Your Brain's Hidden Power. And it's just my way of helping other people. I had amazing mentors who really cared about me and loved me and showed me and gave me motivation when I needed it and inspiration when I needed it and taught me the skills that were required to achieve success. And now that's what I do to help others. So that's, my passion is helping others strengthen their mindset and their emotional skills as they upgrade the skills required to build their businesses, build their companies, and live the life of their dreams. And so there's the short version.
I love it, brother. So one of the questions I've got for you is that what are you focused on now, and what are you most excited about bringing to market?
So what I'm most excited about now, and strangely enough, I'm pretty busy normally, but I don't work crazy hours like I used to when I was younger. But in the last 5 weeks with this coronavirus pandemic, because I have a passion and expertise around neuroscience and neuropsychology, I have been getting calls from so many people from all over the world, corporations, to help them on mental and emotional and focus control, how to help people overcome the fears, whether it's fear of dying, fear of losing their job, fear of getting the virus, fear of losing their companies, and also helping them shift into a mindset where they're actually going to thrive instead of just survive or not make it. So the stuff that I'm having the most fun with is taking what I normally teach athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs, small business owners, etc. But now my audience has just been exploding all over the world. So the reach has just been crazy. And it's almost like, the bamboo tree story. You plant a bamboo and you take care of the soil and nothing happens for 1 year, nothing happens for 2 years, nothing happens for 3 years. All of a sudden it shoots up 60, 70 feet. well, I've been doing this for quite some time, but the amount of people that actually already knew of my work because of I don't know, I've spent $25 million on Facebook advertising in the last 5 years. I've spent God knows how much on Google and on YouTube. So a lot of people knew of my work, but now the need for mental and emotional control with the right strategies of what you need to do right now is critical. So I'm enjoying, a really, really busy time, and it's exhausting in a good way.
I'm sure you're having fun. Yes. More time with your family than ever.
No, actually, my kids are, in another home 10 miles away from here. And we've been quarantined for 6 weeks. So I'm here with my wife and my mother-in-law, which is great. And I'm seeing my kids by, doing drive-bys. We have a new meaning for drive-bys. We drive over to their house. We stay about 10 feet apart. We wave and get out of the car and we talk for 20, 30 minutes and then we take over. But, I'm on, FaceTime with them every day. I'm talking to my dad every day, my sister and brother every day. What's really interesting is the number of people that I don't normally speak with that are now like, yeah, let's hop on Zoom. Yeah, now let's hop on a call, right? Everybody's available right now. And that's the most amazing thing. Everybody's home. And everybody has a 20 or 30 minutes. So they're not in cars driving. They're not in restaurants. They're not in hotels. They're not in flights. Like, listen, Bill, this is the first time I've ever seen you in one place for this long.
This is the first time in 20 years I've been in one place for this long.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
and I think too, one of the things that I'd like you to share, and I'll let you come up with this a little bit, is that you must have like an extra mic on there, John. You must have like a different computer playing the presentation. You have a different computer or phone or something. Anyway, because I'm getting some feedback.
I'll turn off my my mobile phone completely.
No.
Yeah, I'll just turn off my phone. That's the only thing that's on here. I'm wired in too, just so you know.
Yeah, okay. Let's just do this. I would love for you to share with some ideas on what people can do to work on their mental toughness during this time. What is it they do to work on mental toughness?
So I think I heard you say, what can people do to work on their mental toughness? Is that accurate? And just so, can you all hear me okay?
We can hear you fine.
Okay.
And I think the echo's gone.
Okay.
Whatever you turned off, it killed the echo, so it's perfect now.
Oh, darn cell phones.
Yeah, well, sometimes what happens if you're watching it on Facebook, that voice is coming through. That's still choppy.
I'm wired in. I'm actually not on Facebook.
It's okay. It's all good.
Go
ahead and share some of that wisdom. That'd be great.
So on mental and emotional toughness and resiliency, one of the reasons that I wrote Inner Size, a new science to unlock your brain's hidden power, is all around just understanding just the different parts of your brain. And if we were just going to talk about how do you stay calm so you can respond now instead of being in this reactive, stressed out state. What most people don't understand what's happening in their brain. Let me just give you 60 seconds, 90-second awareness of what's going on. So there's a part of our brain that is conditioned to be on high alert, on anything that is happening in our physical world that we see or hear. And its number one priority is survival above all else. Its number two priority is avoidance of any pain or discomfort. It doesn't matter what kind of pain or discomfort it is. It could be the financial pain or discomfort, mental pain or discomfort, emotional or physical. And so if you think about what's happening right now, we have this threat, right? It's this virus. It's this predator feeling that there's this thing out there that could come and get us. Well, when your brain realizes there's a real threat, it goes on high stress alert, and it just releases cortisol and epinephrine and adrenaline just in case you have to like get up and take off and run away. And when that happens over and over and over again, you're activating nonstop this sympathetic nervous system, which activates what I call as the Frankenstein part of your brain. So the Frankenstein brain is always looking at, what if I get the virus? What if my kids get it? What if my husband or my wife gets it? What if my employees get it? What if I get it or they get it and we die or I die? So if that is in the back of your mind and this stress response is always going on, then you're going to be in a reactive state over and over and over again. And when most people are in a reactive state, they're reacting at the highest level of training that they've had, that's in their subconscious mind, for that kind of threat. So when we have a threat, a real threat like this, we are going to react in ways, for most people, that's destructive, disempowering, and in a lot of cases, negative, and doesn't really help you mentally, emotionally, financially, and physically. Now, if you just took 6 deep breaths once an hour, just to reset the system and deactivate the Frankenstein brain so you can actually activate the Einstein brain, which happens to be left prefrontal cortex, then what happens by taking 6 deep breaths in through your nose, as slowly as you can, and then out through your mouth, as slowly as you can. Just 6 breaths will take you about 6 to 10 seconds in, 6 to 10 seconds out. 6 to 10 breaths deactivate the stress, fight or flight response system in the brain, the sympathetic nervous system, and activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which is our calm and respond system. Now, why do we want to do that? The answer is because we want to be in a state where we can actually make decisions and we can follow the smartest choices versus the reactive choices. When we then couple that with inner size number 2, which is called AYA, and maybe somebody could type that out, AIA, awareness is the first A, and when you're in a calm, relaxed state, once per hour during the day, and you're in a calm, relaxed state, and you ask yourself, what am I thinking right now in the last hour? What am I feeling right now? So it's awareness of thoughts, emotions, feelings, sensations, and behaviors. Thoughts, emotions, feelings, sensations, and behaviors. And if we do this in a simple state of observation without judgment, blame, shame, guilt, or justification. Awareness of thoughts, emotions, feelings, sensations, and behaviors without judgment, blame, shame, guilt, or justification. So now in this state of awareness, I can then say, well, what's my intention for the next hour? Well, my intention is to be happy. My intention is to be focused on the positive stuff. My intention is to make some revenue. My intention is to finish a sales process. My intention is to create an ad. My intention is fill in the blank, positive, constructive. That's going to help you move towards your goal and your dream. And then the second A stands for action. What is one little action I could take right now as this next hour starts? So in a calm state of activated Einstein, of deactivated Frankenstein, in an aware state, I have now given myself the opportunity to observe what my patterns have been the last hour, set a new intention, behave a certain new empowered way, and guess what happens? I have just rewired my brain to get from a distressed state or a stressed state or anxiety state or a doubtful state or anything that is disempowering you, and I have deliberately shifted, adapted, and now I'm controlling my focus, awareness, attention, and behaviors. Now, if you do that 20, 30, 40, 50 times, then guess what your brain starts to do? it starts to do that automatically because our brain operates based on pattern recognition. And as it recognizes a pattern that's repeated 2 times, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, your brain says, well, to do that pattern requires energy if you keep focusing on it every hour by having a bell on your phone or your computer. But if you do it enough times, I'll just automate the process and I'll keep you in a more relaxed, calm, responsive state versus a stressed state. So those are just 2 exercises that we teach all of our clients. I've been teaching this all over the world right now, just to be able to be more in control in a time where we really don't have any choice in the matter of whether we accept the change or not. It's happened. It's not going to happen. It's happened. We're never going to go back to how it was. Everything's just changed. And to a brain that hates change and a human that hates change, the only humans that like change are wet babies. And so for the rest of us, we resist change. But what are you going to resist here? There's really, not much you can do to resist when the threat is so real. So the more you can manage your mindset and your emotions, and the more you can take focused, inspired action towards your goals and dreams and figure out how you can versus why you can't, right? Why you can't, Frankenstein's awake. How you will and how you can, Einstein's awake. So just learning a couple of key systems in your brain, right prefrontal cortex, Frankie, left prefrontal cortex, Einstein, sympathetic, parasympathetic. Just master those 2 right now. And guess what? You're going to have a head start over everybody else who's in a reactive state of panic, fear, anxiety, stress, doubt, etc.
And that's why I thought this next question would be good is that what are some keys you would give to entrepreneurs to break through some of these challenging times right now?
Well, when you say, can you be more elaborate?
Well, I mean, I know you've been through challenges as an entrepreneur. What did you do when you faced some of the biggest challenges to break through?
Well, I mean, every challenge has got an emotional way of dealing with it and a logical way of dealing with it, right? So if we were to take a look at, let's say business, since there's a lot of entrepreneurs here, first thing you've got to understand is some of the fundamentals of business is before you focus on growth, you have to focus on survival and stabilization. And so survival and stabilization in a business is how do you keep your core employees based on your cash availability, or if you filed for PPP or an SBA loan or EIDL to get some money from the government, how do you manage your cash and your people through this pandemic? And so the first part is how do you stabilize and survive? So you have to know your numbers, you have to know your expenses, your costs, the revenues, and you have to know how much oxygen do you have in the tank, right? So how long can you survive? And what I did with every single one of our business clients 6 weeks ago, I took them through the same process I went through. I worked with my accounting teams. I said, I want every expense, everything that we subscribe to. I want every single expense that we are spending right now. And we're pretty tight on our numbers. And so we just took a look at everything. I worked with some of my managers. I said, I need you to go through every single line item, one by one, phone, number of lines, internet, how much, everything. And we shaved, tens of thousands of dollars in 1 week. Boom. Why? Because I want to keep my core team. So they were willing to cut a lot of expenses and do the work to make sure that their positions were safe. We've been hiring the last 3 weeks as opposed to letting people go. We're growing. So, good for us. But regardless of whether we're growing, we cut all of the non-critical expenses. That's part one, is stabilize and survive. Part two is, how do we grow right now? And so what processes, what systems, what people do we need on the team that are available right now? The talent right now that's available, oh my God. And the talent is available right now at a lot less than they were asking for just 6, 7, 8 weeks ago. But not just the talent. I'll give you some real life examples. 6, 7 weeks ago, and we spent a lot of money on advertising, on social media, on Facebook, Google, YouTube, etc. Let's use Facebook for an example. Because we have our sales processes in place and all of our funnels, from lead generation, lead qualification, lead conversion, to lead nurturing if people don't buy, we started to look at our Facebook ads, and we started to reconfigure all of our messaging around what people were experiencing and feeling right now. And so we started to create, I think I created on my iPhone, right? I have my little tripod, you know, turn on the iPhone and go boom. I did about 60 new ads and content pieces. And so we started to advertise relevant content and information right now. And our ad cost went from a lead, for example, let's say a lead was costing us, and this is real numbers, about $4 just for a name and email. As of the last 4 weeks, that same $4 lead is about $1.70. So I'm getting a better than 2 to 1 return on my ad spend from just 6 weeks ago. So I'm getting twice as many leads into my funnel, right into my orbit. But then we did something else. We went and shifted all of our autoresponders of communication that mimic a salesperson to address what people were thinking and feeling right now. So not only did we get twice as many leads, like 2.2, we got more opens and clicks. Not that we only get more opens and clicks, but then more people showed up to the stuff that we were offering them to show up to. And not that more people only show up, more people bought. So across the board, we started to refine everything right now. And we've seen our revenue and profits spike. So if you have a sales process, great. If you know how to advertise, great. If you keep your mindset focused on how you can and how you will, you're going to do really well. You're going to thrive instead of survive. And I always say that, you have 3 potential futures. One is you're not going to do well. You're going down the wrong way for whatever reason, whether it's mental, emotional, financial, I don't know. You're going to struggle and go up and down, up and down, up and down for the next 6, 12 months, and you may end up in the same place. That's possible. But there's also another curve, right? A future where you're thriving. And that's what
Let's shift gears for a minute. Would you mind talking about your new program you created?
Bill, so would you mind talking about
the new program you just created?
Oh, yeah. So usually, like Bill and many others in the industry, we do live events. And so I have an event that's called Money Squared, the Neuroscience of Financial Success. And so what I did is, instead of doing a live event at a hotel down the street here in San Diego, I took the curriculum that thousands of people have been through over the years, and I put it onto an online program, but I condensed everything I know into 100 days. And so I created a program called 100 Days to Financial Success, where I'm going to teach a group of people the best ways to get your mindset right, your emotions right, upgrade your skill set so you earn a lot more money. And the whole idea in 100 Days to Financial Success is to be able to take advantage of business growth or real estate investment or the stock market. And so it is a program where I'm going to be involved in teaching for 100 days in using technology like this, with Q&A, with a private online community where we're talking every single day with questions and answers and laser consulting sessions right within there. And the whole idea is to be able to give people all of the tools and resources they need in order to have more confidence, more certainty, more personal power, to have people step into their potential instead of standing on the edge of it or going backwards. And so that is really what it's all about. It's around the mindset, the skill set, and the action set, all surrounded by an entire ecosystem to help you thrive in this coronavirus pandemic instead of just survive or go backwards.
For a fact that whatever John puts to the marketplace, you're going to love it. Sorry, my voice is so messed up, John. Any last tips of wisdom you'd like to share with the group?
Yeah, I mean, the last tip is, whatever it is that you're going to focus on, that's what you're going to achieve. So if you're focusing on how you can thrive and how you can end up, 1 or 3 or 5 years ahead of where you are right now, with the right environment and ecosystem in order for you to be able to do that, you'll do that. If you're operating from a space of fear and scarcity and uncertainty and doubt, and you don't have the skill set, then you have to shift that as quickly as possible and get yourself into an environment where you can quickly master your mindset and emotions and upgrade your skills right now. Because there's a story one of my friends shared with me many years ago, and we'll end with that. He said, if you want to learn how to surf, you learn how to stand on the board, on the sand. But when you get out to the waves, you've got to point your surfboard towards the beach. He said, but the mistake that most people make is they paddle when the wave is underneath them. And they need to be paddling before the wave gets near them so that they're getting momentum and then they can catch the wave. And so make sure that you have the mindset, the skill set, and the action sets needed to be able to take advantage of the waves, monster tsunami of opportunity waves right now. This is an unprecedented time that you can actually create more financial success and wealth than you've been able to in the last 20, 30, 40 years.
Well, as always, you've over-delivered. I want to bring on someone you know very well. You've watched him grow up. You've spent a lot of quality time with this young man, and he's going to talk internet marketing for the next one. Hello, hang on a second.
Where's my
What's up, brother?
Hey, young man.
I see we're all rocking the glasses look these days. Huh?
Well, yeah, you're too young to be rocking the glasses, though. Your dad and I can wear them.
I have the worst vision ever, so I have to wear them, and I'm like, there's no point to have contacts on these days.
That's because you're in front of the computer too much.
No, when I was in grade school, I stopped being able to see the board, and I didn't feel I was doing well, and then all of a sudden they figured out I couldn't see anything.
All right, yeah, guys, young man.
All right, brother. Always good to see you.
Peace out, everyone. Appreciate you.
Talk to you soon. So, Austin, my voice is kind of messed up on this. I'm going to let Michael kind of just kick off your intro.
I think.
Can you guys hear me okay now?
You're fine now. So I think what it was
something with John. I don't know what it was, but it had something where he was playing a back recording.
John's speakers might have been picking you up or something is what it sounds like.
Listen, everybody. Once again, before I take that off the screen, text BRAIN to 26786 for information to work with John Astroff. I promise you'll love it. You're going to get some really cool updates right now on internet funnels, internet marketing, get some ideas on how to create some new leads. He's always got maybe some new software to share, but I thought it'd be kind of fun to bring on my son, Austin Walsh, who really has helped us tremendously as a company, speaking, training, coaching all over the world on really generating leads and creating more conversion. So with that, Austin, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you.
Because there's two U's, right?
Oh, one sec, guys. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, right, cool. We're good. I can see both the chats. How you guys doing? Hope everyone's doing well in quarantine week number who knows anymore because it's been a long time depending on where you're at. Appreciate you all for tuning in today. Hopefully things are going super well for you and everyone's staying healthy and all those good types of things. I just got the call that I was going to be on in a few minutes. I'm trying to figure out exactly what I want to go over. I was thinking about what we've gone over the last few weeks. And we've kind of covered everything from sales processes and funnels to resources. So I think today what makes a lot of sense is to kind of go over different kinds of platforms of social media use that you can use to get even more engagement. So when you think about social and leads, of course. At the end of the day, you have to be able to generate leads. No leads, no good. So when you think about all the different platforms that are out there, social media becomes quite confusing because there is so much. You have, your Twitter, your YouTube, your LinkedIn, your Facebook, your TikTok, your Google's, there's just so many different Snapchats. There's so many different platforms. Yeah, I need more hats and glasses, Shirley. You're correct. I like this hat. I have another hat. I should wear my Chicago hat sometime. I would totally not wear this hat, but my hair is getting so long, and my fiance offered to cut my hair, but we only have kitchen scissors, so that's not going to fly. There's so many different platforms out there that you can use, and you have to figure out like which one suits you the best. Like, in my opinion, every single social media platform has like a very unique type of customer that's on it. Like when you think of Snapchat, you think of millennials. When you think of TikTok, you think of music and funny. When you think of LinkedIn, you think corporate. So you have all these different social media platforms, and you really got to figure out which one you want to use, right? So let's just start putting some of these down. You got LinkedIn, you have Twitter, you have Google, which means, also YouTube in there. You have Snapchat. You have Facebook. You have Pinterest. And there's so many other ones. Let's start with these ones. These are what we got so far. We got LinkedIn, Twitter, Google, YouTube, Snapchat, Facebook, and Pinterest. Now, the challenge is that you are told that you're supposed to be really good at all of these things and do all of them. And I just don't believe in that mindset that you can really kind of take all of these different channels on at one time. I forgot Instagram. I'll add Instagram, which is also Facebook. You have all these different social media platforms out there. And so it's like, you need to figure out which one suits you best. So to kind of figure that out, yeah, I put Instagram. Thanks, catchy smiles. I like that. You have to figure out which one suits you the best, right? And so there's no such thing as being good at every single platform. And there's no such thing as really, in my opinion, having like a good engaging content feed on every single platform, unless you're more than a one-person shop, which I believe most of us in here are probably 1 to 10 people shops. And so even if you have multiple employees, it's still hard to kind of rock every single social media platform. And when you're sitting at home right now in quarantine, you got to figure out which platform is going to be the best for you. And so in saying that, let's kind of do a rundown. Now, the first thing you have to understand is, and it's so important, you need to figure out who your customer is. Like, I think people make the mistake of they think that everyone is their customer, and it's just not true. Like, you have multiple different waves of multiple different types of customers, obviously, but typically they all kind of fall under some kind of genre or subtopic, whatever you want to call it, some kind of sub person, right? And so most of these platforms have some kind of a unique user base, right? And so going back to thinking about who that customer is, I need you to really start to get in depth on what and who that customer actually is. Meaning, what do they like to do? Like, are your customers people that like to do certain things? And obviously things have changed with the quarantine, but it's really time to now that you're in this quarantine, it's time to nail down who that perfect customer is, right? Like, are they, or average customers, are they someone that likes to go to the movies? Are they people that like health and wellness? Are they people that like fitness? Are they people that like personal development? Are they like business or like finance? What is your perfect customer? And really take a good, maybe hour or 2 hours and kind of map out and narrow out who that customer is. Like, and I'm talking about maybe like even create like a fake person, give them a name, give them an identity, give them an address, give them every single thing that give them an income level, give them all these types of things to then narrow down who that customer is, right? And so now you have a good idea of what the perfect customer for you looks like. Then you start to go down the social media list and figure out which one is the perfect one for you. So let's start with Instagram, right? Like, I think Instagram is really good, and I think it's very quality in a lot of ways, but also has a lot of downfalls. For example, like at the end of the day, Instagram is really just a photo blog. I mean, yeah, I guess they have some other stuff. They have stories, which they ripped off from Snapchat, which is fine, but it's really just a glorified photo blog of here's all the images from the last, whatever months or weeks or years, whatever it is. Now, that means there's certain type of people that are much more attracted to Instagram than other types of people. I don't think let's say you're trying to sell to the farm space or just trying to sell to some kind of a different weird niche, they're probably not spending a ton of time on Instagram. If you're trying to do a construction type business, you're probably not spending a ton of time on Instagram. Maybe a little bit if it's like super high-end fancy construction, but you got to really figure out, question one, is that perfect customer on Instagram? So if you're selling anything in the health and wellness, if you're selling anything in the fitness space, if you're selling anything in the lifestyle space, if you're selling anything in the fashion space, you probably shouldn't be focusing on many other social medias other than just Instagram. So that's a great place for you to run an ad. Now, that's the second part of this when we're talking about these social medias. You really have to go and review, what does their ad platform look like? Do they give you access to allow to do pixels, which means and retargeting? Do they allow you to run an ad, to run multiple ads at a certain time? Most of them do. Are you allowed to run ads based upon income? Are you allowed to run ads based upon location? So you have to make sure that the ad platform is a good win for you. Some of these newer social media platforms, their ad platforms aren't very good. Instagram obviously is owned by Facebook, and they're very good at collecting cash. And so, yeah, they have a pretty good ad platform. But the second challenge of this is you also have to understand, if you're going to run an ad on Instagram, you need to make sure that all of your mobile is set up, because people aren't on their computers when they're on Instagram, they're on their phones. You need to make sure that you have a really quality mobile funnel set up. If you don't have a quality mobile funnel set up, there's no reason to run an ad on Instagram. It just doesn't make much sense. So it goes into first knowing who the perfect customer is, then second knowing what the social media platform and who the people are, and then third, is your process set up correctly to make sure that they're good. So Instagram is good for certain niches based upon what you're doing, and if it's a good fit, and you have a really solid mobile funnel that actually converts. You got to make sure you test these funnels. Okay, TikTok is like a newer one, right? Like, it's super cool, and people are really getting into it. But can you run a good ad on TikTok? I'm not really sure. I haven't really used TikTok. I'm not a fan of TikTok because of the fact that it's mostly just a bunch of 18-year-olds creating stupid videos of themselves, which is funny sometimes, but is it good for your business sense? I'm not sure. If you're in the music space, TikTok is probably huge for you right now. But if you're not in a certain space where you're trying to get tons of clout or views or whatever, then TikTok is probably a waste of your time. But if you are in that certain space where those are your perfect customers, rock and roll on TikTok. Like I said, I don't know much about their ad platform because I haven't used it. So next, Pinterest. Like, if you are selling any type of product whatsoever that a female or woman, whatever, buys, or a feminine type product, you should be on Pinterest like over every single other platform, because most of their user base is female. Like, let's just Google Pinterest user base demographics. Let's see. 51 million international monthly users. Let's see, women. 80% of their users are women. 80% out of the 70 million active users, 80% of them are female. So if you have a product that you totally want to market to women, if you have anything that is female-based and you're not marketing on Pinterest, and some people don't even know what Pinterest is, it doesn't matter if you're a man or woman, if you're you want to market to females, women, you have to own Pinterest. Like, you have to understand the platform inside and out. You have to understand what works and what doesn't work. You have to understand what images are gonna generate good views. You have to understand like how their ad platform works. Like, Pinterest is a home run for you. You totally have to use it, right? And so it's good to understand what these networks are good for and what these networks aren't good for. Okay, let's keep moving on. Snapchat. Like, I think Snapchat is really good if you're doing any kind of local-based event, because then you can market to people that are in that local area, and you can pop up on their stories as an ad, and it won't cost you very much. I mean, Snapchat's ad platform is new, and they're not very, it's not very new, but it's newer, and they're not going to charge you very much for 500 to 1,000 views. It's kind of a low cost. And so if you're doing any kind of local event, obviously not good for right now, but could be for you later. It's really good. If you need more views to something, Snapchat's great. If you're trying to get more of an audience, Snapchat's great. But you have to understand your ad is only like 10 seconds to 15 seconds long. And obviously it could be longer, but typically people will just click off of it. So in saying that, like, you got to make sure that your video really comes through in a concrete level. And video marketing is a lot of times much harder than just ad marketing or text marketing. You got to make sure the video is super quality. Building a big audience on Snapchat can be very lucrative, just like any of these other platforms, and you'll have a good viewer base and that kind of thing. If you want to be an influencer, it's great. Google, YouTube, like, I think Google Ads is probably one of the best places to run ads, because obviously you know exactly who you're getting, you know where they're clicking in from, you know all the stuff that you kind of need to know about, like what works and what doesn't work. And so in saying that, like, Google Ads totally rock. And so I think, like, you can definitely use Google Ads in a positive way. And then the only challenge with Google Ads is it starts to get a little expensive. Like, it's not cheap to run Google Ads. And so you got to make sure that you're doing it in a way that your process and sales process is really converting. And if you're not doing it that way, then it's going to cost you a lot of money. Like, Google Ads sometimes cost anywhere from $5 to $10 a click. In secondary of Google, like YouTube's I mean, it's a great place where people spend a lot of time watching video, and I've seen YouTube ads that run 20-30 minutes long, and people will watch them. But once again, it's the same thing we were talking about with Snapchat. Video is very difficult to do, and so you need to make sure that if you're going to do YouTube, that the ads are going to convert and work, and you're making a really well done video, not just some, hey, here's me, let me just film this video. That's not how it doesn't work like that. You're not going to get a great conversion unless you really are just a wizard on the camera. Twitter, like, I think Twitter is super powerful and super good for building an audience. It's also really good for customer support. Like, if you go look at any company, like their customer support, a lot of the times is run right through Twitter. Anytime you have a problem with any one of the airlines, all you got to do is tweet at the American Airlines, and you'll get a response back instantly, compared to like the other sources of, like, trying to call them. It'll take forever. So you have to make sure that you're using Twitter in a positive way, but their ad platform doesn't really work. Hold on a sec. For some reason, people always want to text me during these things, which is fine. LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn is really good for, like, any type of corporate hiring, or you're trying to find a certain kind of person. You're obviously, the people that are on LinkedIn are really powerful, or are much more of a professional audience. So if you're looking for that kind of person, they've been around for a long time. Their ad platform is amazing. It's great. My only problem with LinkedIn is the UI is kind of boring, but if you're looking for that kind of person, home run. And then last but not least that we've talked about or brought up, and if you have other ones you want to talk about, you can obviously put them in there. Facebook, like, I think Facebook is definitely the great equalizer, especially in quarantine, because people are spending more time on Facebook than they probably have in the last few years. They're spending more time on all these platforms, obviously, but Facebook is the big one, because they've been really good about getting news out there and keeping families connected, all that kind of stuff. But Facebook's ad platform is home run. I mean, you can target down to the zip code, you can target down to ages, you can target down to income levels, you can target so many different things. You can target down to the colleges that they went to. I mean, people put everything and anything on Facebook. So, like, whatever it is that people are talking about, they have talked about it on Facebook, or they've mentioned it on Facebook. If you're looking at people that have worked at a certain company before, you can market to them on Facebook. If you're looking at people that, like to go to certain areas or certain bars or certain concerts, you can market to them on Facebook. If you like somebody that likes a certain movie, you can market to them on Facebook. And the ads are pretty cheap, and they're easy to set up. It takes less than 10 minutes to set up a good Facebook ad. Obviously, like, it might take you more time as you're starting to learn, but you're paying less than $1 to $2 a click. It's much cheaper than Google. It all goes back to that. You have to understand, you have to have a good converting sales process. You don't have those things, you're in big trouble. And so, you have all these different social media platforms out there. You just have to make sure that you're really kind of narrowing down and rocking down like which platform is the best for you and which one are you going to spend the most time on. I think the biggest mistake people make is that they try and do every single one of these. They try and do all of them well, and it just turns into a cluster that doesn't actually ever work. And so you have to pick and choose your battles, and especially now you have a lot more time to do all these things. And like we talked about last week, you have to make sure that you have the full process set up. I don't know, maybe I have the image of what I drew out last week here that we can just go over super quickly. Yeah, I think it's right here. This is kind of a lot, but you have to make sure that you have the leads, which comes from what we talk about, to a website that converts. And then you have to follow up. Like, so you can't just have like a good social media presence that are getting leads that are taking them to a process that sucks. You can't have a process that works really well without good traffic. And you can't have those two things without a good follow-up system, because you're losing out on a ton of money. And I guess like kind of was saying this, if you need help with this stuff, you can text internet to 26786 and you'll get a little prompt there to fill out a quick questionnaire, and we'll kind of go through that. And you know, if I believe you're someone that I could totally help after reviewing your stuff, we'll schedule a call and kind of go through some of the things that you need help with or don't need help with, whatever it is. Yeah, sure, I can put the diagram up. Here's the diagram. So leads, which come from all these different places, to website that converts the lead to a sale, and then obviously follow-up. And you have all these different methods of following up. You have to have email follow-up and phone follow-up and Facebook messaging follow-up and text message marketing follow-up, which is powerteamsms.com is what we use. Jeff Cohen was on earlier. He's amazing. Talks about this stuff. So there's a lot of, yeah, like what Michelle said, there's a lot of moving pieces to streamline. You just have to make sure that everything is kind of in a good row here. And if it's not in a good row, then you're missing out on a lot of different stuff. Like it's so important to have all these things in a correct method and correct mode, right? It's really important to get this stuff right. And especially now that you have all this extra time, like this is the best time ever. And I call it the Anna John stuff, but this is like the best time ever for opportunity and things that you haven't been able to do in years. Like now is definitely the time to do it. Like you get extra hours every single day that you can be working on this stuff. And instead we're, you know, watching Netflix or something. I'm sure by now you're probably out of Netflix. You've already watched all the movies. You've probably watched all the Hulu documentaries that you didn't even care about. Like now's probably the time to get cranking on this stuff because you got plenty of time. Like, I don't know, obviously every single state is different. Chicago's pushing back to May 30th now. So we have even more time here in Chicago to kind of work on this stuff. Yay, another month of quarantine. By the time this is over, I understand why they called it COVID-19, because I'm probably going to gain 19 pounds. Kidding, obviously, but also possibly true. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really important. If you need help with this stuff, you can text internet to 26786. Yeah, I'm not sure how much time I had. I don't really have much else to go over. I think I got like 2 minutes left. But what's up, brother?
You got time. Yeah, we can see if there's any questions, or then I'll just let you go. So how you doing?
Good, man. I just I've been on for most of the day, and then I was out at the park with the dog for the first time today. We were getting some fresh air and keeping our social distance, of course. And now we just got this thing that we're not allowed to, our dogs aren't allowed to touch other people because it can be spread that way, you know, whatever, it is what it is. And then I get a text from you-know-who, hey, can you speak in 10 minutes? Yeah, no problem. I'll be on. So
there you go. And you did it. You jumped on, you got it done. You do what it takes, right?
Of course. Not, you know, for my first time, it's not bad. Have I learned lots? 3% for him. Have I learned lots from my pops? Yeah, totally. He's taught me a ton. Obviously, he's taught me a lot. I think everyone learns things from their parents. Some good, some other. You know.
Yeah. We passed the secret. So Austin, give Austin a big round of applause. Austin, you know, we might have you back. You did really well, and we think you're getting it. No, I'm kidding. So thanks. Austin is one of the masters of what he does. You know, and he's lived it since he was born, basically.
Yeah, and I've never been this long in my entire life. It's weird. It's weird not being able to go out and do things. You know, it's starting to like, it was fine for the first 45 days, and now it's like, okay, well, I actually went and picked up sushi last night, and I'm like, I know the people that own the restaurant. I'm like, do you mind if I just sit at the bar and have a beer? Is that okay? They're like, yeah, man, go for it. We're like, we'd like to talk to you too. I'm like, oh, this is great. So
it is. You know, it's funny because we did that at one restaurant we know too, and they said, just sit in the back. Nobody's bet. We're not saying it, and we weren't near anybody. We didn't touch anything, but it was like a little bit of, all right, this is sort of cool.
That's my highlight of April, I'm pretty sure. So
I know. And we were talking earlier too, everybody. So we travel a lot in this industry.
Yeah.
And to see actually your dad with the same background over and over, I'm like, I'm just not used to this because I never know where he is.
Yeah, it's so strange.
It's amazing. All right, Austin, you having a great day. Thank you so much.
Guys, appreciate you all.
All right, to work with Austin, you definitely want to text internet to 26786. You're going to do it now. Don't do it later. Don't wait. This is the time. I'm done with Netflix too. I've seen it all. It's all done. Austin, have a great day.
Thank you, guys.
All right, everybody, we're going to continue moving forward. This is a great day. So this is a great time for you. If you haven't streamed it yet, stream it with all of your friends. Make sure that you send it out. Send it out by broadcast. I'm hosting on Twix. On Twix, isn't that good? On Twitch. You know, that's I'm thinking of a Twix bar at the same time, I guess. But I'm hosting on, I can't even get it. Twitch, thank you. YouTube, share it around. Make sure you share the link. Powerteamlive.com. You really want to be able to get the information out to people that need it now. And we have the time, right? We have the time. I'm going to just intersperse one thing here really quickly to work with us, coaches, trainers. I'm looking for facilitators of our masterminds. We've got 35 around the country. We have virtual masterminds. We've got an international mastermind. I'm looking for leaders. And if you're a leader and you're willing to step up and you understand business and you understand the way it goes, text right now, SBA to 26786, SBA, that's Small Business Advisor, 26786. I will personally be texting you back. I'm going to give you information, how to sign up immediately for the mastermind and get on my schedule. Talk with me immediately. So, all right, everybody take a quick break. Stretch break. Arms in the air. We're good. Move around a little bit. We're done with that. Okay, good. Get yourself something to drink, a little bit of water, get some energy. For those of you on the East Coast, if you're eating dinner, it's okay. We can't see you. You can eat dinner in front of us. The speakers sometimes are eating down below me, and I'm watching that happen, and that's pretty exciting. Or they're smiling if they're happy. It's always good to have happy. There we go. We got happy speakers. And it's about energy. They know they've got 16, 18 minutes to rock your world. It's content only. If you want to work with them, we teach you how to go there and to work with them, and we are here for you. So here we go. Our next amazing speaker. And by the way, upcoming, we have a gentleman who's created a business around the world and does speaking events all through Europe and actually promotes them. We also have our CEO and founder, Mr. Bill Walsh, will be coming on stage a little later, and that's going to rock your world. So you just make sure you're on the whole way through, and then you'll get a little bit of me at the end, and we'll let you go. All right, our next speaker, Jacqueline Camacho, is a visionary social entrepreneur that has created an enterprise of inspiration. Her keen sense of service, coupled with the vision to bring good to the world, have led her to create 2 successful award-winning companies, establish 2 nonprofits. By the way, being of service, when you do something to be of service, it changes your life. We'll talk more about that later. Published 16 books, created over 10 products, and has held dozens of events around the world in just the past decade. She's often referred to as a dream catcher. Her strategies have supported thousands of women, authors, young ladies to live a life of significance. Her quest is to be a servant leader, just like we talked about. Extends to every area of her life. She has shared her inspiration in 4 continents and aligned with some of the most powerful brands to elevate others. Remember, it's about others. At only 36 years of age, she achieved what most would not be able to do in an entire lifetime. Being a cancer survivor sparked a sense of urgency to serve and transcend. She believes that the magic, and you see the way she spelled it, is the interception of profit and impact. She is one of the few Latina sports, airplane pilots in the United States, and is about to embark on a historic air race that 20 women flyers participated in crossing the United States. I want to go 91 years ago, including the famous Amelia Earhart. All right, we're going to talk. We're definitely going to talk. Bill's going to hook us up. Jacqueline believes that taking off is optional, landing on your dreams is mandatory. Give a huge, thunderous standing ovation for Jacqueline Camacho Ruiz. Hey, how are you?
Hey, landing on this amazing event. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for having me.
All right, you're on. It's your show. Have a great time with them.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I am beyond excited to be here on this amazing platform. Thank you so much, Bill Walsh, for creating a context of value for so many people around the world. I really appreciate the invitation. Today, I wanted to speak with you about sensitive marketing during a pandemic, and really marketing that connects with the heart and the soul of the audiences, marketing that allows you to elevate others, marketing that allows you to create a flow of ideas that never stops. And to do that, telling you that I have been doing marketing for about 19 years, and 14 of those years, I've been at the helm of a marketing public relations agency here in Chicago, deemed as one of the top agencies in the last 4 years, B2B marketing agency. So when I think of the amazing journey, the people that I have had the privilege of serving, the people that have come to us to give them ideas and intercept those whimsical, thoughts into the pragmatic action plan that can make something really take off, but most importantly, land. As Michael was saying, I've had quite a journey with, surviving cancer, with coming to the United States when I was 14 years of age and not even speaking a word of English when I came. Imagine being 14, not being able to speak the language, picking up English and German in 2 years. Then by the age of 23, launching my first company, which was a marketing communication agency. So beyond a message of marketing, beyond a message of, the pragmatic steps that you can take, be sensitive in this context, and how you can infuse your heart and your mind into the campaigns that you launch, I want you also to walk away with this sense of possibility, the sense of, being a servant leader, a sense of allowing and paving the way for others to, believe in something that is bigger than you. And I think at the heart of every marketing campaign, at the heart of every PR program, there's got to be that heart, that essence that captures your desire to help and impact other people. And, some housekeeping items first. We know that marketing, any kind of marketing campaign, is founded on 3 core principles. One is you need to be able to identify your audience. If you don't know who you're marketing to, then you're lost. You've already arrived, right? And multiple times we have several audiences. So your target audience begins with your customers. Those are the people that have already vetted you, the people that believe in you, the people that have gotten a taste of what it's like to be serviced by you. The second layer is the prospects. These are people that have a need, but they don't know that they need you. And they don't know that you could be a solution to that need. So how do you market to those people? And then the third layer are those people that are in your strategic alliance circle. Those are the people that will never buy from you, but will certainly be witnesses to people that need your services. And how do you intercept those conversations so that you can be on top of mind? The second key component of marketing is the key messages. The way you communicate with a customer that has vetted you is very different than the way that you communicate with someone that has no idea who you are. And an interesting point here is that the reason why people hire you is very different than the reason why people keep your services. So for example, you have a flood in your basement, and the reason why you have a sense of urgency to hire someone is because you need to fix the problem now, right? However, you might want to stay with that company to do maintenance work for you because the way they make you feel, the touch points, the communications, messages that they get, and that really evoke that sense of community, that evoke that sense of caring, that's what people want to feel. The third component of marketing is the vehicles. What vehicles, what channels do you use? And the magical thing about that is that when you think of using one vehicle, a lot of customers say, well, I'm going to do a social media program, and that's all I'm going to do, or I'm going to do a mailing, or I'm going to do an advertising campaign or PR. My first thing is, if you don't do more than 3 vehicles that communicate with each other, that are cohesive, you're missing a huge opportunity. So when you think about vehicles, it's thinking, how do I connect with people? And how do I connect in the ways that they will be advocating for your brand and ultimately become, go from being strategic alliances that never buy from you to now, converting into, the prospects, the people that need you, to finally becoming champions as clients. It takes 7 more times and 7 more, as far as your budget, to get a new customer and to keep an existing customer. So in the context of what we're experiencing now, what is required for you to stay on top of mind, to be relevant, and to infuse more heart than you've ever done before? Over the years, I've coined 5 ways that you can do your marketing, and not all marketing is created equal. So I'm going to quickly walk you through the 5 different types of marketing, and then allow you to choose the way that you want to be seen and the kind of marketing type that you want to deploy. Every business needs type number 1, which is foundational marketing. If you're in business today, you need to have a place where people can connect with you and say, wow, I have vetted that you exist, that you're legitimate, whether it's a landing page, a website, a brochure, whatever the notes, your services. The next type is executional marketing. Essentially, that is your commitment as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, to hold the hand, intercept communications with your audience, whether it be clients, prospects, or strategic alliances, on a regular basis. The key to this is commitment and regular intervals. Create a sense of expectation where people feel that you're adding 80% of value and 20% you're using it as a call to action to sell. So that's executional marketing. So you have foundational marketing that happens one time, then you have executional marketing that takes you throughout the year. Then the following type of marketing is, are you ready? Time-bound marketing. It's basically what we're doing today. We create a space in time for people to connect with you, whether it be online, offline, through a conversation. And the way that you measure the success of time-bound marketing is by how many people show up and how many of those people convert. So that's exciting, that you can have direct KPIs to time-bound marketing, very different than executional marketing and foundational marketing. And the 4th type is innovation marketing. Innovation, you have seen many campaigns that took hours and hours and many brains and many hearts coming together, like the Red Nose campaign that you do with Walgreens, or for example, a campaign that the Ice Challenge bucket, or the things that we've seen that have become viral, right? Someone sat down and created a strategy to be innovative, to be disruptive, to think outside the box, to create an activation in the minds of and the hearts of the people that were watching. That innovative marketing is typically the type of marketing that takes the most amount of time. It's typically running between 60 to 90 days, and there's a prep time, and there's basically a closing time. So it's pre, during, and after. And then finally, the one that is my favorite, the one that all of you business owners right now should explore, and that is calls marketing. And basically what that means is that you connect with a nonprofit connection, a feel-good story, something where you say, you know what, I know that I'm not going to be able to sell my products right now, or I know that my customers are having a very difficult time. What can I do to connect with the heart and the mind, and then really show up for them and be a servant leader? When you make those kinds of campaigns happen as cause marketing campaigns, you get a plethora of benefits if you use that strategically. And not to say that, a lot of people be seen at, oh my gosh, I'm doing this to give, I'm doing this to, to show up and to let people know that I'm doing this good deed in the world. But you should be able to strategically get some brand equity, some exposure. And a lot of those customers come to us and say, can I do a PR campaign with this? And media loves feel-good stories. And those feel-good stories are generated by people like you, people that truly care and that are able to intercept that whimsical part of your heart to the strategic part of how do I use this as a way to elevate my brand, to create brand equity, to create more connections and more magic in my community. And I think that last part of it, I've gotten so many phone calls in the last 2 weeks. I feel like I've been on a bullet train with wings because there's a need of how do I market? I got a phone call from a hotel owner in Mexico. I got a phone call from a senior living facility owner in Belgium. I got a phone call from a therapist in Mexico. I got a phone call from a nonprofit in Canada. And they're all asking, how do I promote? How do I, still stay on top of mind during this situation, but figure out a way that is, a balance of, I need to still survive, but I need to be sensitive. So a couple of quick things that I'm gonna share with you, and I don't know how much time I have, but Michael, you'll give me your magic wand to tell me how much time I have left.
You got 7 minutes. Keep going.
7 minutes is an eternity. I love it. Typically on TV they give you 3 minutes, right? So this is heaven. Couple of things that you can do. Number one, what I've seen a lot of is people innovating, businesses innovating, finding a gap, finding a need, and
Actually,
making
Jacqueline,
it happen.
sorry, you got 5 minutes, but keep going.
Perfect. 5. Okay, I'll take 5. I have like a little clock in my in my head. But think about creative PR campaigns. So last week, I got one of my customers called us and said, Jackie, you've done so much for us that I want to treat you and your family for lunch. And you could have thought they gave me the lottery. I felt so flattered. I had tears in my eyes. How many opportunities can you find to either create a new product that can serve the community that in an area that you maybe not have dove into before, but maybe you could create a partnership. I've seen a customer last week that created 100-employee firm, created a new product, shields, acrylic shields that for offices as they get back to the office spaces to work, to protect them. So there's a lot of innovation to be created, but only if you find your true north, only if you find what activates your heart as a business owner, you will only find the micro opportunities and the micro moments to create value for other people if you connect with your heart, to create new products, to create new partnerships, to create new opportunities to do good in the community, and turn those amazing things into PR, strategic ways to elevate your brand, to secure third-party endorsements, to get creative, to give away things out on social media. I have a brand of coffee. I give away a few bags of coffee, which doesn't cost me much. I got so many people connecting with me and saying, wow, this is so creative. I needed to hear this. I didn't know you had a brand of coffee. So all these amazing things that you can do. And social media, the same thing. Be present, but add value. Provide your intellectual property in little images. 5 ways to do this, 2 ways to do this, 5 ways to create connections, 1 way to elevate your brand, or whatever your expertise is. Find a way to encapsulate your intellectual property during this time, and you will find out how valuable your knowledge is to so many people that have no hope at the moment. They live moments of uncertainty and they have no idea how they're going to come out of this. So more than ever, we as basically the backbone of America and the visionaries, the innovators of the world, more than ever, we need to come together. We need to align with our happiness and joy, but most importantly, align that with a pragmatic, strategic approach to manifest things, to manifest products, opportunities, ideas, connections, and use this opportunity in life. I believe that those businesses that really embrace the context of what we're experiencing, find unique ways to create and fill in those gaps, and find creative ways to show what they're made of, their core values, those are going to be the companies that survive and thrive during this economy. And I have so much demand at the moment with so many different things happening, but I attribute that to the care. I truly care about helping and elevating and supporting. And I know that all of you watching care too, because you wouldn't be here if you didn't want to sharpen your soul and grow and be that life learner that we're meant to be, so that we can continue to add value to other people. So I can go on further.
No, you're amazing. Everybody give Jacqueline a big round of applause. Thank you for being on here, and thank you for what you're doing. And you're creating it's creating the brilliance, knowing that you can do anything, right? And that nothing will stop you. And so if you want a session with Jacqueline, you've got to just go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. She's there for you. She's succinct, and you're taking us all on the plane. I love it.
Yes. Can I give I made up a word, pilot plus Latina, pilotina. Yeah. So I'm going to do a pilotina bow. That's me taking off. But remember that taking off is optional. Like, we can all take off on a new dream and a new business venture, but landing and the success of that dream is mandatory, just like we say in aviation. So thank you so much.
That's good. You're so welcome. Big round of applause, everybody. And thank you so much for being on. All right. We'll see you later. If you'd like a session with Jacqueline and you want to, I'm going to put it up again. You just go to www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. And she's somebody you want to work with, will help your business move forward. And it just rocks the day. All right. Our next incredible speaker. And I'm telling you right now, I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm actually just looking at this. Okay, great. This next gentleman I'm going to have to ramp up his energy. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to just make sure he's got that. I'm kidding. This man has more energy than he's going to fly high. He has been a speaker and trainer for longer than I've been around. That just means I'm older, but it's okay. No, so James is all heart. He's been on the stages. He's taught trainers. And today it's about your health and passive income. Because right now, passive income is the only way to step through. Don't get caught in what you've just been caught by. If you had that residual income coming in no matter what, you had a large team around the world, you would just be out there helping and creating and not fearing where that next paycheck's going to come from or how you're going to pay the next bill. This next gentleman has done it. He's done it from stages. He's done it with a business. He's brilliant. I am so excited to be with him on this call. Let's give it up for Mr. I got to move my mouse over, Mr. James Dentley.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
All right. I'm trying to get this bright light, and I'm trying to get this heavily halo glow going with all this spotlight. I haven't had a haircut in so long. I'm beginning to look like Frederick Douglass over here.
You're too funny. So, James, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'll come back for some questions, but it's really about, I'll tell you, people are hurting right now, and it's the time that they really are going to look at, and they're looking, what can I do now? What is truly out there? And also, how can I be part of a team and a community? I'm going to turn it over to you.
Outstanding. Well, first of all, thank you, Michael, and I want to thank Bill Walsh and the Powerteam International family. I want to talk about an industry near and dear to my heart. I've been involved in this industry for over a quarter of a century. And that shows up on the right side, the top side, and the top. And I tell you, it's really blessed my life. But I was one of those people, Michael, that was very reluctant. I was one of those people who was very skeptical. I was locked in and focused, laser focused on the things that I was doing. And yet, you should be. And I'll tell you, what I lost sight of at that time was, what was my real end goal? What was I trying to accomplish doing these things that I wanted to put my heart and soul into? But it took a little while to get there. And when somebody manipulated me to look at this industry back in 1994 for the second time, I had no intention of being involved in it, but it helped me to retire in January 13th of 1995. And today I want to talk about total life changes. And I want to just write it out, put it out there. I want everyone to text 26786. First of all, if you're ready to be part of an incredible team with Mr. Bill Walsh, the founder of Powerteam International, my dear friend and brother for over 25 years, and Mr. Michael Silvers as well, and a great gang of individuals that are committed to helping you succeed. Now, when you look at what's happening right now with COVID-19, we know about the anxiety. I'm sure every speaker has talked about that, and the uncertainty as well. But then there's also opportunities that exist in the midst of every bit of adversity. In every calamity, there's always a greater equal advantage. There's always that seed, and well nourished and placed in the right environment. Total Life Changes, folks, is a network marketing company I've been a part of for the last 6 years. Again, the industry, I started off in 1994. I've owned companies in this industry. I've been a master distributor. I've helped other people scale. I've been also an international speaker and author. I probably trained almost close to 1 million people around the world and helped companies grow from startups to making hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, but helped about 84 individuals become millionaires. And I'll tell you, it's not because I'm that good, and I'm pretty good, but I'm not that good. They had to do the work, but I was trained extremely well. And I understood some philosophies, the psychology of how to build businesses like this. Now, if you have any business idea and you can solve a problem and fill a need, then the market space always has a place for you. And right now, people are hurting financially. We even have big companies like Neiman Marcus had to file bankruptcy. A lot of companies are going to go down, not going to come back. They have states now. States now are talking about filing bankruptcy. The economy won't come back the same way. We're preparing for a brand new economy. And the first thing I learned many years ago, working with Powerteam and working with the masterful Bill Walsh and other top thought leaders around the world, is that I always follow the model of the giant companies, of the big boys, of the people like the Jeff Bezos, the Walmart. And I looked at them and I said, well, when a person goes into their portal, when they go into their environment, they don't just offer one thing. They offer choices for the consumer because they understand that when you're offering one thing, your customers, your friends, your network, your members, they go someplace else and spend money someplace else. Now, when you look at health and wellness, well, before COVID-19, I personally have lost 4 friends. But because of COVID-19, it's brought awareness to a problem that was already here. And that problem is the foods that we eat, the water that we drink and bathe in, and the air that we breathe. Because all of our foods are tainted. Every animal is shot up with steroids. Every plant is sprayed with pesticides. If it goes on the skin, it's in the meat as well. So that means we are ingesting these things. 14,500 seeds have been genetically modified by a great company called Monsanto, the maker of, Agent Orange. We look at all our canned goods. How in the world can we have chicken and noodle and clam and chowder in a can for a year? You can't even put it in the freezer for a year and it holds up with the same quality. And we take it out because we don't feel well and eating it. It's packed with sodium. And that's one of the chemical makeups that they used to embalm people with. And now we live in a pharmaceutical society. That's where we are right now. And every pharmaceutical drug has a side effect. They said it, even the aspirin. So when you look at Total Life Changes, we're involved in this $4.5 trillion industry. And it all began with a great cup of tea. A friend of mine gave me this tea right before they were going to open up in the United States. And he said, try it. They were the master distributors. They said, they're going to build a team. I said, okay, I'm not sure if I want to do it. I'm so busy. I'm locked in on my own personal business. But let me try the product. Maybe I'll be a customer. Maybe I'll refer people to you. I drank this tea, and lo and behold, in 5 days, I dropped 9 pounds. Now, let me put that in context. I have been diagnosed with sarcoidosis of the lungs. They put me on a drug called prednisone, and that 4-month journey with prednisone turned into 8 long years. Prednisone is a steroid. It helps you gain weight. It helps you, assist you to gain weight. I went from 215 pounds as a martial artist to over 375 pounds, a mess. I had sleep apnea then, and then I had a CPAP machine with an oxygen tank on the side. So now I had a need to lose weight quickly. My stepfather had passed away from cancer. My dad had passed away from cancer. My mother was having her second surgery. And my daughter's mother had passed away in her 40s also from a life-threatening disease that took her out. And I needed to be here for my family, and I'm sure you do too, because the one thing I do know, all of us want to live a long, healthy, exciting, and active life. And there's people we care about. We want them to be here as well. So what is the solution? Well, with this incredible detox tea is made from 9 plants, 9 herbs. It has a halal symbol on it. That means it is the purest of foods. It's so natural that you can brew this tea, dry the herbs out, and season your food with it. These herbs, some of them you know, like the blessed thistle, holy thistle, marvel leaves, moss-mottle leaves, persimmon leaves, papaya, ginger, chamomile, and myrrh. Now, when you drink this tea, it acts as a gentle detox. Gentle means you're not going to cramp, you're not going to have diarrhea and run to the restroom, but it can't function. But it's going to break up the intestinal sludge from food that's trapped in your body that's causing a lot of challenges. Gut health is really, really major today. So now, as it breaks it up, now you're going to get better blood flow, better oxygen. your metabolism is going to ramp up, and 97% of the people who try it, you're going to drop 5 pounds of sludge in 5 days. Now that's incredible because now the body is cleaned out. And think about it: when you clean your home, doesn't it feel better? When you clean your car, it feels better, right? When it looks better too, and people look at you and say, "Nice car," right? Right? Exactly. And you want them to look at that, look at us the same exact way. When your eyes, the color returns in your eyes, and your skin becomes all aglow, and you're feeling better because your body is resetting and doing what it really wants to do. It will clean and detox your blood system and remove parasites from the body. We have our brew tea, we have our instant tea, and then we have our tea that's infused with CBD. Now, when you look at the CBD and the THC factor in there, we have one of the teas, that just raspberry lemonade, that has none of that in there whatsoever. But CBD is going to help you with anxiety, with pain, and it's going to help you with stress as well. And we have a cannabinoid system. That means our body is more closely attached to the cannabis plant than almost any other plant. See, because we're made up of the same carbon makeup of everything in the earth anyway. So it's a phenomenal product. Now I want to talk about 2 other products, and one would be the NutriBurst. This was a patented liquid vitamin. Did you know most people get sick from a vitamin and nutrient deficiency? Well, this liquid vitamin, first of all, it doesn't have that medicine-y taste, so you're going to be able to take that. Our 7-year-old, he's been our sampler for the last 5 years, so that's good. But you know, it's a vitamin everyone can take. It's made from 72 plant-based vitamins and minerals. It has 24 phytonutrients in it. 1 tablespoon a day, you're going to get the nutrients as if you've eaten 8 salads in that one day. So you don't have to do all that chewing now. Just go ahead and drink your NutriBurst. You'll feel amazing in about the next 20 minutes, and it really, really works. And then finally, I want to talk about the NRG that gives you natural energy. I don't believe really in the 5-hour energy. I don't believe in a Red Bull. These things are synthetic. They have a warning label on the back of it. And when the manufacturer warns me, well, I happen to believe them. Now, these products are very affordable. They have a money-back guarantee on them. But these products have been ranked #1 in our industry out of 10,000 companies around the world in 2015 and 18, and been in the top 10 every single year because they're high impact and they make a difference. You want to boost your immune system? We have that. You want to get something to deal with as antiviral, anti-tumor, and anti-inflammatory? Well, we got the reishi mushroom, the Ganoderma, and the chaga. And then if you want to deal with blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol, maybe you have arthritic pain, we have products for that as well. But these 3 primary products I totally endorse because before we put everything else in our body, let's get our body cleaned out and let it detox itself. We make this a way of life. Now, we're building an incredible team with Total Life Changes. We've got people right now on the team that has done just a little bit, and now they're tracking over $5,000 a week in income. That's incredible. We've got people that make over $30,000 a week, $50,000 a week. But let me just say this one thing. It's not about the money. It's about what you can do with it. Who can we help? With our nonprofit, we're feeding seniors through these trying times. We take care of kids every single summer, and we feed them square meals and teach them the skill sets on how to be a responsible citizen of this great country of ours and of the world itself. You know, when we have more resources, we can do more good, but we can protect our families in a climate and an economy that has so much uncertainty around it. So you want to definitely go to text TLC to 26786. Text TLC to 26786 because Powerteam is building a team inside of Total Life Changes. You want to be a part of that team on the ground floor because we don't believe in failure. We don't think outside the box in our world. There is no box.
Yeah,
Michael,
James, one thing
yes,
that's great about this, I just wanted to jump in for a second, is you know, part of it too, you know, with the 8 minutes we have left or whatever, the power of being part of a team. I mean, I think that's where, because you know, people are feeling very alone out there right now, and it has a residual income component. And I've been part of the industry a long time, I know that too, but it's really being part of a team that also includes speakers and trainers and support for each other. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, the great thing about our industry, and a lot of people are miseducated when it comes to the industry, but look at who we attract in our industry. You know, in the industry itself, Bob Proctor has been a part of it. Mark Victor Hansen been a part of, very, very close with the Amway family. Warren Buffett has endorsed and been a part of the industry on the back end as far as supplying the industry itself. But when you go work with a great team like Powerteam, and I would just say this, Michael, is that I've had a tremendous amount of success. I've gotten a lot of awards. I'm very blessed. I'm very thankful. But a lot of that happened because of Powerteam International. and working with my dear friend and out there serving. And we've been able to take that same model, those habits, those rituals that we built in serving people. And look, if a person shows up, because as Bill would say, 80% of your success comes in showing up. To be a part of a great team, not only are you going to be able to make additional income to help you start and grow and scale your business, but also you're going to get the personal and business development. You're going to build the network. You're going to build the customer base in relationships, because after all, we only make money from creating value for people. It comes from people. And if a person always if you're already a trusted source, they're going to leave you and go someplace else. And right now, health is the number one thing we have to deal with. And the number two is securing our families, because if not, everything we create goes back to the States in most cases. So yeah, it's a phenomenal thing to be a part of this incredible team, to be on the inside working. And you want to learn how to speak? Well, great. I can rattle this thing off like this because I've been doing it all my life. But you're going to learn that, and you're going to fine tune your skill sets there: communication, enrollment, teamwork, leadership. Because remember, your title doesn't make you a leader; only people do.
And it's also, so being part of a team, it's also, people sometimes they're like, will I have the training? And the great thing is, that's your skill set. Go ahead and talk about that.
I do. Yeah. Like I said, I've trained over 1 million people. 84 people have become millionaires. They came back to me. They're out there training. It's really about duplicating and understanding the system. And a lot of people don't make it because, first of all, they have an unreal expectation because nobody sets it. But second of all, they don't have the training. And if you're going to get trained by anyone, you got to get trained by the best of the best. And not just in our skill set, not just in my knowledge base, but who we are as individuals, because we really care. This is not a call to recruit. I was asked to come speak for 20 minutes, and I'm going pretty quickly because the bottom line, I want you to go to 26786 to type in TLC, and I want you to get more information through that portal with our incredible team. But we're going to be with you step by step, word for word. Michael, I don't even have to still be in the industry. I don't have to do this anymore, but I love it because I love serving people. I love helping people win. I love helping people and watch their belief blossom, because their belief is so infectious, and then they're able to impact the world. And together, a rising tide floats all boats. So if you look at our incredible compensation plan, we pay out more money than almost every company in the industry's ever heard of, number one. But more importantly, the heart of this company and the core values of this company, we love each other, period. We don't do what is easy. We do what is right. We have fun. We get more work done. Our 7 core values is how we live in our society, in our culture, in our community. And you take that same core values and you attach it to everything else. So that's why we attract so many people, because we solve a problem. We fill a need. You won't be by yourself. You will have the support. And we're going to teach you everything you ever needed to know and wanted to know on how to make your dreams a reality, and also how to impact other people and teach people to teach people to teach people to teach.
And the great thing too, go ahead, Bill.
Well, it's great to have you on, and Michael, thanks for all you're doing. I just know for a fact that your message has impacted millions of people, and I want to say thanks for that. I think it's really awesome what you created. To think where you've come in just 10 years, but more importantly, how many you've served and helped and made a difference for. To me, that's priceless, right? So I want to thank you for jumping on and. At the same time, having some fun with this. So yeah, big hats off to you. And of course, keep doing what you're doing. Don't retire yet. We want you to keep sharing the message, man. This has been going, it's been going so good, So I think that, for you being here, I love it. And certainly the people that you help within our organization, whether it's speaking or training or getting their message out there. But I also want to stay on the stream for a second. I've got a very special guest coming up next, and I'm sure you know him. He runs events all over the world for the last 11 years now. He's hosted some of the biggest names, whether it's Dr. Richard Bandler or Jim Quick or John DeMartini. He runs events with thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of people. But just as important as I said earlier, he's also a great dad. And he's someone that I really look up to, and he's done a lot of great work. And if you're ever thinking about springboarding your business into Europe or being a part of the big events he does here in the USA as well, he's definitely the guy you want to connect with. And he also has a lot of great training programs that he helps people rise to the top. How do you go from wherever you're at right now to where you know you're supposed to be? And he doesn't deliver, he over-delivers. So I want to just bring him on the screen while we're all here for a second. Mr. Bernardo Moya, how are you?
I'm very good, my friend. How are you?
For some reason, I can't see your camera. Maybe just turn your camera on for some reason. I can see your camera in your picture, but I can't see it on the main picture. I'll try to bring you on again. You might have to re-enter and just make sure that your mic and camera are showing. Can you see him, James? No, you can't see him either, right?
Yeah, I can see you.
No, but now I know the difference between an African American and a black man.
we can see a big black screen, so I'm not sure why, but if he comes back in, we'll try to get you that way. Technology is always fun, right? Listen, I always tell people, if it didn't work for Bill Gates, hey, listen, he's got all the money in the world. It might not work for us either all the time, but more importantly, this individual that's come in has done so much great work with helping a lot of people. We're really excited to have him on. Let's see if we can bring him on this time. You ready? Let's try it again. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Bernardo, how are you?
I'm very good, my friend. How are you?
Man, good to have you on the stream with us. And I know you know that guy in the center, James Dentley.
Yes, absolutely. I've listened to James quite a few times with in Ryan's, God bless him, events quite a few times. So yeah.
Yeah. James, I'll let you run, buddy. I know you got more calls to do. I appreciate you.
I can't hear him. All right. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Bernardo, how are you today?
I'm very good. I'm very good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. This is we're going into our 4.5-hour run here. I just wanted to say a big thanks for being on. I know you've got so many incredible golden nuggets of wisdom to share. So I think it'd be great, first of all, and I've done this with some of the speakers, that just share a bit of your story. How did you get to where you're at today? How did you build a global, incredible business serving hundreds of thousands of customers around the world with your message, your ability to help other people, and really take it to the top yourself? Because we'll talk about that some more today. So again, I'll just turn the stream to you for a few minutes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, well, kind of my story, how did I get to what I do today, was because of needs, really, because I had to start all over again. My background originally, when I started in Spain many years ago, was real estate. I got into real estate quite young. I did pretty much anything and everything in real estate, from timeshare, from inviting people into timeshare resorts, managing sales teams, converting then hotel units into timeshare resorts. And then in the property development side, I did everything from refurbishing properties to building properties, selling properties internationally. But yeah, I don't know. I did well, but I lost my money twice. I lost at the age of 26, and I had to start all over again. And then I lost again, which was a little bit more challenging, at the age of 38. So that was kind of like a bit of a game changer for me, because I wasn't prepared to lose it all. And as I say, I had tasted wealth. I had the houses, the properties, the cars. I lived a beautiful life in the south of Spain. But I was already on a journey of self-discovery with personal, professional growth. I read all the greats, Sharon Lecter, Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad, obviously Brian Tracy, Jim Rohn, all the greats. But it was NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, that put me on the path that I am on today, where it really got my attention, and I knew I wanted to do something with a bit more meaning because I needed to. So I left Spain at the age of 38. Started all over again into finding and doing something with a lot more meaning, and that's how I got into running events. Did I have any experience in running events? No, absolutely none. But and that's what I believe in, is I believe that a lot of the skills we have in life are transferable. You can use them in your life, So when I talk about reinvention, is not starting all over again. It's about using what you know and obviously adapting it to that new reality. So I worked in nightclubs. I used to be a DJ when I was 15, and I used to do parties. So that got kind of transformed into what I did later on, which was run big events with lots of people. So I changed the alcohol and the music to kind of like, live events, but during the day. And I got into something new at the age of 40, pretty much, promoting events, very into personal professional growth with NLP. I'm an NLP trainer. And that put me on the path that I'm doing now. So, yes, I worked with Dr. Richard Bandler in London for 10 years. I'm promoting him. We train around 25,000 people in neurolinguistic programming, certified programs. About 5 or 6 years ago, I launched The Best You with the intention of creating something that I believed was not there, which was the gap, connecting the thinkers, the authors, the inspirers, the leaders, the visionaries who are very generous, connecting them with those that are seeking, looking, trying to find ways to enhance their skills. And that's where I came up with the whole idea of The Best You, because I thought the best you would have been better than the average you or the crap you, as I say. And that's what I did. I started that brand roughly 6 years ago. We started with a magazine, and then I knew I wanted to run live events. I knew I wanted to have an online platform. I knew I wanted to have a TV. So a lot of these things are translating and becoming a reality now. And my first big expo that I did was in London 4 years ago. We had around 3,000 people, 6,000 pre-registered, 3,000 showed up, 55 speakers. And that then evolved 4 years later. When I started, I always say I had quite a lot of hair. Now, as you can see, I haven't got a lot, and it was all black. So I got into running these big events. And the last event I did in London, which was literally February last year, we had 14,000 people, 170 speakers, and you were actually there, Bill. And it was an epic journey. I share this story. First event I did, which was with 55 speakers and 55 exhibitors, and 3,000 people showed up. I went out to the door just before we were about to open, and there was like, I think 10 or 12 people on mine on registration, and there were 6 in the queue. And I wanted to die because I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do? I'd already done a lot of events, but I'd never done a big event like that. And then last year in London, I went down because I wanted to check the queue because we were running a bit late and opening the doors. And I had to walk to the other side of the pavement because people were lining up, and there was at least 2,500 people lining up to get into the event. So I remember that was a beautiful moment that I have in my mind and all pictured in my head. So look, I kind of started all over again at the age of 40, but I've been an entrepreneur for 35 years. Love selling, love marketing, love reinventing myself. I consider myself to be resilient. And so I've got expertise now, which obviously I didn't have in my previous life. But, I promoted more than 700 people through all my events. I've had around 70,000 people attend all the different workshop seminars that I've done. And I think I know what it takes to kind of help and guide people through what we're doing now. So, The Best You is here to kind of like do a lot of the stuff that we've been doing. And we're just getting started, Bill. So we're just going to wrap it up.
And I can tell you, I've been to these events both in London and the US, over the top outstanding. Not only just the workshops, the stands, we call the booths over here, the vendor tables, but the interaction between the audience and the speakers, absolutely fabulous. And I've been honored to speak there and share the main stage with other great speakers. But today, it's a new world. It's a new day. It's a new economy. What are some of the tips that you would give people today to help them on their path to rise to the top in their niche, their industry? But also, it was great. We had Brian Tracy on a couple of weeks ago. He talked about, just stay calm and understand that it is what it is. But I think it's great to hear from you is that what are some tips people can do right now while they're sitting home wondering because they're not sure? There's not one stream of news that's the same. But what are some tips you would give them to help them not just survive, but also thrive in the marketplace over the next 1 to 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously concerned like everyone else, we were luckily already kind of multi-platform, but the revenue was coming mainly through live events. So, overnight, pretty much we've had to kind of like move quickly with a lot of other things that we're working on. And we're working on lots of really good, exciting things. But the key advice that I'm giving everyone is look, I think we have to move though. We have to have passed the fear part. And now we should be focused on the reality. This is a reality. What are you doing? When, Napoleon Hill and Steve Harcovy, out of every adversity happens an equal or greater opportunity. I really, really, really believe it's so exciting what's going to happen in the next 3 to 4, in the next year, 2 years. Things are going to transition, evolve, and change into a completely exciting new reality. But you want to be on it. This is like saying, I don't want to be on the internet. You can't ignore it. You have to adapt. to the new times. So the things that you have to do, this is a time for partnerships. This is a time for alliances. This is a time, if there hasn't never been a time, this is a time to get a coach. This is a time to work with a mentor. This is a time to work with people that have the expertise and that can guide you through this journey, because, you know, it is scary. But as I said, it's exciting. It's just changing the word in your mind. Is it scary or is it exciting? You know, exciting has a different feeling. But you need to surround yourself with the right people. You need to surround yourself with the people that can give you advice on what to do, what is current, what are the new technologies, what should you be investing in. I believe a good coach, a good mentor has to guide you in any and every aspect of your life. Because you see, what you eat is important. If you eat crap, you're going to feel like crap. You're going to be crap. So it's everything that you do is who you are, is who you become. So the best advice I can give you right now is, listen, don't hold on to your money because you're concerned how long you're going to have, you know, in the next month or 2 months. You need to be proactive now. I see this, and I compare this with like a metaphor, a story. You know, imagine you're in a big shopping mall, a supermarket, you know, and all of a sudden, like, you know, you're looking at the aisles and you know that everyone's got to go, everyone's going outside the door, but you're still waiting around the aisles, you know, and you know you've got to get to the door, but you're going to wait. You're going to wait a little bit longer because you're going to have another little look around. You don't want to be one of the first people to get out there. And the problem is that you could be stuck. You could be stuck inside a supermarket. The worst thing that could happen is you could be actually stuck in the toilets. That could be even worse. And that's the thing, Bill. I think a lot of people are freezing. They're not taking action. And this is a time when you really got to be innovative. You've got to surround yourself with really positive, clever people that are driving the way. There's so many people out there that are stepping their game up. And you got to do that too. Because, you know, if anything, this is the time to be a coach, to be a trainer, to be an author. This is the time. There's going to be more and more people than ever who are going to need help. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be scared. There's going to be a lot of people that won't be able to move forward. There's a lot of people that are going to be still at home 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, because they've got all these phobias and all the anxieties and all these fears. There's nothing to fear. This is just something that's happening temporarily, and you've got to adapt. You can see how you've got to see how you can take advantage of this situation we have, so you can literally come to the other side exploded. There's a lot of companies are making a lot of money. A lot of companies are making and taking advantage of everything that's happening. So yeah, surround yourself with the right people. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on social media now, and with love, you know, hey, everyone's trying to help and everyone's trying to contribute. But listen to the right people. Listen to the experts. Listen to the people that really can walk their talk. Bill has been walking his talk for a long time. He's built an international platform. He's helped tens of thousands of people to not only, you know, become better communicators, but to create revenue. And that's the kind of things you need to be doing. You need to be looking for those people that are standing out, those people that inspire you, those people that give you goosebumps that you want to work with, and then follow their lead. Because sometimes, and not sometimes, all of us, we all have amazing brilliance within us. We're all phenomenal. We're all capable of the most exciting things, but sometimes we just can't see it ourselves. And, you know, when you get a good coach, when you get a good mentor, they will guide you. They'll find things that you didn't even see yourself, or maybe even your wife or husband couldn't see.
Any great books you'd recommend today that people have, you know, while once again they're home, or Audible, or things that you're reading, or books you recommend they should read that can definitely help them? And I think a lot of this, you know, we had Mark Nation earlier today, and he talked about dive deeper into your purpose. And he said, this is the time to double down on your strengths, right? Really work and really work on how do you serve at a higher level with purpose. That'll open up more doors now than ever. But, you know, John Assaraf talked about Inner Size and some books he's done, but also some new books that he's reading. But it was a very similar message. But are there any books you would recommend that you say, Bill, these are must reads for the entrepreneurs listening today? And I want to thank you again today for jumping on, because you know what? You're always someone that's proactive when it comes to success. And that's why you get a chance to work with Bernardo. Take advantage of it, everybody. He's really, really good at what he does. And we're going to give you guys a link where you can team up with them on a new launch about rising to the top that you definitely want to be a part of. But are there some things you'd recommend, books or audibles, you'd say that if you're an entrepreneur today, these are definitely must reads to help you elevate your success?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm thank you, Bill. I got to say, okay, and I love you guys, and I get it. At the end of the day, hey, we all have to promote and market our services. I hate talking about my own book because, you know, kind of there's millions of books out there, but what I find quite interesting about my book, which I published a year ago, one of the things I focused on the book is obviously about helping people find their purpose. The book is called The Question. And I really believe, with my NLP training and everyone that I've worked with and everyone that I've modeled, that it is all down to the power of the questions you ask yourself. If you ask yourself empowering questions, you're going to really find the right answers. You're going to, consciously and unconsciously, you're going to find the right way. So it is about the internal dialogue. It's about asking yourself the right questions and training your mind to ask yourself the right questions. But a lot of the things that I covered in my book was about resilience, was about revolution, which is change, which is what we're going through now, and also reinvention. So I'm kind of like, I'm really chuffed that, you know, the book covers a lot of the aspects that I believe now. But look, many books have changed my life, and I would really highly recommend. Obviously, Simon Sinek, Start With the Why, was a book that I gave to anyone and everyone that I coached, anyone and everyone that worked for me or works for me. I asked them to read that because it is all about starting with the why. And the thing is, as Tony Robbins says, if you have a strong why, you find the way how. You know, forget about the how. You know, just have a strong why. So that's the thing. The thing is, you know, people buy into brands, people that have a passion. People buy into brands and follow leaders that, you know, talk from the heart. And that's what you need to. You need to find ultimately, you know, what your why is. What are you here for? What is your purpose on this planet? You know, we all have a responsibility to chip in and to leave something behind. There's so many people that just drain the resources of the planet and other people and don't contribute. And we're talking about, you know, 7 billion people on the planet. So we all have a responsibility. So you need to find your why. Simon Sinek was a great book. And one of the ones that Liz Gilbert, Big Magic, I love that book. I love the book, and it would be in the audio version. The reason why is because basically I love her concept and idea, which she talks about ideas, that ideas are entities that are traveling around the universe and the world trying to find a home, a place, an individual that can make them become a reality. And that if you don't bring that idea into a reality, all of a sudden it will find someone else where it can come or become a reality. How many of you, how many of us, how all of a sudden thought, oh, I thought of that, you know, like delivering food to home, or, you know, and that's, I believe in that. And I believe ideas are coming to us all the time. But the fact is, very few people take action. You have amazing ideas within you. Make them happen. So that was a great book that I also would recommend. And obviously, you know, hey, Think and Grow Rich. I've listened to it 3-4 times.
We're okay with shameless self-promotion here. So we want you to talk about your book. If you can tell us the name of your book and what it's about, where they can get it, we love that here. So go ahead and share that.
Yeah, no, the book is called The Question. Actually, well, I do have one here. It's called The Question, Find Your True Purpose. It's available, obviously, on Amazon. I'm very excited that the book's coming out in Audible, I think in 2 weeks.
Can you show that one more time? Can you show it and just hold it for a minute?
Sure, yeah. It's called The Question, Find Your True Purpose. And I published it literally less than a year ago. And the audio version is coming out now. And I'm also actually just recording right now in cupboard, not today, but I'm recording in a cupboard, the Spanish version. It's called La Pregunta. I'm very excited about.
For some reason, I'm losing some of your voice there. I'm not sure if it's just the connection or if it's me. Can you hear me okay there?
I can hear you okay. Cuts off.
Yeah, now you're really good. Yeah, you're perfect back now. Maybe it was just because you were turning left or right. You know, and these are really some changing times too. And I know with being in the live event business, we went from 40 live events a month to 0 live events a month. And now we're doing probably, you know, 20 plus digital events per month. And I'm learning about so much new software that's out there. But I also think that, you know, this time for innovation is really going to change, you know, and I know that you also do some private coaching, and I know you've launched a new program. Maybe you could tell us about the program that people can now opt in to learn about. And it's really simple, guys. All you got to do is just text Bernardo's last name, Moya, M-O-Y-A, to 26786. You can get the information right now. But maybe you could talk about some of the things you're working on now with this new project, and a little bit about when you do coach people, what are some of the things you really help them with?
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, so what I'm doing, so what's happened is we already had the Best You online. So for the last 6 years, I've been filming content. So it's not, we haven't started. we had it. And I had the Best You Online platform already. So the bestyou.online. I've got more than 700 expo talks, 60 video interviews, 60 NLP live talks. We've got a phenomenal library of content. And what we're uploading up there is lots of courses. And Bill's staff and lots of other people, content is there now. Sharon Lecter, Michael Neal, Marissa Peer. So we've got courses and courses coming. Additionally to that, we're launching the Best You TV. That's going to be happening within the next 4 to 6 weeks, the Best You TV. So very excited about that. Additionally to that, what we're also doing is we're launching a store, the Best You store. So we're coming out with all sorts of e-commerce products, inspirational quotes. Very excited about that. That's going to be launching next week. So we're working on a lot of things that were in the pipeline. Our app is actually coming out. The Best You app, that should be coming out in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we're doing a lot of things apart from, like you, Bill, where we're doing a lot of virtual events as well, and we're going to be doing more. The idea behind what I'm doing, which was already scheduled, is for me, kind of coach and mentor more people. Why? Well, because, I think I'm in a position that not a lot of people have. I'm passionate about personal and professional growth, like many of you. I've read lots of the greats, but I was in the seminar room, like many others, but then I became a promoter. So, through where I'm at, I've been able to work with the best, but I've also got access to the best. And I've got this phenomenal library of content, and I've been an entrepreneur for 35 years. And face it, I publish books. I know how to market events. I put more than 70,000 people in my events. So I've got expertise that I know are transferable. And what I do is I provide people a platform, you see, because a lot of people, can teach you skills. Hey, I can teach you how to become a better speaker, or I can teach you how to become a coach, or I can help you write your book. But then what? Where do you share that? So with me, with us, I come, or my coaching and my mentoring, which is called Rise to the Top, comes with my platform. Okay, so access to the Best You magazine, your course on the Best You online, helping you get your book published, sharing all my skills when it comes down to running events, sharing my skills when it comes down to marketing, sharing my skills of how to use media, social media, how to be able to produce and film videos, how to speak, how to become a better communicator. So that's what I do with my program, Rise to the Top. Very excited about it. I've got 2 programs, one which is all online, but it's limited to 100 group, where we mastermind every single month. And, there's access to me pretty much in my black book. And then there's one that's just literally purely online, where there's 12, 13 modules, and people can learn all these skills from the comfort of their home. So they're both pretty much in place. We're just taking registrations right now.
It's really, hey, Bernardo, it's really funny. Somebody sent me a text. He said, "This guy sounds a lot like you, Bill. It sounds like he does similar events." And isn't he your competitor? I said, no, the market is so big that collective collaboration is the future. And no matter how big you think you are, if other people can also help your clients, even if they're in a similar space as you, it doesn't matter. Give the access to your clients that can help them get more exposure. Give the access to some of the right people that can help them share their story even more. And that's what Bernardo does. And so it's a fun part about this. And it's actually crazy that people think that, but visualize it differently. But visualize that the pond is not a pond, it's an ocean, and there's no shortage of customers. Why not share the work of other great people with people that can help make a difference? And so I just thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, so keep going. Did you have something you want to comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wanted to comment exactly the same thing, Bill, is that, so Bill, we had many common friends, and, we were literally, I don't know, like missing each other. He came to London, didn't see him. And when Bill spoke at my event in Long Beach, he was the first one and the only one that literally went out of his way to help me promote my event. I've been on his stages, he's been on mine, and we both have this similar and same mentality that there's absolutely no scarcity, quite the contrary. So a lot of my customers over the years have trained with Bill and have phenomenal set of skills that, obviously he's helped them and supported them with. And then it's the same with me. At the end of the day, if I'm working with 100 clients only, there's 250 million people here. So no, I'm a great believer in the same thing. And I have expertise that Bill might not have, or Bill might have that I don't have, and vice versa. But, there's a lot of things that we both do. But if we do believe in anything, and I believe in that at the end of the day, this is a time and a place for great alliances, for people to partner and work with each other. And those people that think small will stay small. If you want to be big, you need to think big. If you want to be great, you need to have greater thoughts. So I always work with people that have the same kind of ideas as I do, and I also have I'm lucky enough that I don't have to work with everyone. So there's some people that I choose not to, but it's simply or precisely because they have that small mind mentality. So no, I'm a great believer that, we all are here to contribute. We're all here to help. We're all here to support each other. And a lot of my clients over the years, I've advised them to work and coach with all sorts of other people. This is just the beginning, and we're all in the process of learning. I'm only starting. I'm just getting warmed up.
What are some of the things you look for in great synergistic partners? Because I got that question too, is that, this sounds really awesome. How can I help Bernardo? What can I do to make a difference? And what is it you look for in a strategic partner, either a marketing alliance or someone that might just want to be a part of some things you're doing?
Yeah, it's exactly that, isn't it? So the first thing that you should do is, if you're interested in working with someone, and especially if it's someone that might have a bigger platform than you, is how can I serve you? And I think that's one of the first things that Bill always says when he meets you or speaks to you. How can I serve you? How can I help you? So the first thing is that, and if you go with that mentality of serving, then obviously there's going to be reciprocity. I've had lots of people that come to me constantly all the time asking for things and have never offered me anything in return. And at the end of the day, if I built this platform, over the last 10, 11 years, I've got a list of 130,000 people, and, I've turned over 15, 20, $25 million. It's obviously I've invested a lot of money in my brand. So, but I'm generous and I'm more than happy to share it and to work with people, but there has to be some kind of reciprocity. So it's about what can you provide? But again, I think it's a time for alliances. I'm looking for content. So if people have good, great quality content online, we're looking for content. If people are looking at maybe, I don't know, me speaking or getting involved in their event, and great, and it might work the other way around. So, ask first and then seek afterwards, because it will all come your way, and it's just really about thinking how you can be of service first before you ask anything else.
Young man, it's always great to have you on any of our broadcasts, any of our live events. Any last tips of wisdom you want to share before I let you go? And I know you've got a crazy schedule, but thank you so much for making time today for this audience. They've loved you, no doubt. If you've loved some of this content, just put some ones down there, you guys. But if there's any last tips of wisdom you'd like to share, what would a couple of those things be?
Well, I don't know if it's wisdom, Bill, but I mean, what I would share is just this is the time to really learn things that you haven't done before, and explore new ways of doing things, because technology is going to be changing dramatically. I mean, one of the things, for example, that I'm doing, I'm really studying more about how to invest in stock and what are the stocks that are hot, especially in the next 2 to 3 to 5 years. There's a new Amazon being created right now. There's a new Skype being created right now. So investing in that and diversifying. I think a lot of the people that are in the personal development world want to make money only with this. No, this is a way and a method of inspiring and helping people. If you do it the right way, money will come. But you have to be clever, smart, wise to be able to invest and understand what wealth management means.
Well, listen, I love you, buddy. Thanks for being on today.
Thank you.
Always, so listen, everybody, just so you know, it's simple. Just text the word Moya, M-O-Y-A, right now to 26786. We'll give you access to work with Bernardo at some different levels, and definitely take advantage of this. If you get a chance to work with him, second on what he does. Plays over the top, plays big, loves to help other people, but you got to get plugged in. So once again, everybody, thanks so much. Bernardo, I'll let you go. Thank you. I appreciate all your time as always.
Thank you, and I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Soon.
Take care.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Let me bring back on Mr. Michael Silvers. He'll kind of take it from here. We've got an amazing guest to talk to you about how to outsource lots of stuff. And then we have another speaker before I finish out the day that will just really help you see things differently. Literally, really beyond what you know of a vision, but even have a bigger vision, but more importantly, how to turn that vision into reality. So often people have a big vision, but don't know how to step into it. But I will tell you that, and she'll be on in just a little bit, but our next speaker is going to give you 10 minutes, and I try to bring him on as much as I can to just talk about how to outsource everything and how we've made it so simple for you. So let me just turn this back over to you, Michael, and you can take the helm until I'm back at around 5:30 Pacific time.
Thank you, Bill. Been a great day, everybody, so far. It's education, it's learning. Make sure you're writing a lot of notes. And we're going to be bringing Mr. Bill Walsh up on the stage. So at that point, Right now, you want to start Facebooking your friends, streaming it out there, hosting parties, starting lives right now. This is the time to do it. Bring people on. It is getting exciting, ramped up. It's been a great day. We've heard from John Osseroff, who built many, many, many multi-million-dollar companies, had sales over $1 billion. We've heard from Bernard Moyo, put on events. We've heard about it's been that kind of day. Really getting yourself locked in and loaded. And we're going to have a success club starting in just a couple of weeks. You'll be getting information on you want to join. That's your place to see this and to feel it and to see the replays and information and content and be part of a team. So this next gentleman is critical. Critical. Why is he critical? Because it's about how to outsource. It's really how to stop doing it all yourself. That's all I'm going to say. He's worked all over the world. He's built businesses. He lived in the Philippines for years, running 3 major companies that had influence all over the world. He's an AI expert. He's worked in different industries. He's just brilliant. And when it comes to stop doing it yourself and working in the virtual world and having somebody else do what you shouldn't be doing and delegating will change your life. Let's give it up for Mr. Daniel Meyer.
Hey, thank you, Michael, for that introduction. And thanks again for Bill for having me as well. You know, you really set it up perfectly. The challenge that most of us have is that we try to do too much for ourselves, right? We put it all on our own shoulders, and we get stuck in Busyville. You know, and Busyville is where you find yourself working hard every day, but not going to bed at night feeling like you got anything completed, or you don't feel very productive. You're not seeing growth in your business. You're not seeing growth in your bank account. Those are signs that you got yourself stuck in Busyville. And really the best way to get out of Busyville is identify what got you there and get rid of some of that work. Now, most of the work isn't things you can't get rid of in your business, but you can get rid of doing yourself, right? So I always think about Timothy Ferriss's book, The 4-Hour Workweek. And the idea behind that is building a system or series of systems in your business that allow you to be able to not have to work 100 hours every single week. I've done that. I've figured out how to do that. I've grown my own business of 100 people through virtual staffing. And I have several clients where I've helped them build up their businesses. I have one that has 40 clients, or I have one client that has 40 virtual staff or virtual assistants doing a wide range of things in their business. And this frees up decision makers and business leaders and entrepreneurs to focus on what they do best. And this is really the biggest challenge, is that we get distracted from doing what we do best, and we end up doing things we shouldn't be doing in the first place. So really what you want to do is think about what it is you're doing in your business every day that could be done by somebody else. And one way to think about that is to ask yourself, you know, what are the things you're doing that take up most of your time? What are the things that cause you to lose focus? What are the things that prevent you from learning and growing and taking on new things to educate yourself or new business opportunities? And most importantly, what's causing you to not make more money, right? So if you can figure out what is causing you to get stuck in Busyville, you can then identify what you should outsource or delegate to somebody else. I find that most of us get stuck doing things that we shouldn't be doing, like spending time on social media. A lot of business owners like to tell their own story. They like to promote themselves. We like to be able to talk about what we do. We're actually probably our own best salesperson. And therefore, we get overwhelmed by doing that all the time. And we start developing bad habits as well. So not only do we spend too much time on social media, we do it inconsistently. We're only doing it when we have time to do it. So we're not sending out a message that's routine, that's something that's coming out on a regular basis. Your audience wants to know what to expect from you. So if you're trying to put out content on social media, you should have some kind of calendar, right? You want to be able to make like a Tech Tuesday, and every Tuesday talk about new technology in your industry or your business. Every Thursday, do some kind of throwback where you're talking about your successes or people you've helped, things you've accomplished. Maybe every Friday you do something funny. But if you're trying to do that yourself, if you're trying to manage your own social media that way, you're going to get overwhelmed and stuck in Busyville. So this is a perfect thing that you can outsource to a VA. And as you start thinking about the things that you want to outsource, this is one thing I want you to think about. I want you to think about how much money are you planning on making in your business? Do you have a goal? Do you have an idea that by the end of the year this year, you would love to be able to have $1 million in profit that you've made, not for your business, but for yourself? Maybe you're not looking to get rich, but you definitely want to have money that allows you to do things to to empower people and educate people. If you think of it this way, if you're working every day in your business and you want to make $1 million profit and you broke it down to an hourly rate, you're basically paying yourself $520 an hour to be able to get to that $1 million. So anything you're doing in your business that could be done by somebody else for less than $520 an hour is what you should be delegating. You should only be doing what you do best, what is most important for you to do in your business. Those are the things that are priceless. You can't put a number on. And everything else you should think about trying to outsource, especially if you can hire a VA that works out to be less than $10 an hour. Some of the things that you could have a VA do besides social media is getting into email campaigns, running MailChimp campaigns, running your newsletter, putting together a newsletter and sharing that, keeping your CRM updated. I mean, you should never have to input your own business card information into your CRM or a database. You should have someone doing that for you. It's definitely something that eats up a lot of our time. That's not a good use of our time. Doing your own graphic design, turning out video by taking a bunch of images and turning them into videos, working on making content for your business. A lot of these things we shouldn't be doing ourselves. For example, I don't actually share any of my own stuff, right? Everything you see on social media, on my YouTube channel, on my Facebook, on Instagram, on LinkedIn, it's all managed by virtual assistants. I only handle when things come to my attention that I should handle. Like on LinkedIn, for example, if I get a message that I need to respond to, my VA will tell me, hey, Dan, check out this message. You'll need to reply to it, because she couldn't handle it herself. But 99% of what has to happen on my LinkedIn, I actually don't do myself. So having people that can speak in your voice, that can work in your business and do things that you would do, but do it consistently, and of course, be cost effective. You can have, if you're a speaker or an author, you can have a VA promote your book or get you booked on stages, look for conferences for you to speak at, especially online summits and conferences like this one. There's so many things that you can have a virtual staff do. And the cool thing about the virtual staffs that I work with, my virtual assistants, most of them have been with me for quite a while. They're very, very strong comes to being able to be successful working remotely. My entire business is built on people working from home or working remotely. In fact, I hardly go to my office. I have an office I'm in maybe 3 or 4 days a month. Most of the time I work from home or Starbucks or on the road. And the idea is that you can run your business from anywhere, and not just you, but everyone in your business can be anywhere. And having people that are strong at that are really good, is a key to having a successful virtual business. So if you're looking to be able to staff up with virtual staffing, I want you to do this one exercise. I want you to take out a piece of paper and write 3 columns, right? Column 1 on the left side should be, what do you want to do in your business? If you had unlimited time and unlimited resources, what would you focus on to grow your business, to make your business even more successful? That's the column on the left. The column in the middle, you should write what you actually do. Not what you wish you could do, but what you're actually doing. Think about the last couple of weeks. What have you spent most of your time doing? Figure out how much time you've spent doing it. So notate the time it takes to do certain things. What you're going to see is a lot of tasks, a lot of things that are manual, that are repetitive, that don't take a rocket scientist to do, that you shouldn't be doing yourself. And this is what you then move over to the column you put on the right side, what your VA should do, right? So the idea is to move things from what you're doing now to what somebody else can do, that will then free you up to do what you dream about doing, to what got you into this business in the first place. The idea is to free yourself up so that you can focus on what you do best, right? So I set up a business to be able to do this. I'm working with Powerteam, and Bill and I have partnered on this, so we have an opportunity for you to go out there and get a virtual assistant for your business. We have some great pricing. We do some promotional stuff. If you want to text the word DATA, D-A-T-A, to 26786, that's how you can get started. You'll be able to get a reply back from us that will tell you how to get started with a virtual assistant. We have packages that are for $500 a month or less that will allow you to have at least a couple hours a day of a virtual assistant working to help you with social media, managing your online ad campaigns, doing your email. a variety of things that can free you up from these routine tasks that you shouldn't be doing so you can get to what you do best. And that's how you're going to be able to get out of Busyville and to be able to make $1 million in your business. So if you have any questions, feel free to text me, or you can go to the email that Mike will tell you about. And hopefully that helps, and you're able to find the things you want to delegate and free yourself up, like I've been able to do in my business. And so many of my clients has found the best way for them to grow their business is virtual staffing. So thanks, Michael, for the time.
You're very welcome. And it's so true, because what happens is we don't even know how to delegate within our own business, let alone have somebody do the things that truly we don't need to be doing, because we can focus on the building and everything else that's important in our business. And it's not that I'm delegating the thing that I hate sometimes, because some things that's important, but they need to work with you to figure that out, to figure the best way to do it. And text right now, data to 26786. Dan, you're amazing.
Thank you, Michael. You are too.
All right. Talk to you soon. And don't wait, because your business is holding you back. That's what always happens. Our business holds us back. We don't get that freedom, and we don't take advantage of what's going on now, because simply we have the teams, we have everything in place. We're putting the system for you. So work within the system, but work with somebody like Dan, who he ran the companies, he owned the companies, and he knows how to structure it so it works for you. So text data to 26786. Do it now. All right, now for our next speaker. I see she's smiling down there. She's ready to go. I'm dropping things all over the place. And in 20 minutes or less, I'm going to be putting Mr. Bill Walsh on this stage. Share this to everybody you know. Share it out there. Tell your friends. Start your watch parties. Because Susan's going to light you up, and Bill's going to, as we say, take you home. And it's going to be an amazing, amazing time. And then I'll say, of course, good night. But we're not done. And here we go. Dr. Susan Triong thought she was living into her vision with best clarity until she lost her younger brother, Devin. Nearly 6 years ago, he passed away only 9 days after his cancer diagnosis. He was 42 years old. She had never tasted death so close until then. Her brother's passing woke up her to her own blind spots. It had her questioning her own greater purpose, which she discovered eventually. She has spent the last 20 years as an eye doctor, where she literally helps people to see 2020. Now, as a visionary strategist and an international speaker, she is passionate about inspiring all of you to live into your vision. Everybody, please stand up with a huge, thunderous round of applause, and let's give it up with that's good. Let's give it up for Dr. Susan Triong. Susan, how are you?
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Have fun with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael, Bill, Power Team, Cheryl, and the rest of the Power Team. I really appreciate it. And thank you all of you for joining us this evening. Let's just have a great conversation. How are you at embracing change? I will tell you, in my 20 years of seeing patients, I've probably seen almost about 90,000 patients in the past 2 decades. I've never really taken a formal poll, but somewhat of a mental poll. And the poll of, are people really good at embracing change or not? And again, that question I pose to you, are you pretty good at embracing change or not? What about the people that you know around you, your family, your loved ones? Because here's my mental poll. Here's what I came up with in the last 20 years with nearly 90,000 patients. The majority of folks out there are afraid of changes. And why is that? It's scary, it's the unknown, it's the uncertainties. Some people tell me, well, I don't like changes. Well, what's happening right now? Whether you like it or not, change is taking place all over the world. And if somebody's going to tell me right now, I don't like changes, I have a hard time embracing change, I'm just going to tell you, I have no idea what rock you're living under, because, again, whether you like it or not, change is taking place. But as a doctor, as a scientist, when I would have patients sitting in my exam chair telling me that, I just look at them, and I can't help it. I'm not good at keeping my mouth shut, but I'm just like, you may not like changes,
But change is not only occurring around you, but it's occurring inside you. We're a living thing. We're a biological thing. Change is taking place constantly down to the cellular level. I mean, how you are now is not how you physically, was not how you were 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So whether you like it or not, change is taking place. So, however, if I know it's scary, change is scary, to not change it's comfortable. But you're not growing when you're too comfortable, when you're complacent. You gotta be able to change and to adapt and learn to better embrace changes into your life. You don't change, you're gonna die. It's pretty simple. The better you can adapt, the better you can flex, the better you're gonna survive. Survival of the fittest, I call it. I live in Florida. You guys know we get hurricanes here, but luckily we've been very fortunate. I live in the Tampa Bay area. Not long ago, down in South Florida, Key West and all that, they got some hit. But here's why I bring up the hurricane. This is the analogy I use. I want you to visualize this. I'm an eye doctor, so I'm all about seeing. So let's visualize up here. Hurricane's coming in. You're watching it on the news. You're looking out your window. You got the trees out there. They're blowing around. And you're going to tell me, I want you to tell me which tree's going to survive better. The one that's just going to stand rigid and not change and be so stubborn and say, you know what, I don't care if there's a storm coming and a hurricane, a category 5 hurricane come in. I'm not moving. I'm not budging. I am staying put. Or the trees that's going to flex and adapt and flow with the current of the storm. Okay, hey, you guys, that's like a no-brainer, okay? The better you can flex, the better you're going to survive. The trees that flex, they're going to survive better. You stand rigid, that storm coming in, you're going to break. Boom, just like that, okay? So when you can flex better and adapt better and embrace the changes and flow with the current of life better, you're going to better to survive. And let's put this into the perspective of now with this pandemic we have going on in the world here. Change brings in a new norm. So I want to talk about your norm now. Lately, I've been hearing from family, friends, staff, oh, I can't wait for this to get over with because I want to get back to how it was. I want things to get back to normal. What's normal to you? What are you defining as normal? You really think things are going to be like how it was before? Do you really want it to be like how it was before? And I want you to think about that now that most of us are in lockdown, at home, having a lot of time with our loved ones, a lot of time with our family, a lot of time to think, a lot of time to process, to think, what is my life going to be like after this whole quarantine is over, after I get out of this lockdown? That's your new norm. I want you to be able to visualize that. And I know you've been taking notes throughout the day, so we're going to do an exercise in a little bit. So make sure you have some pen, writing utensil, and paper. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of exercise here that's gonna help you better visualize. So let's talk about your new norm. Whether you like it or not, things are never the same. Things are never the same when you experience life's major events. And life's major events, they don't always have to be sad and tragic. They can be the joyous, happy times. You getting married, new relationship, new job, something so thrilling that you're celebrating. Then you have the sad and tragic one. Well, this is somewhat a bit tragic with this virus, but experiencing a death in the family, as with losing my brother. But We're going to get back to that in a bit. But I want you to think about when you yourself have experienced life's major events. Again, be it happy ones or sad ones. And I want you to think about what was your life like? What was your norm prior? And then your norm afterwards. Was it the same? It can't be the same. You don't want it to be the same, because change, which is a pattern disruption, wakes you up, shakes up your thought process, your mind, your norm. You thinking about, what does the future hold for me? You want to be shaken up. You want to be awakened, because you get one life. You don't want to just merely exist. Losing my brother, that woke me up big time. I mean, okay, it sucks losing my brother big time, but I'm telling you, part of that was a blessing. If my brother was still here today, I wouldn't be sitting here with you. Okay, I would not be sitting here and sharing my story with you. I'd be fine, content, just being an optometrist, an eye doctor, going to see patients, come home. Life is honky dory and all. But there's more to life than that. I found there was a greater purpose, bigger than me. Okay, so just change is not a bad thing. Just embrace it. Let's talk about, let's visualize your new norm. Your new norm, what is it going to look like? Okay, let's do this. Take a piece of paper. On that piece of paper, I want you to make a plus sign, okay, because that's going to give you 4 quadrants to write. On the top, you're going to have faith, family on the other side, fitness, and finance. I want you to rate it for me in the different quadrants, with 10 being like, yeah, it's the best. This is great. I don't need any improvement. It is just awesome and the epitome of that category. If you go ahead and rate it, again, 10 being like, this is great, life is grand, and I don't need an improvement. And 1 is, okay, I am like in the pits here. So rate it for me in the 4 quadrant. Then I want you to take a look at that and ask yourself, this is my norm now. This is what's going on with me being at home on lockdown at present moment. How am I going to, in the categories that's not, in the quadrant that's not a 10, what is it that I want to change? How is my norm going to be better, newer, greater quality of life in that category that's not a 10, and how can I work to bring it up? Okay, you're striving for a 10. If it's not a 10, it's certainly whatever direction you want to head up. There's only one direction I want you to head up. You're going to go up. We're not doing this down thing. Okay, new norm's got to always be better. Be better. You're wiser now through life's experience. Okay, I'm going to tell you, when I think of my in my past of my major life events and what created my new norm, number 1, earliest going 40 plus years back, was a refugee with my family fleeing the Vietnam War and coming to this country. Yeah, you want to talk about new norm, whether we liked it or not. That was a new norm. New culture, didn't know the language, everything started from scratch. And here we are 40 plus years later. We're very blessed with that. Next time was me graduating with my doctorate degree. My norm of my life prior to my doctorate degree, that was okay, not bad, mediocre, I'll call it. Worked my butt off, graduated, got my degree, new career, and built a new success for me and for my family, my loved ones. So very, very new, very better norm, blessed with that. Next one, my divorce. I thought that was going to kill me. I was like, oh my God, life, yeah, what is life going to be like? What am I going to do without him? Well, as the saying goes, and many of the songs out there, what doesn't kill you make you stronger. And yes, after he left, my ex left, I built a new life, a new norm. And you know what? Never looked back. Very blessed for that. And most recent one, about 5.5 years ago, was losing my brother, Devin. I have 4 younger brothers. He was one of the boys there. What made it really tough was that it took place. It was just 9 days from the time he found out why he was experiencing such major pain, and him breaking the news to the family, and him taking his last breath. 9 days. You want to talk about embracing a change? You want to talk about shaking you up? You want to talk about adapting and waking you up? Yeah, that was me, this girl sitting in front of you, Susan Trom. So as hard as it was, again, as I shared with you earlier, to lose my brother, he made me a better person. Way better than I was before. So getting back to the quadrant, faith, family, fitness, and finance, and how you had rated it out of 10. Oftentimes we think to improve, let's just talk about the 4 quadrants there, to improve any of the quadrant, I've got to add more. I got to do this, I got to do that, okay? I want you to absolutely visualize this life here, this new norm here with me, okay? Get this in your head, people. If you can visualize it, you're going to gain better clarity, and it becomes more of a reality. The question is, what is life going to be like after I get out of this lockdown? I mean that. What do you want for the rest of your life? What do you truly want? And pretty much when you look at the 4 quadrants there, that pretty much encompasses the majority of what makes up our lives, the quality of our lives. So we think, well, in order to improve, in order to get it to a 10, I need to do this, I need to add this, I need to improve on this, I need to learn this, and all, which is wonderful. But it's not always about the adding. Sometimes we got to look at what is it that we need to let go to bring that certain quadrant that's not a 10 up to a 10. You know, just like that Frozen song, Let It Go. Okay, you got to figure out what is it that you need to let go. Let go whatever's anchoring you, that's preventing you from getting that particular quadrant, one of them, all of them, who knows, to a 10. Let it go. Because sometimes you got to subtract in order to multiply. Get it? Let me repeat myself. Sometimes you got to subtract in order to multiply. So don't always think that I got to add, I got to do. I want you to think in each quadrant in your head, okay? Write it down. Get it from here, okay? Get it onto your paper, onto your journal, whatever works easiest for you. Some people like to type into their phone, though. I don't care what it is, but you got to see it. If you can visualize it here, okay? You can visualize it here on something that is solid, then you're going to, it's going to be easier. It's going to be more real. And when it's more real, then it's going to hit you harder. And then you're going to be like, oh my God, this is what I got to work on. So again, I want you to, that's your homework, 4 quadrants. How's it rated right now? And how are you going to get it up to a 10? Because I want you to think about the 4 quadrants. It's like the 4 tires on your cards, okay? If you're, say, like a 4 here, a 6 here, a 5 here, and a 1 here, guess what? That's like the tires not having the same pressure, same air pressure in it. And then what? How's that going to ride? But when they're about equal, ideally, we like to be a 10 or, you know, pretty darn close to a 10 in all 4 quadrants. That's a pretty smooth ride. That's a pretty smooth ride in that vehicle you call life. So if you have any further question, you can find me down on the banner down there, okay? And I do what I call concierge coaching. Some people are like, what do you mean concierge? It's like concierge medicine. It's customized. You'll get a complimentary 30-minute coaching with me. And I hope this really helps, because you got to take it from here, get it down on the paper, visualize, work on it, make it happen. New norm after we get out of this lockdown. I'm just going to tell you right now, make it happen, people. Thank you so much, Michael.
Susan, thank you so much for being on. I could truly see where you want to take them. You're amazing. I love it. And I've known Susan a long time, and you want to work with Susan. She will truly get you there, and she'll do it. It's going to be all about where you need to go and get that vision and lock it in, and she can get it done. Let me tell you, and she will not take no for an answer. So that was on fire. You're the best.
On you. I'm not going to quit on you. All right. Thank you so much.
All right, Susan, thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. So to work with Susan, any of our speakers today, you're going to go to www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. You've had a lot of them to work with, a lot of different messages through the day, and you want to make sure that you go through that list again. And it's that enthusiasm. I use that what just came up. It's that excitement of truly, how can you move your life? And you've got the time right now. You've got the time right now to do it. This is the time. The time is now. Don't mess around. So it's really been exciting. And one last thing before I put Bill up, thank you for all of you who have been texting me. I've been texting you right back to work with us, to, for us to look at for virtual masterminds. Just text SBA to 26786. Text SBA to 26786. I'm head of global training. I'll get right back to you. I'm going to get you into our virtual mastermind, and you're going to set a schedule with me, and we're going to just power through whatever you need. Now, everybody get ready. Warm your hands up. Get the energy going. Move around a little bit. All right, we're pumping up the energy. The next gentleman I'm going to bring up is a mentor. He is the CEO of Powerteam International. He has spoken all over the world. He has created a juggernaut of a company that has over 300 plus events live, and now is a virtual juggernaut. We have summits, we have networks at noon, we have entrepreneur days, we have internet marketing days, and we are here for you 1,000%. What he has created has just begun. Wait till you see what this looks like in just a couple months from now. So without any further ado, get ready to write. Get ready to listen. You can ask questions. You can be part of the train. Let's give it up for Mr. Bill Walsh. You're on.
My mic here. Yeah, I know. I got it. I just want to say great job, Michael, all day long, keeping the energy up, keep people on. And thanks for all the watch parties. I noticed a lot of watch parties. Bernardo, great watch party with your group. And I just want to say how much I appreciate everybody for taking the time today. So today, I thought we'd go down a whole different topic and give you some insight into something that some people talk about but really don't truly understand. And I want you to just kind of write this down. It's called DMO. And you're like, what the hell is DMO, right? Well, what I learned about 20 years ago is that DMO can either make you or break you. It can either allow you to step into your zone of a champion, or it'll shut you down in every way, shape, and form. And what DMO is really about, it's not just a mindset, it's not just your habits, it's truly your daily method of operation. And I want you to all write that down and put it on a sheet. Just write down DMO, and let's talk about what DMO means, the daily method of operation. And I want to share with you some things here today that will help you take your process, your daily process, and build something called a success process. What does a success process look like inside of a DMO? Well, most people say, I'm going to wake up, I'll make a list. I'm going to wake up, I'm going to go check my bank account, I'll check my social media, I'm going to go look at my emails, I'm going to figure out, where things are at because you've been sleeping all night. But I'm going to tell you tonight that a DMO starts a long ways in advance. And part of the DMO is I need you to think about this from a vantage point, a visualization, if you would, that you're the CEO running a major company. And you're like, well, Bill, I'm not a CEO and I'm not running a major company. Well, that's okay. I need you to think like that. When it comes to your DMO, I need you to think like the fact that without you, things aren't going to happen. It's really a funny story that I heard years ago that, one morning, Johnny woke up and he told his mom that he didn't want to go to school. And she said, you got to go to school. That's the only way you get better. He said, no, you don't understand, Mom. When I go to the class, kids laugh at me. They always make jokes about me. Sometimes they even make funny gestures when I turn around. And she said, it doesn't matter. You've got to go to school. And he said, but I really don't want to go to school. And she said, why? She said, even sometimes when I go in the lunchroom, I can hear people laugh at me as I walk by. Even when I pass them, they think there's something funny about me. And she said, it doesn't matter. You've got to go to school. And he said, no, Mom, you don't understand. Sometimes I go on the playground. And even on the playground, I get made fun of. Even on the playground, sometimes some of the kids, they're mean and they don't know that I know what they're saying, but sometimes they overhear it. And the crazy part of the story is that, and he said, I don't want to go. And his mom came back and said, Johnny, you don't understand. You're the principal. You have to go to school, and I tell you that story today because you're the principal. Whether you work for somebody or you're launching your own business, it doesn't matter. You're the principal. And so during the toughest of days, you're the principal. During the greatest of times, you're the principal. And so as you think today about what does a DMO look like, right? Why is it that champions have a very specific DMO or a specific daily method of operation? Well, the crazy part is so do people that aren't so fortunate. So do people that are broke, right? They've got a DMO. But I can't have your DMO focused on being the principal, being the CEO of this soon-to-be major breakthrough company, and even when people don't believe in you, even when people laugh at you, and even when people don't think that you're worth it or that you're good enough. I love what Les Brown talked about. He said, it's not over till you win. And I think the thing I would add to that is that it's not over till you cash out. So it's not just winning, it's cashing out. And the cashing out comes through success of those you serve. So it's not just winning that one game, it's really elevating your game to such a level that you can go above the noise. And so when we begin to think about, right, is that what does a DMO look like? How does a DMO, and this is important, everybody, is how does a DMO get you above the noise? See, if you live life in the noise, that's all you'll ever hear. But the minute you make the decision to play above the noise and you wrap around it a daily method of operation that's congruent to where you see yourself, because as today's call goes, you're the CEO. You're the designer of your future. You're the master of all plans. And if it's a part-time master, that's okay. If you have a job that if you're an essential worker now, you're still going to work. But if you're not, when you do go back to work, don't worry about if things aren't perfect, because they're never going to be perfect. But your DMO has to shoot for perfection. Your DMO has to put you above the noise because you build a process every day that gives you the best opportunity to win, gives you the best opportunity to step outside the comfort zone. And I challenge entrepreneurs with this every day that, well, what does a DMO look like, right? What does that mean, right? And I want you to get this and get this clear that as a part of the DMO, there's something called the big rocks, right? And you got to start every day with the big rocks, right? What are the things that are most important to you? What are the big rocks when it comes to your business? What are the big rocks when it comes to your personal life? So I loved Susan's map. I thought Susan was on fire today. I've watched her speak enough times, and you got 100% from the heart today. She was speaking from the inner core, right? It doesn't get any better than that. She loves to serve and help people. She knows that her story is too big to play in the realm that she's in. And I promise you this, her DMO, her commitment to excellence and perfection is second to none. But now we've got to build that with you, right? You're logged in today. You guys are the ones that stayed on all day because I've been on all day, right? And whether it's 5 or 40 or 5,000, it doesn't matter. When this is over, we'll break the streams up. You'll have access to some of these streams inside of our new Success Club, and you'll be able to work with these trainers for, get sessions from our back office, and that's all included. But I want to tell you that in your DMO, to get above the noise, to really understand what the big rocks are, you've got to figure out what's most important to you. And I like how she started with faith. I think you start every day with 2 things, and I want you to write this down. It's called F and G, and I know people kind of laugh. Is that food and something? But it's not. It's faith and gratitude. Start every day with some faith and gratitude. Make that one of your big rocks to make your DMO, your daily method of operation, second to none. And the minute you come from that place of faith and gratitude, you're going to find that more doors open up. I'm sure you've heard this a million times. With faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. I'm telling you today, it's true. I'm telling you today that with a little bit of faith, a little bit of belief, you can become omnipresent and more powerful than you've ever been in your life. But it has to start with a commitment to build an incredible daily method of operation. Now, if I asked you what the big rocks were for you, what are the big rocks you have to do every day to start your day 100% empowered? What does that look like for you? So maybe it's exercise for you. Do you have a 10-minute exercise plan? Do you have a 20-minute exercise plan? Do you have something that gets the endorphins going, right? And I'll tell you this, that the EP is something that I need help with. It's part of the big rocks, right? What is the EP? What is your exercise program? And make it short. It doesn't have to be 3 hours of exercise. Make it something where every day you'll do 10 minutes. Maybe it's every day you'll do 10 push-ups, then 11 push-ups, then 12. Make it every day you'll do 10 sit-ups, then 11 sit-ups, then 12 sit-ups. Make it every day you'll walk down your block and come back. Put your little iWatch on and see what the numbers look like. But every day you've got to build in to that daily method of operation of a champion, of a CEO that runs a major company. And you've got to be the designer of your future. You have to be the designer of your future. But I'm telling you that your future a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, starts with whatever you do today. And to play above the noise, which is where the fun is at. The only place you can see things clearly is above the trees. So whether you're an employee or you're starting your own business or you're brand new, right? You've got to start with something that says my DMO is non-negotiable. I get calls and texts all the time. Well, we need to talk. This is super important. I said, no, this is super important to you. I can schedule a time for you, or my team can schedule a time, and then we'll make the time. I was on the phone last night for an hour and a half with Hong Kong, working on a new business deal, because they're the only times that would work for him. But on my DMO level, right, it didn't matter. It doesn't matter if I got a call at 2 a.m. if it's something that fits in the DMO of where I know I've got to be to really step outside the comfort zone to become the person I have to become to serve more people and make a difference, then the big rocks are what it is. So the minute you begin to think what your exercise plan is, you've got the faith and gratitude out of the way, right? I need you to really understand that you have to understand something called, and I'm going to write this down for you, right? And you heard about it just a few minutes ago, and it's a critical driver in your business. If you don't have big funding to hire lots of people in the staff, if you don't got a $50,000, $100,000, $500,000 a month budget, just write down this one word. Please get this. It's called outsourcing. And start outsourcing as soon as you can. Don't wait to outsource. You just had the opportunity to work with my business partner, Daniel Meyer, to be able to outsource stuff. Because what you're going to learn, and I want you to write this down, it's many times not what you do, it's what you delegate. It's not what you do, it's what you delegate. The reason people come to our Rainmaker Incubator program is because they've got to learn how to get out of their own way. They've got to learn to build it. I forgot this and I forgot that. Well, that's because you didn't build a DMO. You didn't have a daily method of operation that literally created a schedule for you that was designed for success. You've got to wake up every day and know these are the big rocks that have to get done. Because if you get the big rocks done, you'll have all the time to play. But you've got to really put your mind to this one, right? And it's not easy. You know, so what are the big rocks for you? Do you have to take your kids to school? Do you have, not right now, of course, but, you know, do you have to read each day? Do you have to meditate each day? I don't care what the big rocks are, but get them out of the way first. Allow yourself to have the best chance to win every day. You know, and I'm sure you've heard this before, that systems win and people fail, right? Well, just to apply, right, for our Rainmaker program, all you really have to do, and this is easy today, right? Just text the word system to 26786. You've heard this all day because we love digital, right? But see, what happens for a lot of us is that we get caught up in a place called Busyville, which has nothing to do with our daily method of operation. It has nothing to do with our big rocks. And then before you know it, the day's over. And now you're tired. And now it's 8 o'clock at night, and you still have not gotten through the big rocks, right? It's 8 o'clock tonight, and you're still working on the big rocks. No, the big rocks are done first. The daily method of operation of a champion starts right at the beginning. Starts when? Starts right at the beginning. So you've got to start right at the beginning. You've got to start right now to say, you know what? I just have bigger things to do. I can't allow, you know, I got multiple calls today during the call that were important calls and potential good partnerships. I said, today's not the day. The big rock today is on serving these clients that have taken their time to plug in. So as much as I'd love to talk to you, let me get you to my assistant, and she'll get you into my calendar. Maybe you don't have an assistant. Get an app called Calendly, right? Get an app called Google. Get Squarespace. There's a lot of things you can use right now to build out that perfect calendar for you. But please do not leave your calendar to chance. You know, even with my own team, we have KPI calls each week, and we're always working. We're not trying, we're working to sharpen the axe. How do we get better at this thing called DMO? And if they're not getting better, I want you to write this down. If you're not getting better, you're automatically getting worse. Because what kills almost all opportunity many times is something called time. You know, time is the ultimate source that can take away from all of your greatness. Because we all have a finite amount of time. But while you're here, give it 1,000%. Do not play the game of life with 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You're going to look back and regret so much stuff. You know, I know that I'm thankful every day that I have 3 incredible kids that I love dearly. You know, Austin, Marissa, and Evan, and I would do anything for those kids. You know, but I'm also thankful for the time I've had to spend with them over my lifetime, right? Certainly over the last 28 years, right? So when you think about that and you really have faith and belief and you got faith and gratitude for these things, it puts things into a better perspective for you. But I need your perspective from today going forward is to really step into a place where you can begin to own your daily method of operation. And it starts with your big rocks, right? So, you know, people say, well, what are some of the things that you do, right? I like to make a list before I go to bed on things I've got to work on, things that have to get done before 10 a.m. Sometimes that I'll work until I just can't work anymore, until I'm just done and I'm passed out. But I've already understood the next morning has to have that regiment with the daily method of operation to get the big rocks done before 10 o'clock. So I was on 7 conference calls this morning before 10 o'clock, things that had to get done, right? I had process to get done. I had forms to get filled out. I had banks to meet with and talk to. These are things that are non-negotiable because of the big rocks that allow you the opportunity to play at the level of excellence, to get above the noise, right? To get out of the trees. And I'm not saying that it's easy. I'm just telling you that it's possible. And I know today you've got lots of options. There's so many streams going on. There's so many digital events. Where do I plug into? Well, it's our goal to create great content for you so that maybe you can't plug in for the whole day, but now you can plug back in and watch Brian Tracy. You can watch Kevin Harrington. You can go watch Mark Victor Hansen. We're building a platform more than just some streams, right? The streams are really the front end of some of the big rocks, some of the DMO that I believe when I launched this, you know, a month ago, that could we put together 500 episodes in less than 5 months? Can we build 500 sources of good content in small blocks from 10 to 30 minutes that customers could log into from all over the world at their convenience, right? To make something significant that we could utilize and share for the next 10 years. See, I don't believe the principles of success have changed in hundreds of years, right? At the end of the day, it's solve a problem, make big money, serve well, earn well. You know, in business, you got to acquire customers and retain them. And that's always a work in progress. And listen, you're never going to make everybody happy. That's impossible. You're in fantasy land. You can do your very best, right? But to make them happy, and go well beyond whatever they paid you for. But sometimes it is what it is, right? So you've got to be able to move on and just deliver whatever you say you deliver, just deliver that and more, and then move on. But part of that is that you've got to look at your DMO, and what part of the DMO is training some customer service people. I had a meeting this morning on some new projects we're working on, right? I worked with Daniel last night on some new projects we're working on to make it so affordable that you all can have virtual admins. If you can't afford $125 a week to get someone to manage a lot of your stuff for you, then you've got to either think about getting a loan or figure out some ways to get some customers so you have a real business. See, I believe that a starter business is really from 0 to 100,000. That really is what I would call a starter business. Once you can get from 100,000 to $1 million, you've got a business that now you can hire employees and staff and do stuff. And over $1 million, you've got a business, right? So when you're starting out, right, the first 100,000 revenue is just ramping the business. And if you've got to pay money to build the business out, advertising, all those things, right, that all drops into your DMO. So begin to think, what else could you plug in if I left the lines blank for you, right? Because I believe that everybody's DMO might be a bit different, right? But what would you plug in there today, right now, to give yourself the best chance to win? And so I will share with you a few things that you might want to write down if it helps you, right? Is that being thankful for your customers, reaching out to your current customers. Stay in touch with your customers. Simple, text, email, follow-up, phone call, whatever it takes. Have your team do some of this stuff. Prospecting. You have to keep prospecting and sharing your products or services every day. So prospect and share your products every day. My friend that just sold one of his companies for $1 billion, he made it simple. He said, if you want to make a lot of money in life, and he told me this 25 years ago, he said, there's 2 things you got to do. And I want to write this down because this one is very important, right? And I want you to get it so you really understand it. But he basically said this, and I'm going to give this to you, right, is that, and it was a game changer. And I'm sure it'll be a game changer for you. And if you get nothing else from this whole day call, if you get this one process, this process will change your entire business. And let me just move that off the screen just so I have a little more space here. Right? I think there's something here so I can just take that off the screen. Let me see here. Hang on a second, everybody. This is it right here, though. Just look there what it says. It says, see the people, and it says, tell the story. So just say that over and over. See the people, tell the story. See the people, tell the story. See the people, tell the story. And the secret to this, if you really want to make this work in your business, and this will, once again, it separates those that talk and those that do. So once you learn that process, I've just given you one of the most important things that I do every day is see the people, tell the story. You got to keep score. See the people, tell the story. See the people, tell the story. Keep score every day. How many did I talk to? How many did I present to? How many did I help get started with my company? And this has to be something that challenges you every day in your daily method of operation. And being able to get above the noise and the fray is that if you want other people to be successful in your company, you've got to lead by example. It's not lead by talking, it's called lead by example. But you've got to help them keep score too. You know, you've got to ask them if they're involved with any part of your sales process, ask them that question every day. How'd you do? How many did you talk to? How many did you see? How many did you talk to? Where it happened, right? Because these are the things that create the leaders of tomorrow, are the ones that build a daily method of operation, today that shows you how to master the mundane. And once you can master the mundane, you can step way outside the comfort zone and not be in the picture anymore, but actually see the picture. So, I just wanted to share some of this with you today, because I know that in times like this, when it feels like, I've got all day, so I'll go do this and I'll go do that. That's great, but that's not going to help you in building the business. That's not going to help you in creating value for the company you work for. If you're a part of the sales process, it's consistently asking yourself, the earliest phase of the morning, what does my DMO have to look like so I can see more people and tell the story? We're always looking for great speakers. So if you've liked today and you want to become a speaker and get your message out there, we train some of the best speakers in the world. We're looking for more great speakers. We make it simple. It's a process, right? But all you got to do is just text the word platinum. If you would like to become a speaker and sell from stages, just text the word platinum and send it to 26786. And our team will follow up with you. If you want to partner with Powerteam, right? If you want to work with our group, there's lots of potential for that. Michael said it 4 or 5 times a day. Text the letters SBA for Small Business Advisor, right? Small business now is going to need more help than they've ever needed. They're going to need more help now than they've ever needed, right? And I'll tell you this, that if you love to coach and train and speak, get with our group. We're providing platforms and new opportunities every day. And once this is over, we're not going to slow down on digital. Digital is only going to become even bigger. Once I've innovated and learned how powerful this is, today we had, I don't know how many engagements or pictures, but I know there's a lot of people that have actually viewed this, potential reach and actually engagements. And to do that in a hotel, we would have spent, tens of thousands of dollars. Or we can do it from here for next to nothing and just build the rapport, build the relationship. We ask everyone to give 90% content, give great tips and tools and ideas. And if people like it, they're going to opt in and get some coaching from you and maybe become a client. But if that resonates with you, start to duplicate this process in your business, but make sure it goes back to the mastering of the mundane, which really is see the people tell the story, keep score. See the people tell the story and keep score. And I love this, because if you're not doing this, you're guessing. And if you're guessing and you're not keeping score, you have no idea if you're getting better or worse. So I hope this was helpful for you today. Michael, I'll turn this back to you. Always love to be on our broadcast. This is obviously, let's see, like our 4th or 5th week now. I think it's maybe our 4th full week of doing these. And like I said, we've created now, I think, over 40, 50 hours of content just from this alone. So I appreciate you. Great job today. Everybody, I want to thank you out there for plugging in. Love you guys. And do please take this serious. I'm speaking right to you directly now at your home. And I'm in the war room out in outside of Las Vegas. But you've got to take action on this stuff. Don't wait. And don't let time decay slow you down. So with that, Michael, I'll turn it back to you. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Everybody give Bill a big round of applause. You can type applause. You can get excited by it. It is. So what have you put together today with, either number one, you've learned join, right? You want to be part of something that's moving. You want to get on the train as it's leaving the station, not it's left already and you're left at the station, which is we've given you several opportunities to work with us. You want to be a speaker or trainer. You want to be a coach. You want to really take it to the next level, a virtual mastermind. Just text. Cheryl put it up. You were great, Cheryl. Where was that? There we go. I like that. We're always looking for new team members. And look, you get to see beautiful Cheryl. To find out more about joining Powerteam, text SBA to 26786. Don't forget, we talked about earlier in the day the funnel. Okay, so give people in your business. How does that look in your business? What's going to be the success of your business as you do that? And join us. And the other thing too, we talked about right at the end. We had James Dentley on. We are building a huge mega group in TLC. So you want to be part of it now, because we're going to be everywhere with it. So that was text TLC. You can text SBA to 26786. I'll send you the info anyways. It's good. It's wonderful, because when I text you back, you can say TLC interested. So text me now, get on the horn, move with a juggernaut. We are there, if nothing else, just to help you, to encourage you, to take you in a direction you want to go in, whatever that looks like. I want to thank you all for being on today. We're going to go away with a word. So if you want to type in a word for the day, and we'll say 1, 2, 3, we'll all do it together in the universe, and then I'll turn off this stream. Go have dinner if you're on the East Coast. Go spend time with your family. Tell them about the new thoughts you've had. Not that you're going to change everything right today. You got to go easy on them. You want to join our team. Again, you can just text SBA to 26786. You want to join TLC with us, you can just reach out to me at the SBA and I'll be there for you. We are looking for virtual mastermind members. We got 35 masterminds. We got masterminds around the world. So make sure you're on. Make sure you know how to drive this forward. Work with a team. Don't be left behind. We thank you so much for being on today. You were all amazing. This is Michael Silvers, Executive Vice President for Powerteam. I'm Head of Global Training. I can't wait to see your text. When I text you back, text me back. That would be nice. Make friends. Let me know your name, right? That's a good thing. Don't get weird, though. All right, everybody. What's the word for today? What word should I let it go with? Start just typing in. I'm going to let it go with awesome day. I love that, too. But let's hit a word. Any words? And then I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. We're going to let it go at once. I'm going to turn off the stream. We'll see you we have network at noon tomorrow at 12. And then on Monday, I'll be talking about really your why. 3 p.m. You go to powerteamlive.com at 3 p.m. on Monday. I'll be going through your why to structure it in your business and make sure you have other people following you in your business. You are amazing to have all of you. So we're going to let it go with Powerteam. I've made a decision. So it's great to have you all on. Thank you so much for being here. It's just been a brilliant day. Thank you, Mr. Bill Walsh, for everything that you presented today. You've got a great list to go over. And here we go. 1, 2, 3. Powerteam. Thank you all for being on. I'll talk to you very soon. Goodbye, everyone.